Row 3, the Indy 500 champion, Kenny Bräck. And outside of 3 is Michael Andretti. The new millennium is underway. Tagliani darts left and right, trying to find room, drops in behind Kenny Bräck as the Farron takes the lead.
Montoya went around the high side, and there goes Michael right to the
Montoya and Michael both able to whip around the Farron. Onto the backstretch. Montoya, then Michael Andretti. Then a battle between Adrian Fernandez and Gil de Ferran. Kenny Bräck is up behind de Ferran, and behind Kenny Bräck is Elio Castroneves. Bräck moving for position.
We saw Castroneves go around the high side. There was a big question as to whether people would be able to use that high racing line with this new aerodynamic package with 10% less downforce, more drag, which encourages more drafting, and so far we've seen it work.
That sums it up. What a way to start a year. I'm concerned about everything.
Great answer. Fernandez starts alongside of Michael Andretti. Bräck drops in. Fernandez grabs the place for Michael into second. Kenny Bräck looking at Michael and Fernandez.
Michael looking for clean air on the high side of Adrian, trying to dirty up the air behind him for Kenny Bräck. Now watch the draft work here, but he can't make it stick on the way into 3.
And look at how far back he drops. That's all with that new Hanford device Mark II that they're using on the short tracks this year. It creates a lot of drag. Cart was hoping that was going to make the short track races a little more competitive this season, but as you saw there, the minute Michael popped out to go, the car just slowed down.
Well, the
tank slapper up against the wall during practice and wisely kept it riding against the wall so it didn't jump off and hit anything else. Now Fernandez goes around the Indy Lights champion from last year, Oriol Servia. Kenny Bräck tucks in right behind him. Servia gives him plenty of racing room.
Now Adrian coming up on Oriol's teammate, Cristiano D'Amata. Disappointing weekend for the Cal-Wells racing team.
And not just here, but
Scott Pruitt unfortunately crashed yesterday during the Winston Cup qualifying, and Anthony Rosario had an accident in the Busch race. So when you've got a lot of teams, you've got the potential for great things or very disappointing weekends.
Here come the leaders. We're going to look back now at race leader Kenny Bräck. Long drive down the pit road as they're pitted well down the line. 54 laps completed by Kenny Bräck before he headed onto pit road.
And we saw a wing change to the front of Max Papis' car. We'll see how happy Kenny is with his car if we can see them make any changes.
Roberto Moreno has just stopped as well. The Rahal team waits for Bräck, Gary.
He dives in and hits that spot perfectly. His first championship competition in this particular series, the Indy 500 champion of last year, and it will be a wing change up front. It looked like 2 turns, Parker.
That was two half turns on each wing. That's a pretty big change. Usually Jill doesn't practice very fast, but he comes to the forefront qualifying, and he's got the patience to get the job done during the length of the race.
Oh, look at Tagliani as he comes up feeling very racy with the leader.
Oh, listen to Mark come off the throttle there. He is really struggling. I'm surprised he hasn't come in even though he's got fuel, because he obviously has a very evil handling car underneath him right now.
And he's still going to... might have made a difference between Franchitti and the championship when Tracy actually won the race and the team did not call him on. Kenny Bräck. Kenny Bräck starts to slow. Pulls up off the line and dives into the corner. What could be wrong with Bräck? Boy, we've seen some amazing things with teams that normally field very powerful cars and engine companies that really have it down pat, but it's not necessarily working.
Well, you can see how unstable the car was over the bumps going down the back straightaway. The big question is at start-finish, he probably felt something at the back of the car. He wanted to move the wheel to see what was happening with the back of the car. The thing that surprises me is that he would just haul it down into the corner at that speed.
Look at him in turn 4. Whoa, 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 whoa. Almost got the wall and saved it, Gary Gerald.
Everybody down here on the engineering side, they were all immediately down in those laptop computers. Then Scott Rumke turned over with an okay sign as if to say everything's all right. And he hollered, or he whispered or mouthed, "We are okay."
Well, he gave it a good shake to make sure it's okay and maintained in front of Tracy.
Well, it looks like what happened is he got a little high, a little far out of the groove going into 3 and 4. He may have picked up a lot of garbage on the tires. He gave it a shake coming down through start-finish to make sure that he could clean that stuff off. Scott Ripke was making sure that the tire pressures were okay with the onboard tire pressure sensors, and that's why he just took it straight back into turn 1 as hard as he did.
Telemetry pays off there. Paul Tracy does not get around Kenny Bräck. Jan Vickers, now the black flag being displayed to Kenny Bräck, and he is on the way in with smoke pouring from the back cowling of that race car.
Well, we opened the show talking about engines and reliability. Here's another one of the new Cosworth XFs, and we've had a report that there may be smoke coming back from the back of Jill DeFerrin's car.
DeFerrin currently the leader. Tony Kanaan just got past Jimmy Vasser for 5th. There's Gary Gerald.
And the engine is shut down as Kenny Bräck arrives and the consultation begins. The crew routinely is going to go through the motions of refueling and changing tires, but this appears to be a much more significant problem. A lot of temperature behind the driver's cockpit. Now the wheel comes off. It looks like Kenny Bräck's introduction to this series is going to end in disappointment, just as so many other front runners have already today.
Ford powered here in a Reynard. Same for his teammate, Max Papis. Kenny Bräck out of the race, Jan?
It's actually Gary, Paul, but that doesn't make any difference for this young man. The car ran so brilliantly. Again, now we have to ask, did you have any inkling, any warning that there was a problem?
Well, I saw a couple of cars do the same that we did, so I figured we were on the limit. But I was breathing the car. I didn't use all the revs. I was breathing, doing the whole run. Didn't drive as fast as I could because I wanted to try to save the engine, but apparently we ran out of it anyway.
Let me ask you about that maneuver at high speed when you lost a couple of positions and you kind of shook the car on the track. Were you trying to clean off stuff, clean off buildup after you went up high?
Yeah, I was built up. I tried to go around the outside of somebody in the back market and then like a pit lane and got in the marbles and got marbles on the tires, so I had to get rid of that.
Despite this disappointment, do you feel like you can win with these guys in this series?
I think that we had a very good chance to win today, and we're a very good team. Team Rahal, Shell Rahal is a very good team, and I'm confident we'll get back. Racing is up and down. This was a downer, but we get back.
Thanks, Kenny.
He's closed right up onto the tail now of Adrian Fernandez, and he did get past Herta last time around, behind Herta there. Kenny Bräck looking to make a move on Max Papis. That's not going to work there. Right behind those, we're on board now with Max Papis. Ahead of him is Bryan Herta. Behind him is his teammate Kenny Bräck, but right behind Kenny Bräck also is Mimo Gidley in the player's car.
Yes, let's just mention Mimo Gidley for a second, because he stands in for Patrick Carpentier this weekend. Patrick Carpentier has a broken wrist as a result of falling down his stairs at home, would you believe it? These guys race at speeds of up to 230 miles an hour on the super speedways, and poor old Patrick's gone and broken his wrist. No, not in a car accident at all, but by falling downstairs. Well, that's the way.
Jill DeFerrin.
And it's horsepower versus fuel economy that counts in a race like this as well, Jeremy. Don't forget, if you can get all that horsepower and still not use too much fuel, you'll be in an advantage because you don't stop in the pit lane for quite so long. And Roberto is renowned for using a little less fuel than some of the other drivers. That could give him an edge as we go through this race, because if that means his pit crew can get him filled up with fuel and out a bit quicker, it could be a place change from pits.
And look at that, there goes Kenny Bräck down the inside of Montoya into turn 1. Bryan Herta had got past Montoya, and look at Montoya is really struggling here. He cannot hold off Kenny Bräck, and he is dropping back through the field. Next in line behind him is Mimo Gidley. What a great drive by Gidley. He's such a good guy. He's worked so hard to get himself in a position. Round the outside goes Gidley off Montoya. Brilliant stuff.
5 miles an hour past that section on the track.
And here we look at Bryan Herta coming under pressure from, ironically, the shell car of Kenny Bräck. That, of course, is the car that Herta drove last year. Well, Herta is struggling the last few laps. He's falling back. He's still in 4th position, but he's falling back from the 4th place car. Oh, sorry, he's in 4th place behind Jimmy Vasser. And Herta was telling me yesterday he was not happy with the car on long runs. As he did more and more laps, the car tended to slide more and more. It became very difficult to drive, and I think that's what we're finding now. The tyres are getting used up pretty much, and he is losing ground to Jimmy Vasser and coming under increasing pressure from Kenny Bräck and Mimo Gidley.
Yes, Kenny Bräck, remember, let's just remind you about Kenny. He has joined in the Champ Car Series this year, the Swedish driver, but he's had plenty of experience here in the States. He's an IRL champion, the Indy Racing League, and also winner of the Indy 500 last year. So Kenny Bräck comes in with a great deal of good success behind him, and he's joined Team Rahal alongside Max Papis. And as you say, Jeremy, taking over that drive, that shell ride that Bryan Herta had last season. So it's quite an interesting tussle between them.
It certainly is. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Gilles de Ferran is flying. He just set the fastest lap of the race at a 1 minute 9.848. He's the first one into the nines, I think. Actually, not looking down the order here, Tagliani did a 9 last time around as well. But he is inching away now from Roberto Moreno. The gap out almost to 3 seconds, and Jimmy Vasser another 3 seconds farther behind in third place.
28 laps completed. Not long now until we see Gilles de Ferran having to make his first pit stop, although of course remember there were quite a few laps held under yellow flag, so that'll push the pit window up into the early 30s in terms of number of laps. And as I say, we're at lap number 28 currently. Kenny Bräck there with Mimo Gidley behind him. What a great name it is, Mimo Gidley. What a great background he has as well. Son of a fisherman, and spent much of his early childhood living on a boat for half the year, and then getting into racing, did a bit of bike racing, a bit of kart racing, but a guy who's really made it for himself, worked as a mechanic to earn his early drives, and here he is running in 6th place in the Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach. 43 laps with 39 laps to go. Michael leads them away. Christian Fittipaldi in 2nd place. Roberto Moreno now up to 3rd place with a number of those other cars having stopped. Look at this, Gilles de Ferran. Well, that's not for a place change. That's just getting past the lapped car of Michel Jourdain. Meanwhile, good battle there between Kenny Bräck and Alex Tagliani. Tagliani just managing to hold on to that position. So Kenny Bräck stays behind him in the shell car. Behind Bräck, it's Norberto Fontana, 11th place for the Argentinian driver. Behind him is Tony Kanaan in 12th position. And all of these cars very, very evenly matched on lap times. That's right. Lola chassis still with Ford power, but Newman Haas back with Lola. They took many wins with Lola over the years. Look at this, Tony Kanaan trying to get down the inside of Kenny Bräck, and that's a move that he has pulled off, and that's for 9th place. So well done to Tony Kanaan, the first of those 2 cars. And he's managed to just squeeze past the shell car of Kenny Bräck and Norberto Fontana there right behind, trying to do the same.
Very nice move by Tony Kanaan. He's been struggling this weekend with the balance of that car. Maurice Nunn, who's the team owner now, of course, he was with Target Chip Ganassi Racing, took them to 4 championships in the last 4 seasons, left there to set up his own organisation. And certainly Kanaan has struggled this weekend, but that car is running well in race trim.
We gather that Andretti will be coming in next time by, and that's to be expected. He's done a lot of laps since his early pit stop, but for him, he started back on the 10th row of the grid, 20th place for Mark. Oh, and there's been an accident, and that's Bräck, and that's Kanaan. Now, these two were dicing earlier on in the race, and Kanaan had got past Kenny Bräck, so I don't know quite what's gone on here.
No, not quite sure. Certainly Bräck was pressuring Tony as they came past the pits. And there was contact, as you say, down in turn 1. Full course caution. Okay, it's down to the pit stops now. Meanwhile, before we just wait for those pit stops on phone, let me tell you, Juan Montoya clearly is treating this race now as a test session. He's been in and out of the pits 2 or 3 times in the last half dozen laps. But here we go. Here is the race leader, Roberto Moreno. And I'm pretty sure he will be coming in for his final pit stop, right to fuel, and that was what gained his position. Look at these two. This is Kanaan on the inside, Bräck on the outside. Tony, I think I'm going to point the finger at you there. They were side by side going into the corner. Bräck did not have the pass completely made, that is true, but Tony Kanaan locked up the brakes there, and he was the one that took out Kenny Bräck.
Yeah, well, I think he was so committed by that point that he couldn't really get out of it. He was, they both went in there so quickly that I think they were both heading for trouble pretty much. Neither of them willing to give way on that one, really, and Kanaan was so committed by the time that Kenny turned in, there was no way he could actually get around the corner himself. So
Tagliani slows it a bit more. The field nicely assembled now. And now we go green. Tagliani Montoya dropped in behind him, but he swings out way wide, tries to get around him, doesn't do it. Bräck battles with Paul Tracy. They're too wide in the first turn.
It was great. They were 4 wide coming down the pit straight into that first corner with Bash and Christian Fittipaldi, Kenny Bräck and Paul Tracy. And now the horsepower battle begins between Toyota, Ford, Honda, and Mercedes.
There is Kenny Bräck. He makes his move on Montoya. Bräck still working on Tracy.
Keep in mind, Kenny Bräck had that accident this morning in morning warm-up. He had been using the backup car since Friday, so he climbed back into this car, which was actually his primary car. It's something you really don't want to do. You get a lot of confidence driving the same car lap after lap. Even though they're set up exactly the same, each car has a nuance. They're hand-built. They can't possibly be exactly the same. Kenny Bräck, a very confident, very talented young man. For some drivers, it's a big deal, just like which side of the car they get on, which socks they wear. Other drivers, it makes no difference at all. And apparently, it hasn't faced Kenny one bit.
Bräck still works on Tracy. Gary Gerald.
Kenny Bräck, after that incident this morning, Paul, he assessed the damage and he thought it could be repaired. Dan Halliday and the crew, however, said, we don't always trust our driver's judgment in that respect. They know that the driver wants to stay in the car he's most comfortable in, that he's had the most time on the track in. They got it back in the garage area. They started looking things over and decided that they had to make the change.
Gary, you cannot believe the pass that Kenny Bräck just tried and almost got done. He came around Paul Tracy on the inside, then drifted across Tracy's nose. Tracy never lifted at all and took the position back immediately. The fight continues, and now Jimmy Vasser joins in.
Tremendous effort there, and he got in a little too fast. The car washed up with understeer. Paul Tracy never blinked. The surprising thing is Paul carried more exit speed out of the corner, and yet Kenny drafted right up and right past him. Now keep in mind, they're only using one top gear, unlike most ovals where you would run 2 or maybe even 3 top gears. But what we don't know is whether Kenny went to the overtake button and Paul's got it leaned out a little bit more, running a little bit more conservatively than Kenny Bräck. Now watch, Kenny goes down the inside, carries a lot of speed, and I guarantee you that Paul took him in there as deep as he could. This is the critical moment. Paul loses all the downforce on the front of the car. He washes up high. You can see how far they are up out of the groove. Kenny tucks in back behind him, and they drag race down the pit straight.
Oh, that's some great racing.
So obviously, Kenny's got it wicked up. He had the overtake button on, which gives it full power, full fuel, full advance on the ignition timing. I think Paul's running a little bit more conservatively now, but Jimmy Vasser looking to attack Paul.
That is designed to keep the car slow as they go in and out of the pits.
Well, let me tell you why that's strange, Paul. Most of the systems that I'm familiar with engage once you get below a certain critical speed. Usually it's 70, 80 miles an hour, so you slow the car down first, holding the button down, and once you hit that predetermined speed, then it drops you all the way down to 50. He's going 120 miles an hour through the corner, so obviously the new Ford system engages no matter what the speed the moment you touch the button. Very interesting software design.
Most of the field now finding themselves in a position lapping the slower cars, and as a matter of fact, 19th through 25th have all been lapped. You've got, of course, Montoya out. Roberto Fontana is now out of the race. Casper Neves, you saw his gearbox problems, and you saw Oriol Servia's situation.
Great pass, guys, great pass.
The front of the field, it remains Alec Tagliani. Kenny Bräck is in second place, working hard on him.
Just getting around Luis Garcia Jr. there. Lots and lots of changes during that last pit stop, as I thought, Paul. The air has lost a lot of density from the morning warm-up. They've lost a lot of downforce in the cars. Usually they'll lose more to the front than the back. We saw lots of teams putting front wing into the cars, trying to counteract understeer. So in Blundell yesterday, you could tell what competitors these guys are. It looked like someone had shot their dogs. If these guys aren't at the front, if they aren't leading races, they are the most unhappy, depressed people you can imagine. And all they want to do is fight and work with their engineers, do whatever's necessary to get back to the front.
Adrian Fernandez and Kenny Bräck. This is the battle on the field now. It's a fight for fifth.
In that fight, we've got Papis in between. Blundell's in fourth, Fernandez in fifth, Bräck in sixth.
Memo Gidley.
I've been keeping my eye on Jimmy Vassar's crew. They've got the tires up on the wall. The guys are getting ready to set out here.
Well, as predicted, Blundell peels off for the pits. It looked like both Fernandez and Bräck were going to go with him, but then they stayed out. Well, they almost touched tires there. And Bräck finally gets Fernandez.
Man, he went in there deep. Adrian breaks deep, but Kenny went in way deep and got this thing slowed down and managed to get it through the corner.
So they used this car, Mark Blundell, as a pivot. Worked off of him coming off of 4 as Blundell headed for the pits. And Bräck finally got the pass done. On board Jimmy Vassar, he is 6. We're going to look back at Bräck and Fernandez. Vassar was wisely getting way over to the side of the racetrack.
2 Renard Ford-powered cars having a drag race down to the first corner.
Pretty intimidating pass. Just come up right alongside and say, I'm here, now do something about it. I've got the inside. Bräck, who has spent the last several years in the Indy Racing League, driving nothing but ovals, including his win last year at the Indianapolis 500. A rookie to this series, but is certainly giving Bobby Rahal and David Letterman's car a great ride here today. The game will play out here, though, in about 3 laps when the second set of pit stops, or the final set of pit stops.
Kenny Bräck's leading it. Fernandez, Vassar, Tracy, they're all coming in. Their crews are ready for their drivers.
Kenny Bräck comes into the pits. Kenny Bräck is the first to head down into the pits. Jan Beekes.
Yes, and ahead of him, we will have Adrian Fernandez. We also have Paul Tracy making stops. The key is how fast can you do it and who will take tires. Most of the teams have the tires laid out. I thought so. Paul Tracy was faking them out. They did not change tires. Gary.
No tire changes for either of the Patrick cars. Fernandez a splash. He's going to be side by side with Vassar. Going to be very close on the exit. And I think that Fernandez got around him.
Fernandez did get Vassar, and then Paul Tracy came out.
We had Tracy, Franchitti, D'Amata, 3 abreast coming down the pit lane. Tracy got in front. D'Amata held off Franchitti. Vassar's crew, same thing, no tires.
You saw that Kenny Bräck got stuck well back there. You look back around the corner for Kenny Bräck, but a bit of a surprise that Bräck decided to make a stop at that point. Apparently they decided, let's go ahead under the caution, make the stop, not try to stretch anything. We'll be back.
See what happened, but somebody kept their foot in it, trying to bring the car back around and just set up this huge smoke screen. Remember I said, just like Cleveland in the closing laps of Rio, something always happens, and it looks like it's done it again here.
99 laps complete, 4 cars stopped on the course.
Kenny Bräck looks to be one of them.
Franchitti looks to be one. Tagliani may be that other car on the far side.
That's
everybody asking to get going, looking for damage. And look at the skid marks. You talked about the smoke that was put up from the tires. Look at the disappointment over in the players' Forsyth pits. So as they were on the first lap back from green, something happened up there at the front.
What's become we'll see if we can see it now in the replay.
It was Tagliani.
Tagliani way up high. Just keeps his foot in it. Everybody else at the front had a clear view to the outside, but look at the parts starting to come off the car. Obviously, there's been contact there. Here's Franchitti down the inside. Tagliani at the bottom of your screen, turning in for turn 4. Misses the apex by a little bit, gets up in the gray. Fernandez through. Vassar going, oh, baby. Goes high. Oh, Tracy goes high. D'Amata goes high. And this is where, look at Franchitti. Spins it back to the inside. Tagliani just keeps his foot in it.
Here's Jimmy's view. Watch this.
I'm going inside. I'm going inside. going outside.
Boy, he had no idea whatsoever.
Woo! There you can hear Shinji downshifting. Years past, they've made at least one, sometimes two downshifts going into turn 3, but with the Hanford device this year, top speed's down a little bit with the increased drag. The drivers are finding that they only have to use one downshift. Some drivers like Adrian Fernandez aren't downshifting at all.
Michael closes on Bräck. Clouds overhead in Japan, still a bit threatening. Possibility of rain might prematurely end this race. So all of those strategies are very important now. Up 2 slots. Kanaan was a loser on that, dropping from 5th to 8th.
We see the Team Green's cars. Paul Tracy went from 12th to 10th, and Dario Franchitti picked up a place from 13th to 12th spot. Once again, Team Green doing a great job in the pits. Keep in mind the Pauls come from 20th now up to 11th spot.
Kenny Bräck there with DeFerrin working him back in 9th place. Battle for 9th. They go too wide in the corner. DeFerrin goes around. That's Paul Tracy and Cristiano D'Amata just behind them. Christian Fittipaldi, that was a great series of stops for Christian. Last stop was very impressive. Jan Bikas?
Yes, it was impressive, Paul, and also impressive is the setup on his car, because Michael has been making changes, but for Christian, they've made no chassis changes to this car since the start of the race.
Paul Tracy works on Kenny Bräck. Then D'Amata, then Max Papis. So 2 of the Rahal cars sitting back here 10th and 13th.
And I'm surprised to see Kenny Bräck here. We talked about it, the problems he had in qualifying, how the engine blew up just as he took the green flag, got into the backup car. His warm-up lap would have been good for 4th place. His one and only timed green lap put him 2nd on the grid. Many expected him just to take off, battle with Montoya, and maybe get his first win in the series. But I'm surprised that he's had this lack of competitiveness so far in the race. And then again, Paul Tracy, who's done so well this season, hasn't had the best of qualifying efforts, but has always found the front by the end of the race. I would expect the 2 of them, if they can get hooked up, to work to the front, unless the chassis just don't allow them to do so. But I'm very surprised Kenny's not farther up at this point.
Tarso Marquez will get a black flag for a pit speed violation. Not really a factor. He's 7 laps behind the lead. D'Amata comes up to work on Tracy. There's Tracy's teammate, Dario Franchitti. Started well back, now runs 8th. The season has not yet taken on any kind of composition that gives us any prediction to the championship. So many different performances, so many varied performances. Montoya, first pit stop here today, is the first one he's taken of the season. He's had a disaster of a season thus far.
And it's kind of turned around between Montoya and Vassar in comparison to last year. Jimmy last year had about the worst racing luck of anybody I've ever seen. This year, everything's gone great for him. Montoya, on the other hand, can't seem to do anything right except go fast, just can't get it done during the course of the race. But now, today at Motegi, will this once again be Toyota's first win? They've been so close this entire year. Their 2 cars now running very strong at the front. Montoya now 2.7 seconds ahead of Vassar. But Michael now shadowing Vassar as we continue to watch this battle between Bräck, Tracy, and Cristiano D'Amata.
And he will finish in 10th place. But Michael Andretti, as we look at the unofficial results, has taken the win. When we come back, we'll talk with our new winner.
1 year ago this weekend, he was winning the Indianapolis 500. Today, he's a rookie looking for his first win in kart. Fascinating definition of rookie, isn't it?
Well, I think we had that same problem to a greater degree when Nigel Mansell came over, having won the F1 championship and then was a rookie in the kart series.
In reality, you have it all up and down the order. When they come to kart, they probably won a series somewhere else. Jan Bikas.
Just checked in with the Rahal crew to find out what the status of Kenny Bräck is. So far, the car is to his liking, just has a little bit too much push.
That was a common complaint of all the cars after the morning warm-up was understeer. It's cool, it's overcast. The cars will have the understeer unless it starts to brighten up and warm up. They will go neutral to loose at that point. But I imagine on the first round of pit stops, we'll see a lot of front wing going into these cars.
Dropping back to Kenny Bräck now, with Gil DeFerrin working on him, and Moreno still staying in there. That battle that we left you with a few moments ago, and it's tightened up once again as they come through traffic.
It's Tarso Marquez directly in front of him in the Swift. So far they've struggled to get speed out of that chassis. Tarso didn't come here for the original race weekend, but because he had extensively tested here, they allowed him back. Checked his speed during the morning warm-up.
DeFerrin on the move. DeFerrin gets him. So DeFerrin comes by. That'll put DeFerrin into 5th place. Now can Moreno work on Kenny Bräck? Boy, DeFerrin's taken off now.
He is, and what he's doing quite effectively is trying to use the traffic in front of him as a pick. And what he did is he caught Kenny out. Kenny had gotten held up by Tarso. Joe got a much better run coming out of turn 2 and was able to outbrake him going down into the 3rd corner. And now DeFerrin wants to maintain his momentum, get by Tarso as quickly as he can, so he doesn't have the same thing happen back to him and he slides by.
So he's now got another blocker back to separate himself from Kenny Bräck. DeFerrin to 5th. Bräck, then Roberto Moreno. But Tarso Marquez in that blue and yellow car sits in between DeFerrin and the other two. Ready to go green once again. They will go green on the start. Whoa! Cold tires again? I would assume so. This time it involved Paul Tracy.
And we saw Jourdain in there.
And Montoya's up there too. Michel Jourdain Jr. appeared to be the start of the situation. We will look at it again. But boy, this is going to have an effect on the race.
You know, before I would have called that a survey after Oriol had done it 2 races in a row, but now that everybody's getting on the act, you know, and it's not that cold outside. That's the thing. We see Jourdain Jr. loop it, coming onto the pit straight, bumps Paul Tracy. Looks Montoya
into the back of Moreno,
yep.
It looked like.
Everyone else just scrambling.
Oh, this is going to have a major impact on the outcome of this race. Tracy pitches it sideways. It doesn't look to me like it got anything critical on that hit. The real question is going to be over with Montoya, because he looked as if his nose really got poked into the back of Moreno's gearbox. Look at the damage there.
Yeah, you're right, Paul. It took out that right front wing.
And the only we can get him there to the end without another stop. Right now, Adrian is in 7th place, and he could figure into that group along with this very small company of Jimmy Vasser, Paul Tracy, who've got fuel to go the distance.
Christian Fittipaldi works on Kenny Bräck. The battle is for 4th. With Alex Tagliani out of the run, he's been leading in the rookie points battle. It's going to give Kenny Bräck and that bright yellow shell car an opportunity now to move forward in the rookie points fight. There's
driven absolutely brilliantly this year, and is one of only 2 drivers now, he and Paul Tracy, to have completed every lap of the season, and that's what it takes to win the championship.
We're watching Kenny Bräck. He runs 4th. But as we are, one more comment on Roberto Moreno. That's Fittipaldi closing up on Kenny Bräck for position. I don't know that there's a driver in the paddock that enjoys racing as much as Roberto Moreno. He always has a big smile on his face. He loves everything about this sport, and he shows it.
And Paul, I think his team has been responding to that, because we were just talking with Kevin Diamond, who's the spokesman for Patrick Racing, and Roberto Moreno basically had...
What section of the course somebody's working better in? Oh, now slower traffic becomes a factor. Guzman comes up on Kenny Bräck. Montoya decides to stay wide here. Guzman tries to get Bräck. Guzman inside alongside Bräck. They come off the corner too wide. Now they're too wide with Adrian Fernandez. Adrian is trying to get Montoya. He doesn't. So Fernandez just jumps inside that one. Now he gets Kenny Bräck. Whoa, Adrian Fernandez just comes out of nowhere. Passes 2 cars, Bräck and Montoya, in the space of a half a lap.
You know, I think I've seen 2 cars interlock wheels like we saw there since the Schumachers did it in the F1 race just a few races ago. All the way through turn 2. They just weren't side by side, but had their wheels interlocked.
But that's always kind of been the key here, is how can I use the traffic ahead? And if I can, I may use it to great advantage.
And Fernandez, who was so patient just a few laps ago, let Montoya go by, really didn't fight, waited for the opportunity, carried his momentum past Bräck and Montoya. great piece of driving there.
Montoya trying to come back on Kenny Bräck. On the backstretch. This is where Montoya set him up now. He's not really in a position there, but he is closing. Want to take you back to the maneuver that took Adrian Fernandez forward by 2 positions. Bräck was trying to battle with Guzman on the inside. Montoya moved high. Now look at Adrian Fernandez. Past Montoya and then past Bräck. Oh, that was a sweet move. We come back to live action. Nothing has changed. Montoya still works on Kenny Bräck. Jill DeFerrin is still our leader.
Dario's car was working well on full tanks. You've got to remember, 35 gallons of methanol, it's about 240 pounds of weight. As they burn that fuel off, it raises the rear ride height, shifts the center of pressure forward. They also get some tire wear, especially from the rear tires, to make these cars go from a benign understeer to a neutral handling car to a vicious oversteering car in just a few laps once they get to that critical fuel level.
Kenny Bräck chasing Tony Kanaan and Jimmy Vasser. And just behind Bräck, there's Adrian Fernandez and rookie Alex Tagliani behind Fernandez. 28, both Helio Castroneves and Kenny Bräck. And for that matter, Adrian Fernandez behind him. Let's go to 14th place, Jimmy Vasser. Jimmy Vasser. And right behind him, he has Helio Castroneves and then Kenny Bräck.
And right now, Paul, the entire field is running somewhere between a 23.5 to a 23.7 second lap. It's the same thing we saw at Nazareth. But once things settle down, the front cars start catching the back markers, everything settles down into this pace. And part of it's been attributed to that Hanford device. Whoa, look at this. He's trying to have a look down the inside, and the only thing you see is that every once in a while someone will make a mistake and get bunched up. That allows the cars behind them to group up.
Vasser gets through, Castroneves gets through, Kenny Bräck and Adrian Fernandez get caught.
That Hanford device produces a huge draft as well as turbulence, but here on a short 1 mile oval where the straightaways are just over 1,200 feet long, the draft just isn't strong enough to allow the following driver to take advantage of it and make a move at the end of these short straightaways.
Cristiano D'Amata gets around, Mark Blundell gets trapped.
Time veteran chief Jim McGee. McGee is just an absolute master, and he believes firmly, particularly on the mile ovals, if you got an opportunity to pit under yellow, do it at that time. So on lap 28, he brought both Roberto Moreno and Adrian Fernandez in, even though they were separated by 9 positions or thereabouts at that time. We're expecting Moreno around lap 109. Fernandez, they've been tinkering with tire pressures. He's gone down about a half pound. He's reporting now that the car's not too bad. They may keep it there, but we expect that Moreno will be in that lead group to make the second pit stop of the day. And of course, this is already determined for them. It'll definitely be a 3-stop race.
Well, Roberto Moreno had about a 5-second lead a few laps ago, and now has a 3-second lead, as again the leaders of the field are having to work their way past slower traffic. You saw Vasser come around, then Kenny Bräck got bottled up, he got around. Now here comes Adrian Fernandez, Mark Blundell, and Cristiano D'Amata. Routine, you just have 9 cars running out of sequence, and one of them is Roberto Moreno, but now he has, with those stops, Kenny Bräck working right on the back end of his car, and Bräck trying to move for the lead. Kenny Bräck, the rookie, slams it into the lead around Roberto Moreno. Adrian Fernandez, 3rd place, looking for 2nd, takes it away from Moreno. So 2 passes on Roberto Moreno in just 1 lap.
Kenny Bräck had a disappointing qualifying. He was 5th overall in the combined practice. They just missed the balance on the qualifying run. And remember, he was so fast at Nazareth. He's been so quick on all the ovals.
So that's why fuel came out, the holes came out, and the car started to burn, but everything is fine for me.
So no burns for you? Any ill effect? Did you feel the heat?
No, at no time. You know, the guys were pretty quick. threw water on me, and I was out of the car.
You guys, looks like everyone here is okay, thankfully. Thank you. Gary?
And good news there. Kenny Bräck getting service here, and this is taking longer than expected. Apparently has stalled. Something has gone wrong here. Now we hear the engine roar to life. We're partially screened, but it's just over a 20-second stop for Kenny Bräck, who stayed out a very long time.
Very costly when you're running the mile for Kenny Bräck. Kenny Bräck, Roberto Moreno. They battle for 5th place. Moreno led early, so did Kenny Bräck. Moreno for 23 laps, Bräck for 7.
Moreno's got a very quick car here. If he can run that close to Kenny Bräck, he just has to come off the corner a little bit quicker, try to duck it, and then outbrake him at the end of this short straight.
That's Dario Franchitti closing in just behind him. And Franchitti is part of that battle. Max Papis closing as well. So now it's a battle, 5th back through 10th. Moreno, they are the battle and the closest battle on the track for 5th place as they come off the corner. Franchitti's in there as well. I hesitate even to say it, but remember that Montoya, being propelled so quickly away from the rest of the field, has the Toyota engine. It has yet to win, and he has some real freaky problems with that engine, albeit just simply at Motegi, the pop-off valve control wire coming off during a pit stop.
Watch Kenny Bräck as he comes off this corner. Kenny has consistently used more racetrack than anybody else all weekend long. He started 16th. He's currently in 5th. He had that problem stalling out of the pits 2 pit stops ago. Other than that, he probably would be one of the few cars that could give Montoya a real run. You can see him there coming off of turn 4, very, very close to the wall on the exit.
Into the first turn, that battle for 5th. It's a 3-way fight right now. Max Papis has fallen back a little bit from Dario Franchitti. We get a glimpse of him from time to time into 3. Montoya 4.7 ahead of Michael Andretti. Michael Andretti a second ahead of 3rd place Joe DeFerrin. Now they pick up the speed. Montoya just a little bit ahead as they come to the line. Green flag is out. Here we go. Montoya jumps the lead.
We saw Dario lock up the brakes there on the entry into turn 1. Remember, Dario last year was very good coming off of turn 2 down into turn 3.
Helio Castroneves jumped into 3rd place, followed by Jill DeFerrin. Max Papis tries to make a move on Christian Fittipaldi. Then Kenny Bräck comes inside his teammate Papis.
And we see Moreno and Michael trying to bang wheels there coming off the 3rd corner. And Servia
gets into it a little with Carpentier. Papis and Max's teammate Kenny Bräck, with Roberto Moreno beginning to work on Bräck. A lot of conversation in the paddock about an hour ago. What if we get rain here today? And a lot of teams said if we get rain, definitely look out for Moreno.
And some people think that with rain on the horizon, it's just a matter of selecting between the rain tires or the racing slicks, but it's much more involved than that.
On the fuel, slot 5.
Jim McGee talking to Roberto Moreno.
What he's telling him there is to back off on the fuel position to try to conserve fuel. They have a rotary dial that they can dial back how much fuel the engine is consuming, how much horsepower it's making.
So already some of that strategy beginning to play, eh, Gary?
Yeah, in fact, we're hearing that as a common theme up and down pit road. Now that they've settled in, fuel conservation seems to be one of the key words. We've talked to several crew chiefs, and almost everyone's in agreement. If you don't get yellow, if this race runs under green, it's very close on the current fuel mileage to make this a 2-stop race. This race is longer by several laps than it's been in years past, and so now it makes it very interesting, as Jan was alluding to, and as Parker mentioned. You get an early yellow, then you may see guys go off cycle. But right now, fuel conservation seems to be the prevailing theme. Jan?
Yes, Gary, and what they're shooting for is about 1.9 or 2 miles per gallon so that they can fit into a 2-stop window. But some of the drivers are saying that they just don't like to race that way, where they have to get and turn the fuel back and try and save as much as possible. One of the suggestions that some of the drivers are mentioning is maybe we should take these adjustments out of the cockpit. If we did that, you'd have to make your choice prior to the race. That would increase the strategy, at least for the crews, and the guy could just stand on it the whole way with whatever he had.
It goes to full advance on the timing, full rich on the fuel to try to get by at the end of the long straight going down into turn 3.
Kenny Bräck into the pits. This is early as well. This is on the 10th lap, Jan.
Yes, and they were going to make a routine stop, but now the cart officials are pointing to the left rear of the car and say, you guys are done. So I have a feeling that means that he must have brushed the wall. I'm taking a look underneath. Yes, they have a bent lower A-arm. Kenny Bräck is done for today.
You see, Mike?
Now,
Kenny Bräck, an early out. Jan, what happened?
Well, let's find out. We saw some damage on the left rear. What happened?
Got wide of turn 10 and tapped the wall a little bit with the rear left wheel.
Now for you, I believe that's the second or third contact you've had here at Detroit. What seems to be throwing you off?
Oh, it's nothing more than experience, I guess.
All right, sorry you're out.
Thank you.
Kenny Bräck thus far this year has had 3 DNFs. Mauricio Guzman, whatever it was, it appears they got it fixed and got him back out. But, of course, the time in the pits on this course cost him dearly. He runs in last place of the cars on the track. Bräck, of course, will be scored for last. As Castroneves brings the field off the final turn, they roll toward the green flag. Well aligned, we are racing. Castroneves goes first for the corner. DeFerrin falls well back, but then comes back into second place.
Kenny Bräck involved
there. Traffic jam there.
We saw Kenny get bucked as he tried to go down the inside course, trying to go around the outside.
Well, we told you how important it was. It's a parking lot in the festival curves right now. Tracy's going to try to give it a spin and get going. So is Branchini. They're going for a full course yellow already.
And Dario stalled it.
Get going.
He stalled it, Paul. He tried to whip it around to the left. It didn't work. He brought it back to the right and killed the engine.
A season of incredibly bad luck for Franchitti. But there is Vassar. There is Papis. There is Fernandez. It looked like Kenny Bräck went off the course to the right. And we'll see in a moment whether or not he got restarted. But Parker, here's this melee that started this race kind of like you predicted Putin would happen.
As I said at the opening show, we saw contact. It looked between Montoya and Franchitti that actually started this whole thing off. I'm going to have to look at it one more time, but it looked like Montoya tried to go down the outside into the first corner and clip. Now watch what happens here. Watch Montoya as he turns in, and watch the back of Franchitti here, the green car on your screen. Bräck's going down the inside. We see some bumping between Servia and Christian Fittipaldi. Now it's actually Kenny Bräck that gets into the back of Dario Franchitti as he came down the inside of turn 1.
And from Montoya's point of view.
Montoya, now remember, it's just under 60 feet coming down this pit straight. It chokes down to just over 30 feet. Kenny Bräck is a rookie here in Portland. He goes way down the inside on the right. He comes across, sandwiching Christian Fittipaldi. He'll make contact with the green car just on the outside of your screen there. That's Dario Franchitti. He gets his left front against his right rear. Montoya taking evasive maneuvering, bouncing the car hard over the curb.
15-second pit stop where he got tires and fuel, but he's short of that 2-stop window that Parker was talking about. Moreno has yet to hit pit road, as well as some of the other leaders.
Montoya's in. You're watching Kenny Bräck. You see the Penske team waiting for their cars. And Bräck's away. Here comes
the PPI team. Kenny Bräck has been so fast so many times this year. Had his podium finish at Nazareth. He's just had a lot of things go wrong at the wrong time to put together a more consistent string of finishes.
Kenny Bräck and Max Papis both drive for Bobby Rahal. Former Indy champion, 3-time champion here in this series, who now is serving as the interim president for the kart organization and the interim chief executive officer, and has stepped away from the team during competition because of that. He didn't want any conflict. Gary?
Kenny Bräck continues to chase Oriol Servia. We just checked with their team to see how things went after the first pit stop. They report that Bräck likes the way the car has responded to the changes they made on that first stop. And in fact, they told him on the radio, if he gets the opportunity, go ahead and use that overtake button. Try to get full rich, a little squirt of horsepower there that might enable him to get by Oriol Servia.
That's something this team has been working on hard, is getting those guys disconnected. Gary?
Riding into a perfect stop is Kenny Bräck for his service. Something to keep in mind. Bräck was 1 lap earlier than the Penske team last time. He was on the same lap as Montoya. So Montoya obviously is getting better mileage than Bräck. He stays out. An 11-second stop basically for Kenny Bräck.
We got a good example too as Servia comes down alongside Bräck as he comes off of the pit line. You saw that move too. Rahal team, they go for that starter motor. That's regardless of what the engine's doing. They want to have it in hand just in case that the engine would fail on him. It did not that time, and Kenny Bräck went back into the fight. The stops should be coming up now for the leader in just a bit. Back a little further, Helio Castroneves. Got Andretti, DeMott, and Bräck all battling together.
You see Kenny Bräck side to side trying to get DeMott distracted coming into turn 10. Look at Kenny Bräck now. The shell car.
Marino is not challenging to Farron yet.
Keep in mind in this battle, Castroneves double running his set of tires. Michael Andretti double running his set of tires. Oh! It's like Garcia. Hey, pal, we're coming through.
Luis Garcia Jr. Can't puff of smoke there. He's still got some fast guys. Here comes DeMott. He's around. Watch out for Kenny Bräck. Now they're all clear.
DeMott, though, on a fresh set of tires. And we don't know about Kenny Bräck, but we'll find that out.
The twin checkered flag. Good job. And Jelda Farron takes the win. Marino comes across in second. Andretti, DeMott, and Bräck may be close coming to the line. Third time in his career that Marino has finished second. Yeah, there they are. This is a battle for fifth. See where this baby goes.
Castroneves
slowing down. Castroneves slows down. Wow. On the pit straight on the final lap. Gary Gerald.
And he comes to a stop. Roger, I don't know. You're keeping track of Gilles. Did Helio run out of fuel, do you think?
I guess he did, but he came by the line, which just a great race for both guys. We decided to conserve our fuel at the beginning, but then we saw we were going nowhere, so we came in, short-stopped it, and were able to turn it up and go, and it gave us the margin we needed. But then at the end, they were a little disappointed with the cars the lap down, but again, that's racing. Gilles was a little concerned.
Three straightaway that is the main straight, and now we'll see how the cone idea is going to work out. Green flag comes out. They spread wide. Into the corner. And one spin already.
Looks like Fernandez got into the back of DeMott there.
Oh, cars all over the place. So whatever they were thinking of, it doesn't look like it's worked. Cristiano DeMott hits the power and spins the car around. There is Tarso Marquez. It's Michel Jourdain Jr. Takuya Kurosawa, and that looks like it may be Shinji Nakano with his back to us. So the car's safe on the ground. This is Mark Blundell a little further back.
Mark Blundell back in 16th, comes down the inside. That's DeMott in front of him, just misses there, gets back on the throttle.
Let's go to Garrett's again, the caution. Barry Green in the pits. Overtake, he's talking about the famous button.
Drivers have a button on the steering wheel so that no matter what fuel-saving conservation mode they're in, if they push that button, it advances the ignition timing of the engine, puts it to full power, full fuel, as long as they're full throttle. As soon as they lift, it goes out of overtake mode and goes back to whatever previous fuel strategy they had dialed in on their wheel.
The yellow and white number 8 shell car, that's Kenny Bräck. Rookie here, leading the rookie points fight, in fact. Luis Garcia Jr. with a pretty serious problem in the engine room. He's out of the car and therefore out of competition.
And I talked to their team manager, Scott Remke, and he told me, he said, well, at least when Kenny's gone off, he's one of the quickest in the session going for the pole, or at least at the front of the race. So they say for now, that's acceptable, but at some point it's got to change.
I'll tell you what, as we watch Bräck try to move on Mauricio Guzman, he doesn't seem to recognize that the walls are there at all. If that track is 45 feet wide, he's going out 44 feet 11 inches up to the wall. We're watching Mauricio Guzman, Kenny Bräck, Gary Gerald.
And as Mauricio tries to hang on to that position, Paul, he is
as fast as he can and keep up, but he's under attack by Kenny Bräck and the rookie Alex Tagliani. There comes Bräck. So Kenny Bräck moves into 8th place. Roberto Moreno is still the leader. At the Marconi Grand Prix of Cleveland, Jill DeFerrin and Michael Andretti are trying to close. As you can is the game, and that's usually pretty exciting stuff. Roberto Moreno is one of the best at it, and he now leads Jill DeFerrin by 2.3 seconds. This is a little further back in the field, and it's a pretty good fight. You saw Kenny Bräck make his move just before we went away. He now sits right behind Montoya, who is closing on Fittipaldi, and Alex Tagliani is trying to close the back of Kenny Bräck. And in fact, once they would close up on Montoya, then Montoya has everything up to 4th place lined up in front of him. Interval, you saw 1st and 2nd come through, then 3rd place Michael. Here comes that battle.
That's what you want to tell your driver, to kind of keep them psyched up and charging all the time. If a driver's too analytical, they say, hey, wait a second, I'm not catching the guy in front of me. How can I be the fastest driver? But usually drivers don't think that far through the communication. You want to keep pushing them all the time. It's very hot outside today. It's in the mid-80s. It's humid. Cockpit temperatures in the 130, 135 degree range. And the bumps put a real strain on the conditioning of the driver.
But of course, you, whose nickname is Post Hole, you were never bothered by the heat, by the humidity. You drove steadfastly through, didn't you, Parker?
Well, I tell you, for drivers that train as hard as these guys do, they actually wish for difficult conditions, because if they've got a very good training regimen, they're hoping that the balance. They're hoping that the heat and the bumps will wear down their competitors and give them an advantage.
Parker, a quick question from the pits. When you've got a small driver like Moreno or D'Amata, are they at any kind of physical disadvantage because you have to manhandle the car as much over the bumps here?
Well, that's always the balance, as you right to left. So they're sacrificing a faster turning or reacting car for a little bit more stability over the bumps.
You saw Jimmy Vassar's car. Now, as he comes around, here is Montoya's car.
You can see right there, look at that nose extension. There's a flat plane before it downslopes to the tip of the nose. That allows them to slope the rear suspension forward and extend the front wheels, extending the overall wheelbase.
Montoya is working on Kenny Bräck. That is a battle for 10th place. Still Vassar and Herta at the front, separated by 2 seconds. It's a typical 4th of July weekend here in Cleveland, across most of the country, I guess, for that matter. One of those lazy days of summer, hot, humid. Now his teammate, Christian Fittipaldi, gets around. It didn't take much. Alex Tagliani was making a move there. It did not work for him. He is still right behind Franchitti, and just behind him is Cristiano D'Amata.
Kenny Bräck goes down the inside of DeFerrin. All the teams have now radioed their drivers that DeFerrin has brake problems. DeFerrin's trying to come back here. And I tell you, that just sets a driver up to attack. If they can detect any weakness. Whoa, Franchitti gets really wide there. Coming off the third corner, Tagliani trying to rattle his cage, looking to both sides.
Tags right there on top of Franchitti. Montoni Grand Prix of Cleveland, the Burke Lakefront Airport. You will see that Michael Andretti is now behind Kenny Bräck. He was not there when we left you. And the reason that he's back there is going into turn one. Mikey got in just a little bit of trouble, and Kenny Bräck took advantage of it.
Comes in, locks the rear brakes, the back end steps out on him. He's able to hang on to it. But Kenny Bräck slides by the inside, and there's Montoya in pursuit. So either you're going to have the strategy of pushing very hard and, damn be the fuel mileage and just do a splash and go at the end, or you're going to stretch it and hope that the yellow doesn't come out at the wrong time.
So this would be early. Kenny Bräck out of second place into the pits.
Set fuel.
All it is fuel, Jan.
Yes, that's right. That's all they have left to wait for.
Go, go, go. Clear, 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 clear.
12.2 seconds. Just that little reminder to make sure you turn on that speed limiter before you leave the pit stall.
Rookie Kenny Bräck and Juan Montoya. But for the most part, he's had it his own way. Now here comes Montoya working on Kenny Bräck. And Montoya gets him, so that's the pass that puts Montoya in second place. But Bräck's going to come right back.
He's trying to
alongside.
And look at this. This is the beauty of Cleveland, side by side. Montoya chops him going down to the apex.
Just follow him. He's going to have to stop again. Stop in behind him and save some fuel. Get in behind him.
You can hear Scott Remke talking to Kenny Bräck there.
And that is the whole story of this race now, Parker. Can you get it to the finish?
Well, Montoya's got to go 36 laps to the end. As hard as he's pushing, that's not going to happen unless we have a yellow. He's going to have to come in.
Don't worry about it. 2.1. You just work on that. 2.1.
He's going to have to come in for a splash and go. Scott Remke telling Kenny Bräck he's got to get 2.1 miles per gallon. On the display on the steering wheels, it gives an instantaneous fuel mileage. They know how many miles per gallon they have to go.
Green flag, we're racing once again. And here comes Kenny Bräck. Also Michael. Michael works on Bräck. Franchitti is there behind him. Michael all the way off course. Franchitti darts to the inside. D'Amato looks for room. Franchitti goes way right, trying to keep away from Michael. Now they try to split him. Franchitti inside Michael. Oh, Michael lets him through.
What a bonsai pass. Garner just came down the inside. Michael didn't have a choice. He had to get out of the way. And now as we look through the quickest laps of the race, Montoya has turned 3 of the top 5 quickest laps, followed by D'Amato and Franchitti. Usually this track gets a little slicker as it gets dirtier and hotter as the race progresses and the times actually tend to go down. But at this point, the speeds go down, the times go up, and we're seeing now as these guys push hard towards the end.
Use your overtake. Use your overtake when you need to.
They're going quicker and quicker.
That was Dario Franchitti's radio you were listening to. So Franchitti driven a good race, a very aggressive race in the last few laps. It worked him up in the 3rd place, but still it is Roberto Moreno that is at the head of this race, looking for win number 1.
With that yellow shell paint scheme.
If you weren't with us at the beginning, you may not know that there will be a fairly large ceremony that will involve the shaving of a head down in the pit area if he would win this. Jan?
Yes, that's right. We have a whole bunch of people on the Visteon crew very excited except for one. And that would be Bud Bivens, who has agreed with Roberto Moreno that if he wins this race, that this hair is gone. I think after this race, they're going to go back to the transporter and we'll see a bald guy next race.
Better get the shaving cream out.
Yeah, Curly Bud may be in trouble, but Kenny Bräck's going to try and rescue him. Bräck is still inching in on him.
And Cristiano D'Amato's cutting the interval to Bräck as well. This time across line, Kenny Bräck, another 10th closer, just over a second. With D'Amato 9/10 behind Kenny Bräck.
Bräck's second place is not safe either with D'Amata there.
Kenny Bräck, last year's Indy 500 champion, looking to improve. He's had one podium finish happen at Nazareth earlier in the year, looking for a second one. He's been quick all year long, but just had a whole series of things go wrong that's kept him out of victory lane. And D'Amata, with his best qualifying of the year in 5th, fell back to 17th, remember, has now worked his way back up into 3rd spot, looking for his first kart podium finish.
15 years, 2 days ago. 15 years and 2 days. Roberto Moreno made his first start in kart. Now, 70 races later, he's looking at the possibility of his very first win.
He pulled out 0.2 of a second on that lap. He's extended to 1.2. Cristiano D'Amata, though, right behind Kenny Bräck, only 0.6 back.
You saw Cristiano D'Amata close a bit on Kenny Bräck. If they finish this way, Moreno, Bräck, D'Amata, it will be the best career finish for all three. And it will keep the points battle for the Kart FedEx Series still extremely tight, with the exception of Moreno, who came into this race as the points leader, and he will pick up the points for winning, single point for leading the most laps, and a single point for the pole. Onto the pit straight, white flag, 2 miles to go for Roberto Moreno. D'Amata drops back off of Bräck. Might be looking to take a run on him coming off of here.
I think for all three of these drivers on the last lap, all they want to do is find the finish line. It's a personal best for each. Sure, they'll attack, but they can't afford to make a mistake and throw it away. If D'Amata gets an opportunity, certainly he'll take a run at Kenny Bräck, but not at the expense of making a mistake and not ending up on the podium.
Michael Andretti, currently 4th. He'll move into 2nd in that points fight, 22 points behind Roberto Moreno. But Roberto Moreno is the name you want to hear now.
Only 2 corners to go now.
Everything that's been necessary, Roberto's done it. He's probably crying already in that car. He's an extraordinarily emotional man. The final 2 turns, Roberto Moreno turns onto the pit straight, and Roberto Moreno has done it. Finally, in 9 races, 8 different winners, but Roberto Moreno is the king. And I'm going to just show this thing off. We watch for green. And here we go at exhibition play. Green flag. Castro Neves grabs the inside line. D'Amata battles with Michael. Now this is Lakeshore Drive along straightaway. You're on board Montoya.
Now what you see is weaving by Michael Andretti is Michael being a little defensive, but trying to find the smoothest line between the manholes.
Whoa!
As they come down to turn 3.
Oh, 2 people in trouble. Castro Neves loses it.
Mario Franchitti into the back of Montoya.
Franchitti gets right into the side of Montoya. Oh, no. 3rd corner of the race course.
And it's very easy to lock brakes here. They're finding that it's difficult to get the cars to ride over the bumps properly, but you've got so many low-speed corners where it's very easy to snap the rear tires loose and spin them that it's very easy to burn up those rear tires. So the drivers are trying to be careful with the throttle, not lean on the back tires through some of the medium-speed corners to try to conserve them, to get them to go 37, 38, 39 laps until that first pit stop.
Kenny Bräck, who is looking very strong this weekend in the Shell car, currently runs in 5th place, but Adrian Fernandez is closing in. Gary Gerald, what about the fuel strategy today?
Already monitored one conversation, Paul Tracy being told that he's falling behind on the fuel game right now. That comes very, very early, but it just bears out what Parker was saying. They want so much to try to make this a 2-stop race, not be forced to a 3rd, but to make it a 2, you're definitely going to have to conserve somewhere along the line or get a lot of yellow.
Parker, there's so much talk about it, fuel competition and how they have to conserve fuel. Here are drivers that are driving with such precision that turn after turn, they're never off by more than an inch or so, as long as they're running the lap alone, not having to deal with traffic or other conditions. And yet then
has been shadowing Garcia Jr., it actually increased that lap from 1.7 to 1.9 seconds. So really the mature thing to do here is you've got about 10 more laps till the first round of pit stops. As long as Luis is driving as well as he is, he's matching lap for lap what Cristiano's doing. You don't want to push too hard. You don't want to make a mistake this early in the race. You just play it safe. You get to that first round of pit stops, beat him out of the pits, and off you go.
See that yellow and white number 8 car of Kenny Bräck. He has, in fact, been just nibbling away and inching his way forward on Christian Fittipaldi. Currently occupies 5th. And
absolutely, Gary.
As you get going, do you want to pit when you come get going?
They've got to go 37 on one stop and 38 on the next stop.
And Kenny Bräck suddenly slowing down here and coming on to pit road. Still no full course.
And as Gary said, this is early.
Almost makes you wonder why. I mean, assume that he's out.
Clear.
Don Bekus and Gary Gerald are covering pit side, and we're going to come back to the green flag. There is Cristiano D'Amato. He acknowledges the green as we come off the full course caution. But now, Michael Andretti and Helio Castroneves in that order follow him in. Adrian Fernandez sits just back, and Oriol Servia's up there in the front beginning to challenge Fernandez.
And we saw Tracy go inside Bräck on that restart down into turn 1. Both very loose coming off the second corner.
Looks like Paul Tracy, as we look at the pit in and out. Castroneves, that was very costly. It looks like Paul Tracy's get a glimpse of the nose, has certainly visited someone with a nudge. You know, Kenny Bräck, he was up in this fight and has now dropped back to 11th place, but he did that because while all that other fighting was going on, he ended up in a quick through the escape road off-course excursion, got back on, but it cost him 4 places. Cost him more than that, cost him 6. Totally up to the driver. Kenny Bräck, he has to do what he can to catch up. Clouds still over the track, but occasional sunshine, and no indication that we're going to have weather that's going to affect us. Still though, there are the possibility of showers. We'll be back with more.
But when they got down into turn 1 on that start, boy, it was anybody's day. Bräck back battling with DeFerrin. DeFerrin takes him back.
The speeds have now stabilized in the 224-mile-per-hour range. And it's at this point in the race that their crew chiefs are getting on the radio saying, okay, guys, come on, we've got a long race here. Watch the revs, watch the temperatures.
Just record the last 5 laps and play them back in turn 3 because Montoya and Andretti continue at it. So do DeFerrin and Kenny Bräck. Michael goes high on Montoya.
Who they've got behind them are on the high or low side. When you hear they're clear, that means the driver doesn't have to look in the mirror like Kenny Bräck is there looking for Christian Fittipaldi.
Christian Fittipaldi tries to go inside of Bräck. Helio Castroneves is looking to the high side. Fittipaldi has Bräck. Bräck comes back at him. They both may end up getting to DeFerrin before this one's over. Still DeFerrin, his 100th career start. It's right now in 3rd place. Just got past him, but lap after lap, Montoya has been able to get back around Michael at the line. Michael was scored as the leader of lap number 17. We're on the 18th lap now.
All the way through the field, the action has been fast and furious. You can see Christian Fittipaldi trying to move up behind Kenny Bräck there. These guys in this draft are approaching speeds of 250 miles an hour down this back straightaway. Watch how they use the draft to their advantage. There goes Michael Andretti on the high side of Juan Montoya. We're seeing these changes all the way back through the pack.
Grabs 4th.
Now look at Christian in the draft. Top speed increases up to 10, sometimes 15 miles an hour. Montoya now looking on the high side, but didn't get a good enough run on Kenny Bräck.
So at the start of the 51st lap, Christian Fittipaldi has his moment in the sunshine, taking the lead at the Michigan 500. Only 37 days since that injury. The arm feels great.
Nothing like being a 25-year-old superhero to come back from multiple fractures in only 37 days.
There is Christian making his move down low. Montoya tries to make it as they all come around Shinji Nakano. And Tarso Marquez just ahead of them now. The leader, Michael Andretti, works around Tarso. And now here comes Kenny Bräck pass.
After yesterday's warm-up, and he is determined to get back what was taken from his fingertips last year.
Bobby Rahal, he is up on top of the grandstand. He said he was talking to his car. He's not. He's actually on the cell phone at the time we said that. He, of course, serves as the interim president for CART. And as long as he's interim, he can still be involved. But he's been very, very careful not to give any appearance whatsoever of conflict of interest. Would he decide to take the job? Well, then I think that's a whole different situation.
And he watches his two cars battle for the lead, with Kenny Bräck now leading in front of Max Papis. And from that onboard shot we had of Max, you could see the rookie stripes on back of the 1999 Indy 500 winner's car.
Castroneves works high, Bräck works down low. Jan Bikas.
Kenny Bräck now leading. The team is actually frustrated because they told him during the break, we don't want you to lead, we want you to follow. We want to save some fuel. Normally they're cheering when a guy takes the lead. Not in this case. They want him to hang back and save some of that precious fuel.
Yeah, just in the time we were able to get it to you, Jan, Kenny Bräck dropped back into second, as you see as they flash across the line. Gary Gerald.
He knows how to do it. He's shown a new maturity. He's been conservative, and I think Paul's very happy with his car right now. On the 93rd lap, Michael set the fastest lap of the race at 230.8 miles an hour. And there's Christian Fittipaldi up battling with Kenny Bräck. Oh! Kenny Bräck and Christian Fittipaldi get together. Off at 2. And I just mentioned that if this would have been a Winston Cup car, they would have just rubbed fenders. Nothing would have occurred, but with these open wheel cars, just the slightest touch, and it'll put someone in the fence or up into the air.
They're lucky the cars don't get airborne when they touch like that. So Kenny Bräck, who had a spectacular ride going.
Did you go through that debris?
To make sure Kenny's okay. In fact, the safety teams have now asked the drivers, give us a wave or something. Here it is, Parker.
Coming off of turn 2, Kenny's almost up against the wall. Christian lets the car out a little bit to the outside. They make contact. Kenny locks his left front wheel in between Christian's right front and right rear. Now watch as they come off the corner. Christian starts to drift up high. Kenny heads for the outside wall, trying to squeeze in, and he just makes contact with that right rear wheel. Gets a little bit of air, makes heavy contact.
Yeah, he's lucky that car didn't go higher in the air when they touched wheels like that.
Kenny already up in the gray there on the outside. There's almost no rearward visibility to these cars. Christian may not have known that Kenny was getting a run coming back up the outside. You rely on your spotters to tell you that. And essentially, Kenny had no place to go at that point.
Really, the wall is actually what kept Kenny from going higher.
But Kenny's okay. You can see him lifting his visor there as he slowed down. As they come out, Kenny's already at the top of the groove. Christian just lets the car out a little too far. And like I said, Kenny had no more room to the outside against the concrete.
His car makes just a little move to the left as they come off the corner.
Now at this point, Christian thinks he's got the pass done. He starts to use the road to the outside, and I'm sure he just had no idea that Kenny was there.
Now, Christian Fittipaldi has headed into the pits. Gary, they're concerned about what the damage is to his car.
Yeah, Christian is radioed. He believes he has a puncture.
Just do the tire only. No fuel.
No
Just
fuel
do the
because
tire.
the pits are
Just change the
closed.
tire.
They can say that it's, and the crew is really angry about the fact that they won't be able to fuel. But that's what we've heard from the CART crew, or CART official, to the crew. So they've changed the tires. They're looking over the suspension. Now Christian goes back out, but he couldn't take benefit of that stop and add fuel.
Gary, there looked like there was some pretty heavy right side damage to Christian's car when he came in. Most everything from mid-car back on the right side pod appears to be damaged, so we'll keep track of Christian Fittipaldi as they clean up the debris from Kenny Bräck's accident. You saw Kenny Bräck was moving in the cockpit, appears to be fine. We'll be back.
Well, Kenny Bräck has made his way out from the medical center. And Kenny, I know you were really hot when you got out of the car. Now that you had a chance to think about it, what happened in that accident?
Well, you know, a place like this, you run side by side for basically 500 miles. You can't get away from each other, so it's very important that you leave room for the other competitors. And I was on the outside of another car, and he didn't leave room for me. And yeah, that's what happened.
Had you run side by side with Christian any place else on the racetrack prior?
Yeah, you ran side by side everywhere. I guess, I don't know if he didn't see me, if his mirror fell off or his spotter fell asleep, I don't know, but it was unfortunate. It's racing, it happens, but we have to go on to the next one.
All right, we're going back to green. Thank you, Kenny.
As Max heads onto the pit road, green flag comes out as Max Papis goes for the pit. Montoya goes for the lead. Castramanis drops into second. Kenny Bräck battles on the outside with Tony Kanaan. Field comes through 1 and 2 with no problem. Michael Andretti, look at him way back there. He is working up high. Now he drops down low to the inside. They've cleared off the damage of the 2 cars involved. Walter Salez and Mimo Gidley, and the report are that both are okay as we go racing once again. Look at Bräck. Castroneves almost jumps out of it, and Kenny Bräck goes into second place. Now on the inside, Tony Kanaan starts to work on him.
And Castroneves has a problem. He's slowed down dramatically coming down the back straightaway into turn 3.
Oh, so close that is.
In order to make the pass stick here in Chicago.
Back at the front of the field, it's Kenny Bräck, Jimmy Vasser, and Michel Jourdain Jr., who I personally expect a lot out of. He's still quite young and still trying to make his name in the sport, but he currently runs in 3rd place. Jan Bikas on the leader.
Yes, we were talking about the pit sequences. It turns out for Kenny Bräck, he has just a little less than a half a tank right now, so they figured, well, let's not pit and let's go ahead and take the lead. So he still has quite a few laps that he can run in the lead before he'd have to come on pit road.
52 laps, 225 the scheduled distance.
Doing everything he can to extend his lead while he knows everyone's blocked up behind Tarso Marquez.
Here is Kenny Bräck. He is still the leader. Bräck is 1.8 seconds ahead of second place Jimmy Vasser. And really now with Montoya on the fly, only about 6 seconds ahead of Montoya. On the other hand, because of Marquez's presence in the field, in 6th place and running a little bit slower, everybody else is about 5 seconds behind that lead group.
And once Montoya,
the pace car has gathered up the field, the pits are now open, and Kenny Bräck will be leading the field in. Jimmy Vasser right behind him, Jan Bikas.
Yes, and the answer to your question, Kenny Bräck had plenty of fuel, and boy, did they ever high-five each other when they got this yellow. It's absolutely perfect for Kenny Bräck and company. He has to swing around the tires of Cristiano D'Amata. He has a slight bit of lockup, but he stops it on the mark. So not expecting to make any changes for Bräck. Fuel's done. Kenny Bräck stalls it. Oh! Gary.
Montoya goes by, Vasser gets out. A whole host of cars now at pit exit. That's a tough break for Kenny Bräck.
And he's still sitting here, Gary. They have not been able to refire the car. Oh, unbelievable. Comes in the lead, stalls it. I guess the only good news, it's under yellow.
On that last stop, there must have been several teams that did not change tires because they gained so many positions during that pit stop. I wasn't able to keep track of everyone. It's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds if it stays green.
Kenny Bräck finds himself out of the lead and into this battle. Oriol Servia just in fact served him up. Servia takes 12th, Bräck's at 13th.
They do not want to go a lap down. If the yellow comes out, they'll be right back in the thick of things. This is a difficult situation here.
Michel Jourdain Jr. tries to move to the inside. Kenny Bräck closes on the outside. Tagliani continues in 11th position.
And what's happened immediately is that Montoya and Michael Andretti have lost it.
Whoa. As Jourdain tries down low. And Bräck tries it even lower. And then everybody else gets back in line, but look at the leaders coming up.
There goes Michael.
Michael goes for the lead, just as suggested, and Michael Andretti, well, maybe not to hold on long now, finally. He at least gets a little bit ahead of Montoya. Kenny Bräck now makes his move.
Tony's able to get it off the pit out and pulled off in a secure area. They will not have to go yellow.
Kenny Bräck comes out around Tagliani.
And Bräck all bottled up behind Jourdain Jr.
And Vassar is the hope of the Target Chip Ganassi team now, Jan, because the lead car, Montoya, suddenly stops.
Yes, in fact, Chip Ganassi has come down to Jimmy Vassar's pit. Any idea at all what happened to Juan?
No idea, Jan. You know, we did our last stop. Everything was fine. Full rich to the finish. We were looking for a big-time shootout there, and he just said the car shut off. I don't know what happened.
Just the craziest year on record for you?
Absolutely the craziest on record.
All right, well, we hope Jimmy can pull to the front. Thanks.
Oh, was that close enough for you? And DeFerrin got around Vassar. Look at Vassar. Flip the wheel back. Now Kenny Bräck comes around him.
Once he got high up offline, he probably picked up a little bit of marbling on his tires. Kenny Bräck used that to his advantage. Drove down underside him going into the first corner.
At the front of the field, it's still Cristiano D'Amata. He has 3 seconds over Michael Andretti. That restart really worked well for D'Amata. Bräck, Vassar, Fernandez. Finish over on the pit straight. The Penske front row looks the green flag, and here we go. Catherine Evans makes a move early. The rest of the field slows down for a turn that has been very difficult in the past. Everyone through safely there. Penske car is leading as Kenny Bräck slots into third. Look, Farron and Catherine Evans, the Penske cars, stretch out from the remainder of the field. There is Kenny Bräck, and that's Dario Franchitti. Bräck got around Franchitti during the start and dropped into third place, but now Franchitti, and for that matter, Max Papis and Christian Fittipaldi are all closing.
Looks like everyone's stacked up behind Kenny. This is a difficult place to pass. If you're going to do it, you've got to get off the keyhole well, right underneath the rear wing of the car in front of you, and try to draft out down this section and pull to the inside of turn number 4. Franchitti trying exactly that.
Franchitti moves to the inside of Kenny Bräck. Kenny Bräck gives him some room. Now he cuts him back to the left. Papis comes in on Bräck. Christian Fittipaldi tries to follow Papis through. Papis tries to grab the inside. Bräck shuts the door there. Franchitti begins now to pull away. Leaders pull away for the remainder of the field. Gary Gerald, what about Franchitti?
Dario Franchitti told me just before the start of this race today, Paul, that he thinks that for the first time in a long time, he's got to set up on a race car that he can manhandle it. We may have just seen the first evidence of that with that pass against Kenny Bräck. Dario with a lot of confidence, but a huge...
Go ahead, Gary.
Just a couple of quick updates on Kenny Bräck. One, that report that he wasn't feeling well, and they were concerned about that. Also, he had problems earlier today in the shift without lift mechanism on his race car, and they were telling him to keep one hand on the shift lever, one on the wheel when he can. But when you're constantly turning, Parker, at this place, that would seem like an impossible task.
Well, the other problem you've got there, Gary, is if you have to lift off in between the shifts, it also upsets the balance of the car more than it would if you just use the shift cut. That is, you leave your foot flat to the floor and just pull up on the shift lever. So it's going to cost you a few tenths per lap in time, but also the balance of the car and the workload will also be a problem. Now this is DeFerrin. Comes up Thunder Valley into the carousel.
Kenny Bräck, who comes into the pits in third place. While he tried to race here in Barber Dodge, he really didn't have a chance to do it. So he's making his first pit stop in his career at Mid-Ohio. Gary?
We expect that they'll take out a half turn of front wing after they complete the tire changes. Helmet cam right front. There's the return. Out of the way. He finally gets out of here. Just over 13 seconds on my clock, and a thunderous exit it was.
We could see the graining on Kenny's front tires. We don't know what the wear pattern looked on the rear, but obviously he had gotten as much as he could have out of the Firestone.
Christian Fittipaldi through the keyhole right behind Kenny Bräck. 31 laps now complete.
5.3 seconds. Back to this man, Kenny Bräck.
Kenny Bräck, rookie to the series, an absolute rookie to this racetrack. We were sitting up on one of the hills watching one of the practice sessions from the many other races that are here throughout the weekend. And Kenny was saying that while he had an opportunity to race here, mechanical problems kept him out. And then he went away and has run ovals with the IRL for the past several years and was really excited about getting back to the circuit. But he said, you know, I don't have one really fast lap on this circuit at all. Montoya.
We don't really know exactly what happened. So.
How was it on the start? Because Tagliani came flying around and got a tremendous start.
No, Tagliani had a great start, and you know, I started to get a draft out of him going into turn 1, and I thought, you know, I'm gonna get it all messed up in there, so I braked and slotted in behind, and everything was looking good. We had a run on Dario coming out of turn 2 there. And
these stops, Jan Vikas, what are they planning?
Well, so far we have heard an example for Adrian Fernandez. He normally gets great fuel economy. He is not getting as good a fuel economy as they had hoped. He'll be here on lap 15. However, his teammate Roberto Moreno will be here at lap 17. And I would expect that most everyone will be here sometime between 14 and 17. If you hit 17, you might just barely make it in 2 stops. If you stop earlier than that, you've gone to a 3-stop race. Gary?
We expect that Dario Franchitti will probably be in on lap 15. That's not good.
In our Kart Today show, look at Paul Tracy. He is still moving, and he just got around Kenny Bräck. Well, Paul Tracy moves to 5th. Parker's talked time and time again about how we're at the point of the season where everybody has to show off a little to guarantee their future.
Coming down, hurry downs out of turn 7. Paul gets a great exit. Looks to the inside, gets Kenny out of braking. Kenny says, fine. I'll try to maximize the exit, take you back on the outside, down into the carousel, but Paul had the inside line. Kept Kenny from making the move back.
To hit the fueler on the back when it's time for him to pull out and disengage. He will not need very much fuel. Remember in Portland they tried this and they had a problem with the fuel valve. This time it's A-OK. We're waiting for that hit on the back, the stick. 5.8, that's a great stop. And whatever happens to Moreno today, it's going to be a great day for points if he can bring it home.
The Patrick.
Nice and consistent here. Bring it home.
One more perfect lap. Maybe the oldest cliche in race broadcasting is, at this point in the race, he's listening for every strange noise. But it is true.
On a press conference the other day with Dario Franchitti, someone said, well, really, everything's gone wrong that can go wrong this season. What else is there? And Dario thought about it for just a moment. He said, oh, there's actually quite a bit more that can go wrong. When you're Paul Tracy, he's let his lead come down now to 8.4 seconds. It's not a big deal. He's just going to be very precise.
Well, Kenny Bräck just totally rolled to a stop on the pit straight. In fact, not far down from where his pits are, but of course they're over the wall and the team can't figure out exactly what to do. Kart safety is on the way to Bräck, in fact, pulling up behind him right now. And they'll have to take him around. In fact, it'll be a bit of a distance to get him around since this is the pit straight. Don Holliday and Scott Remke.
Here. Kenny, see if the thing starts. Hustle up, grab the rope.
Yeah, they want to get him out of here before he loses a lap. We've heard reports on the radio to have Kenny recycle the ignition. It's just what we heard to Paul Tracy 2 weeks ago at Elkhart Lake, just like rebooting your home PC. Try to get the engine management system back up.
Bump started, and if it doesn't start, pull over and to turn out. Hit out.
They've got it started.
All right, go catch the pack. Go catch the pack.
And the pack, as you can see, is directly behind him.
The pack is right behind you. Drive a hard lap here. You got to get around.
That's Scott Remke talking to him, team manager at Rahal Racing for Kenny Bräck.
Yes, but in the meantime, Kenny Bräck is taking his service. We see Christian Fittipaldi and Gilles de Ferran comes by us, so a bunch of people taking advantage of this yellow. Certainly was exactly what Kenny Bräck had been hoping for. The revs are up, the rev limiter. Wow, 12.7 seconds and all the revs. Remember, he stalled it recently. Wasn't going to do that today.
And there's
the car onto the back straightaway.
And look at that group. Anybody's guess there. Look at the back end track when they come through that little kink there. Boy, that's some great racing.
Very, very bumpy coming down that straightaway. Oh,
Michael's going to run off.
Michael's in too hot.
Fortunately, he didn't have to run it down the escape road.
But that was close. He got his foot back off the brake just in time to regain some directional control. Back off a little bit. They've got exactly what they want. They've got a few cars in between themselves and Cristiano D'Amato. Oh, Kenny Bräck slowing down.
Kenny Bräck looks like he brushed the wall, slowed down, came back into it. We don't know how serious that brush was. It was just an observer report.
We showed you a little bit of Kenny Bräck while we were talking with Tag. Here it is for Max Papis' review.
Coming off that long back straight where we've seen so much action today, watch the left side of your screen. There's Kenny Bräck, flips the tires. Max says, well, I'll take advantage of that. Thank you very much. You can see Alex Barron's got it all locked up. Garcia trying to stay out of everybody's way. Kenny Bräck gets nudged by Jimmy Vasser. Clips the left rear. A good bit of driving by Kenny Bräck there to keep it off the wall.
That was a pretty good smack on Vasser as well. Gidley's point of view.
Oh, man.
So in the Rahal pits, they look for Kenny Bräck to bring it on around.
And actually, that was in the Champ Car Series at Toronto when he was first driving for AJ Foyt. I was right behind him when that accident occurred. They had lowered the car just a little bit. It bottomed, went into the corner that used to lead on the straightaway. It was nearly flat out, and it looked like a super speedway accident. It was unbelievable. And the fact that he's come back and he's driving so well, I mean, this guy really, really knows his stuff.
The rookie, Kenny Bräck, right behind Bryan Herta, leading in the rookie points battle right now. And if things go as they have throughout the season, there's little doubt that he will, in fact, take that rookie championship. But then again, we've still got 4 races to go, and some ground can be covered. A couple of DNFs could ruin that fight for Kenny Bräck.
And imagine Bryan Herta now looking in his mirror, seeing his car from the last few seasons. The driver really wants to make an impression, really put his fist down to say, hey, you know, I may have been gone from your team, but I'm certainly not going to let you beat me. Kenny Bräck, on the other hand, has done a great job also this week, and we've watched him all weekend long using every inch of track, most of the time dropping wheels off in the dirt. How far away can his first win be? It can't be that long.
Yeah, when you watch him here, and we'll try to get in a little tight for you, look at how he handles each and every section of the race course. He'll run out further than everyone else. Now, we're only talking a matter of inches, but it does make a difference. Jan Bikas, you were the head driving instructor here at the school for a long time.
Yeah, that's true, Paul, and this is the section of the racetrack where you really hold your breath, as Parker was saying, through turn number 6. But for Kenny Bräck, we were talking about Bryan Herta looking in the mirror and seeing his old car. Well, remember that the man who ran the Rahal team last year was Tim Cindric. He now is running the Penske team. Now, I don't think it's any coincidence that the Penske cars are now 1-2. Seems like that setup has made its way over to Team Penske.
Climbing the hill, Kenny Bräck. Oh, look at the roughness of this track. No criticism of the track. It's just the way these cars sit on this well-used circuit.
Well, and it's the same thing we saw at Road America. The track surface itself is actually very smooth, but it's the drivers using up every single inch of road, curbing, and then some. We talked about Kenny Bräck being one of the drivers who goes from the very inside to the very outside. This is a game of inches. Watch how he hangs the left side tires off the curb, still in contact there. And Paul, as we said at the opening of the show, you can see the dust spray there. Not good for trailing drivers, but if you use just another inch or two, the suspension, the driveline take a real pounding, and I think that's why we've seen some of the recent failures.
Kenny Bräck currently 6th place. He's only 21 seconds back from the leader. So while Castro Neves is indeed pulling away from second, or not really pulling away, but has a pretty good lead on Montoya. Montoya is whittling it down. It's right at 3 seconds even right now. The rest of that group, while not in contest, is pretty tight on the leader, so anything goes wrong.
And then he's good to go at the end, but still, questionable fuel strategy, I would think.
But you're going to make an interesting last 2 or 3 laps in this race. Montoya chasing Bräck. Let's just ride with him a little bit here. Everybody else tries to line it up nice and neat. Back through turn 3. Bit of a bump there. It's throwing a few guys completely off course.
You see Kanaan on the outside, that entire first lap finally got around Carpente, and Patrick now looking for a way back around. We can also see D'Amato was on the outside of Fernandez, and he slotted D'Amato was on the outside of Fernandez. He's now slotted behind Adrian on that opening lap.
Now look at that side-by-side battle back in the field. Roberto Moreno and Elio Castroneves. There's Montoya. Look at that group behind him, though.
And Tony Kanaan doing
Tony got caught
a fantastic
out.
job, though. Look at him trying to push underneath Barron here. He's doing everything he can. There's Carpentier on the high side. Takes
Looking down
advantage
to
of
the
it.
Honda Helicam. And Fernandez makes his move on Kanaan.
Yeah, Tony just got hosed in traffic, and now he's lost momentum.
Look at Bräck. Here comes Kenny Bräck. Bräck moves to the outside. They're all working around Alex Barron, and Bräck's looking for any place he can find.
And that shows you how quickly things change on an oval. Tony was then fighting for 4th place and suddenly finds himself falling back to 8th now.
Look there a little deeper. There comes Mikey. Michael Andretti making his move as he's looking for racing room. And he joins that pack.
And that was close. We nearly saw Christian Armada's left front collide with the rear end of Alex Barron. And they're all stacking up behind Barron now coming off the second corner.
They missed one downshift and that was it. That was the gearbox gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenny Bräck working on Patrick Carpentier. Carpentier is 7th. This is the closest fight on the track. Andretti's already pulled out 2.1 seconds on Montoya. That fight continues on at Gateway International. The Motorola 300 as the champion. Goodly accident and warm up, and now he's out of the race.
Yes, and let's find out why. Mimo, what went wrong?
Well, the car was pretty good in the beginning, and then, I don't know, for some reason the car just got very, very loose. We did everything we could. We came in and tried to adjust it on the suspension. Just got super loose, and we were just basically in everybody's way out there. And just kind of wanted to affect the outcome of the race. Just decided to come in.
Something to do with the spare car blues? Did you have a weight check or not? Something you needed to try and do it on the track?
No, we had everything working properly. The team did a great job switching everything over. The car was really good in the beginning, and I passed 4 or 5 cars in the beginning, but it just went loose and just got so bad that it was just, you know, we kept trying to work on it, it just never got better. It's like something must be a little bit askew in the rear, I'm not sure.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Oh, did you see that? As Elio Castroneves and Bräck battled, they came up on Guzman. Bräck ended up very, very high, and Castroneves took advantage of it. Now pulls a little bit away from Kenny Bräck, and just ahead of them is a battle that's been off and on between Carpentier and Adrian Fernandez. Go back and look at that, though, Parker.
Coming down into turn 1, Bräck down low, can't get by Carpentier. Guzman slid slow. You can see how Kenny went high, as you said, Paul. Lost a lot of momentum coming off the corner. Castroneves picks the draft up perfectly with a great exit, and he goes by both of them.
And just that easily, he's got a position. Guzman, by the way, is 2 laps off of the race, so it wasn't a pass for position there. And from 5th place. Down to the Ray Hall Letterman team. Look at all the dust that was supposed to come off when they pulled that right front.
Shows you how much they're using the brakes. As soon as they tip the wheel down, that was all brake dust.
So Patrick Carpentier, who has gone 66 laps since
It's going to be very interesting. I was just doing some calculations here to figure out how long they actually have to go. They came in on lap 10 last time, and it's really going to be a flip of a coin depending on whether this thing goes green now to the checkered. We've seen that a number of times this year where we've had early yellows. Everybody's then...
And the safety crew is just ahead waving at him. Say, bring it in here. We've got a fire extinguisher and we'll take care of it. But going to be a disappointing finish for the very likable Michel Jourdain Jr. So what I was saying, Parker, was we're getting to that point where that entire tactical strategic Toya's car. Jimmy Vasser is beginning to go away. Oh, we got a traffic jam. And Michael Andretti, who's part of that championship fight, and Kenny Bräck, they're both in the middle of it. Tagliani is in the center there.
I don't know. I can't tell.
Well, I can't see anything from here.
This is back in turn 7. Asking Mike to do a bit of triage here, see what's wrong.
Kenny Bräck, they're going to get him started and rolling. He hadn't gotten rolling yet.
Kenny Bräck, 6th in the championship on the way into this race. Cristiano D'Amata back there. Obviously Tagliani and Michael.
Well, that's a lot of pressure on the safety team.
Didn't get it going.
Again.
They left him.
You know, the safety team's going to have to make a decision on who they're going to restart, kind of based on where they are on the track, but it could have an effect on the championship. Here is a view as to what happened.
Coming down into turn 6. Remember, we've watched Gilles protect the inside while filling Juan's mirrors. A little further back, we can see Tag into the back of Michael. Oriel says, thanks, guys. No valet here. Cristiano, Shinji, Bräck says, I didn't expect you there.
Looking down from the Honda Helicam.
He was speared by Tagliani. That looked like it was Fittipaldi that was able to slot through the inside.
Yeah, Fittipaldi nipped it down to the inside. Here's on board Montoya as he comes back through that area.
It's going, you guys.
You know, the Dayton Indy Light Series, who raced here earlier today, had some of those kind of issues as well. So for Michael Andretti, he's had 2 situations. Since his dad Mario was looking on. Both a stall in the pits and now an incident on the track that may in fact end his championship. Jan Vikas.
Well, Kenny Bräck has climbed from his car. He's back on pit road. Kenny, you were one of the last cars on the scene. Did you see the accident develop ahead of you?
No, I didn't. What I saw was the back of a player's car when I had about 5-10 feet left to it, and now maybe 20 feet left to it. That was all I had. I just saw it, had a little time to react, but you know, when you're going 100 miles an hour, to get to a standstill is not going to happen.
In this heat, how are the track conditions?
Actually, it got better and better, I thought, but my car was loose at the rear under braking, so I had a big problem going into corners, but got better and better grip coming off at least.
Thanks, Kenny. We'll see you down under.
Thank you.
Finds himself in trouble. And another contender in the championship with the last of the stops now complete for the first cycle of stop. Kenny Bräck, the new rookie of the year, is in front. So Kenny Bräck brings himself into this fight as the leader of the race. There's a roo for you. The country where the kangaroos bounce everywhere. They'll race you down the highway, race trains down the track. We'll be back.
We have seen during the course of the season a lot of mechanical failures, much more than we would have ever suspected considering the amount of testing and preparation that these teams have.
Kenny Bräck, the leader. There's Tagliani, second place. Now remember, neither of those guys have raced here.
Well, that certainly didn't stop Kenny Bräck right from the initial green flag on Friday morning. He just took off. We've seen
drivers who looks for a seat next year. A lot of indication that he will get something. He certainly is deserving and can probably give whoever will pick him up an excellent ride next year. Kenny Bräck on the pit road. So again, the fuel strategy starts to work. Jan?
Yes, it does. And of course, anytime you stop under green, time is so important in these stops, but they will wait for every bit of fuel. If we watch the top, wait for fuel to go in the vent hose. How's that for revs? 13.3. I tell you, this is a lot of fun.
You like
cool.
that one, eh, Jan?
I do. And Tagliani's going to be here in a second.
Roberto Moreno is in. Gary?
More yellow. They're getting it by the moment. Right now, they're figuring they're about 2.5 laps short of what they need to go, 65.
Moreno lost it coming out of the last corner onto the pit straight. He stood on the throttle. The car went left. He couldn't get it back. And that's the yellow that Adrian Fernandez was looking for. Just he didn't want it at the expense of his teammate.
Alex Barron almost lost it in front of him. Now watch Barron in the orange and white car. He catches it, and then Moreno loses it in exactly the same place. It might have been a little slick spot there.
Well, you've got to keep in mind, both of those cars powered by the same sort of engine, both coming up onto the power at about the same place. Barron modulated the throttle, got control of it, no problem. Moreno just got away from him, turned him right into the wall on the inside.
Flag comes out.
And look at the jump he got on Barron.
Barron battles with Bräck. He punched Bräck to the right. All right, how you going to call that one, Parker?
Oh, well, back to you, Paul.
Oh, well, Bräck did pick up the advantage. He actually did the pass over there, don't you think?
Well, he had about a wheel ahead on the way in, but there was no place for him to go on the turn-in. Be interesting to review that. Yeah, oh,
D'Amata tried to get in there, locks the brakes up, can't do it.
There's a huge problem going down there. It's easy to get on the crown of the road. The car bottoms. It's impossible to use the brakes there.
Race control is now saying to the teams on their radio frequency that Barron needs to be let back into second place by Kenny Bräck. Part of the problem of that, look, there goes Fernandez. Jourdain lights him up. He just let him by, but there it is. But remember, the radio and telemetry communications aren't that good with all the built-up area and tall fences here.
Just before they made the right-hander, Kenny Bräck did have a wheel on him. As they turned in, though, they were side by side. Bräck got the advantage through the chicane. He had to let him go back through, but now
more pushing and shoving back there with Fittipaldi.
And to find rides, easy to be on top of the world. The real trick in motor racing is being able to survive when things don't go well. As Carpentier is going through, even Vassar at this point. He's definitely on the upswing. As you said, we've got DeFerrin at the top, Adrian in second, then a two-way tie between Tracy and Kenny. And then Roberto Moreno and Jimmy Vassar tied back on the next level. So it's anybody's fight right now.
Kenny Bräck, of course, looking for his first win in the series. Already wrapped up the Rookie of the Year. As Bräck chases Fernandez. And next time by, the white flag should come out. Jim Swintel, the starter, just picks up the white flag, ready to present it to Adrian Fernandez when he comes around next time. Fernandez, Bräck, Vassar, D'Amata. Vassar, with that third place, if he can keep it, stays in the championship fight.
Fernandez won earlier in the year in Rio, but as you've said, Paul, significantly, remember, he won Fontana last year. That 500-mile race, 8 pit stops, all kinds of things can happen. But Fernandez, this is huge for the Pat Patrick team. Great pit strategy, and the car, as it has so many times this year, working perfectly during the race, just not during qualifying.
Of course, we are going to have the coverage of the 500 at California Speedway on ESPN. Just 2 weeks away now. Everybody will bring a calculator. Maybe even Park will bring his old slide rule to try and keep track of that championship.
I'll bring a backup even.
Adrian Fernandez is now being told with the white flag that there is a single lap between him and victory. Kenny Bräck recognizes
white flag, 1 to go.
That there is a single lap between him and his potential first victory.
Things have happened so out of the ordinary at Surfers. Remember, it wasn't too long ago that we saw 2 white flags at Surfers Paradise. Hopefully this will be the one and only.
Oh, don't go there.
Sorry.
Bräck is closing in.
There's no way at this point, I think, Paul. I mean, Kenny has driven just fantastically all weekend long. You can see Fernandez checking his left mirror, though. There is some concern there. But he's got to be closer than this, and then he's got to be able to pull off the pass. A little defensive driving here goes a long ways. I think Vassar's also safe in his position. Another fine run by Carpentier at this point. Now looking at the back of D'Amata.
No contest there. Vassar, D'Amata, Carpentier, Castroneves. Here is where the fight's going to be, and time and distance is running out. Already Jim Swintel, the starter, has picked up the checkered flag. Kenny Bräck is right there, but he's running out of opportunity.
This will be the 4th podium of the year for the rookie champion. And if he's going to stick it, he's got to put it in right here, Paul. Coming into the final corner, turn 12. He's just got to dive bomb him, but he's not going to do it.
Adrian Fernandez makes the turn. Pit straight lies ahead. Twin checkered flags. And now we can say he's done it. I was afraid to mention it until that car was definitely over the line with the day we've had here.
Pretty good job there for Not much problem there on the right front. Good job, buddy. Good drive.
Of the Kart FedEx Championship Series for 2000, the 500. Crowd's been pouring in here early this morning, still pouring in, and they are here to see a four-way battle in the championship. Roberto Moreno is no longer part of the fight. He would have had to qualify for the pole, and he didn't do it, but it's still DeFerrin, Fernandez, Paul Tracy, and Kenny Bräck, who are all and each looking for their very first championship title. Hello, and rookie Kenny Bräck is winless this season, but he needs to win today in order to have a chance at the Kart Crown. He led 18 laps at Michigan before crashing with Christian Fittipaldi. Bräck is an experienced 500-mile race winner, winning the '99 Indy 500.
But Joe DeFerrin got that bonus point yesterday. It had a huge impact on Kenny Bräck's chances for a championship. Now Bräck not only has to win the race, he has to lead the most laps and hope at the same time that DeFerrin encounters problems and does not score any points. No matter how this shakes out today, what a first year it has been for this young rookie driver to the Kart FedEx Series. Kenny Bräck will start back here today in the number 8 spot.
Fuel mileage as you can. If you're running up front, you get maybe 2 miles to the gallon. If you're in somebody's tow, you're going to get about 2.2 or 2.4 miles to the gallon. You can get a little bit closer to his teammate, Roberto Moreno, right ahead of him. You can get a little more tow, and this becomes the strategy he wants to play, similar to the strategy he used to win here last year.
Well, Kenny Bräck and Paul Tracy continue to go side by side for 8th place, while DeFerrin now seems to have grasped the lead a little bit, 0.3 of a second, 8th place, and it's still going to be a very tight battle for the championship. For Kenny Bräck, you see on the right side of your screen, he's got a problem at the rear of his car.
Looks like the rear air jack did not completely retract on that last pit stop. We've seen this in the past where they drag on the ground. It's not really that dangerous. It just could create a problem, especially when you consider they've got at least 6 more pit stops till the end.
And Christian Fittipaldi, Gary, had a problem on his first round of stops.
Yeah, he lost, I think, 8 positions, Paul, from 6th down to about 14th. He came in and they got an air hose entangled on the front wing. That slowed the...
Michael Andretti is leading for the 9th time this year. Look at Kenny Bräck as he is back alongside of Gil DeFerrin. So this is a battle in that championship. Bräck currently 6th. Moves high on DeFerrin. Max Papis closes in behind. Now, logically, Max can help his teammate if he wants to line up with him and help clean up the air, give him a little more speed in the draft.
Today. So it was anybody's best guess, and obviously the guys at Team Rahal have figured it out.
We mentioned Elio. There he is. Kenny Bräck has moved up into 2nd behind Jimmy Vasser. And Max Papis has been working this lower line. He's running in 5th place. Rick DeBrule?
Just want to talk about Kenny Bräck. He wasn't happy with the car yesterday, but it wasn't a big problem. They thought it was a minor problem. In fact, they didn't do any work on the car overnight like some of the teams did. They made the minor adjustments after he came in for the pit stop, but they were comfortable. Once he got back out there, it was going to work, and guess what? They're right.
Now Kenny Bräck, where he needs to be within this championship fight, at the front of the field. Dario Franchitti now out of the car, though not so sure they've totally given up on that car yet. This was Kenny Bräck when he made his move.
Catches the draft.
Goodbye.
Makes it absolutely perfect.
Oh.
Goes to the outside of Jimmy going into turn 1. With the hamper device, it's very easy to do.
Jan Vikas, Dario Franchitti, is he done?
Yeah, I believe so, Paul.
Wait a second. I've got to get this thing to the end. You know, that old racing adage, to finish first you must finish. But I think he knows he's got a great car underneath him. As long as he maintains contact with this lead group, which he is, there's not a problem there. The draft is so strong. As soon as he wants to extend himself and his equipment, he can get right back at the front. But for now, I think, after yesterday's race, he's decided just to lay back a little bit.
Jan Vikas is hanging on to Dario Franchitti. We want to watch the lead for just a second, though, if we can hold you, Jan, because Helio Castroneves is working on Kenny Bräck. Whoa! Big swing across. Bräck maintains the lead, but Castroneves is tucked right in there behind. One of the critical things and why you may see Kenny Bräck battling so hard is that among the criteria for him to take a championship, he also has to lead the most laps. So
he doesn't want Castroneves out here doing exactly what he just did. Now, Jan Vinkas, if we can come to you.
We'll look at it and tell us what happened. I know you only ran a few laps. What about the track conditions with the rain overnight?
Track feels pretty similar. My car again felt great this morning, which is even more frustrating. I probably had the car to win the race.
All right, tough end of the season. Thanks, Dario. Thanks.
Boy, Bräck and Castroneves going back and forth at one another. On one hand, you know that Castroneves would like to win this race. On the other hand, too, you could, I would think, be looking at strategy out of Penske in that they want Castroneves out there as a rabbit to try and pull Bräck along and get him out of the equation on the laps led.
Well, certainly, and that works well for Castroneves. He has a different strategy than his teammate. He wants to win this race, take the $1 million. DeFerrin obviously is just focused on the championship. Kenny Bräck, though, has to get by Castroneves to lead the most laps to get that valuable point if he wants to take the championship.
Rick DeBrule.
Just want to give you some information on Kenny Bräck. He's actually flying blind out there. The dash isn't working. He's not getting information on the dash. The very beginning of the race, they were trying to fix it. Finally, he said, guys, just talk me through this. So right now, he's getting the information from the pit to keep him updated.
From a driver's perspective, that's a little unnerving when the telemetry goes down, when the dash goes down, but on a super speedway, it's probably the best place for it to happen. You know that you're only going to use one of the two top gears. You know that you have to go up into 6. The only problem is fuel, but as long as they've got radio communication, the pits can keep them updated at all times. And actually, in some ways, it's a blessing in disguise because then you're not distracted by any of the shift lights or any of the instrumentation.
Kenny Bräck takes the lead back, and then Castroneves takes it back again. Battle continues to seesaw at the front. We're going to give somebody in the broadcast booth the unenviable task of trying to figure out what the lead changes away from the line are. Officially, they only count at the start-finish line, but remember at Michigan, we had over 160 lead changes around the track. And Castroneves again.
But significantly, as they cross the start-finish stripe, Bräck was in the lead, even though Castroneves came back. That's all Kenny cares about. If he can keep slingshotting, coming down into 3 and holding the lead, and he does it once again, that's all he cares about. It's helping his fuel economy. It's letting his engine breathe a little bit. Castroneves is actually helping Kenny Bräck at this point. Now, at the front, Kenny Bräck's probably getting around 2+ miles per gallon. There, he's led another lap, which is exactly what he cares about. He'll let Castroneves go.
We got 2 Red Warriors coming in there. Vassar and Montoya closing.
What he's going to tell you is if you go 2-3 cars back, all of a sudden the
just did it again. He just got the nose inches ahead of Helio Castroneves as they hit the stripe. And so he put another lap into the record book as the leader of the race. And Parker, you think that we're pretty close to the first round of stops?
Yeah, we're looking at 5, 6, maybe 7 laps, and the leaders will be in, Paul.
So the 500 is underway, running, sunshine overhead. Great battle at the front, great battle down through the rest of the field, and the championship far from decided.
If this is a warning or just an informational deal, but it got the attention of kart officials that Bräck squeezed Castroneves up very close to the wall at some point. So a little conversation going off the track in race control and down in the pits relating to that move.
And for tray of the car, if those are damaged, what it does is it not only upsets the flow underneath that under tray, it can redistribute the center of pressure, which means that the car may not produce as much downforce as it should, or by moving the center of pressure, it can cause the car to go to push or to loose. But
remember too, when you're looking at the data box, if it's got a highlighted yellow behind the car number, that means that they are one of the 3 cars in the championship battle. But I'm pretty sure by now everyone knows it's DeFerrin, Fernandez, and Kenny Bräck that are battling for a championship. And speaking of Bräck, here he comes up to the inside alongside Castroneves.
When you talk championship, outside, Kenny Bräck. Outside. Clear.
Yeah, there's something we need to tell you about that too. Because of the eloquence of many of the kart drivers, we do have about a 2.5-second delay on the audio, so don't blame the spotter for being late. He's probably on time. We just got that little delay in there. So in case something unacceptable may have been uttered, hopefully we can get to the button before it gets to you.
When we talk championship, Kenny Bräck has got to get to the front. He's got to lead the most laps to pick up that valuable extra point and then go on to win this race. if he wants to take that championship from DeFerrin. DeFerrin needs some help, or he needs help from his friends to make sure DeFerrin is well behind him.
So Kenny Bräck plays it very carefully with his teammate, the leader of the race, Papis, and it cost him a little in momentum. He drops back into third place.
Remember, Kenny Bräck's probably just a little gun shy because he was squeezed into the wall coming off of turn 2 at Michigan when he had that contact with Christian Fittipaldi. He wants to make sure that he gives himself a little extra room and make sure. Wow, look at this. It shows you how the Hanford device plays here. You get a run, you pop out, you start to go by. The other guy then picks up a bit of the toe, and he comes right back by you.
Honda Helicam tracking the front 3 in the race. Papis, Castroneves, and Bräck. Bräck inches up there and then drops back.
But from what I'm seeing right now, it looks like Papis has got the stronger car because Castroneves should easily be able to draft up and pass Max. We can see Castroneves, once again, Elio up on the high side. Kenny Bräck losing some of that draft. It's 10, 12, 13 car lengths back, just like getting back behind a tractor trailer rig going down the freeway. And here, finally, Kenny gets hooked up, but he's unable to take that advantage of that draft to make a move past these front 2.
Remember, too, in Kenny Bräck's scenario for a championship, he needs to lead the most laps. And this kind of run is costing him dearly. Jan?
Well, you're talking about Castroneves and that high line.
Of his teammate, remember, leading laps an absolute must. He's got to lead the most laps in this race to stay in that championship, and these laps under yellow certainly count. Right now, Kenny Bräck has 24. The lap leader is Montoya. Well, the lap tie when he crossed the line last time, Montoya also has 24. So when they answer the flag here, once again, Kenny Bräck will go into the lead of laps thus far, and that's going to be a key, an absolute factor for him.
Well, there's a lot of chatter about fuel strategy with all this yellow. If they got great mileage, they might be able to make it in 2 stops. Kenny Bräck doesn't have a choice. He's got to stay at the front. He's going to get at least 10% worse mileage than those trailing behind him, and that means guaranteed he's at 3 stops unless we've got more yellows or circumstances change.
Pace car comes off the course. Pace picks up. Kenny Bräck is going to lead the field back. Green flag is out. Back to full speed once again. Max Papis, Bräck's teammate, is there in second place. Not good for Max to necessarily be in front, but also Montoya comes around. Bräck drops to third. Blundell closes in. I wonder if that is rivalry or team strategy there.
Well, I think what happened is that Kenny just gave a great tow to both Max Papis and Juan Montoya, and they slingshotted by and left Kenny for dead coming off the second corner. Mark wasn't able to use that momentum to his advantage, and now everything is sort of stabilized. We can see Castroneves once again on the high side. That car working so well up there, but I think Kenny was just taking advantage of it. He's got to feel cheap and dirty at this point.
Well, Scott Remke down at Ray Hall Pits runs that car for Kenny Bräck, does the strategy, and I bet the cogs and wheels are spinning in his mind trying to figure out what to do here. Sitting back there is Mark Blundell, currently 5th. Jan Bikas?
Yeah, great run for Mark Blundell, and consider that yesterday he thought his day was done. He was walking down the pit road shaking people's hands as though that was his last time in the car. But because of the overnight red flag, they found a way to fix what they perceived to be an oil leak, and now he gets a second shot at it. And considering he shot through that debris without damage, maybe this will be his lucky day.
Oh, man, the whole thing changes again as Bräck comes to the front with Castroneves coming into second place.
And keep in mind, we've got the powerhouses of engine manufacturers at the front with Ford, Toyota, and Honda. Mark Blundell with Mercedes that has struggled all year long. Here, horsepower is extremely important. In order for Mark to stay at the front, he's got to trim his car out in order to get some of the drag, give away some downforce in order to match top speeds, which means he's hanging on in comparison to everyone else. This is a great run for Mark Blundell.
You know, Mark Blundell, Roberto Moreno, Jill DeFerrin, a whole group of them were at Rose's restaurant last night, carbo loading on the pasta there. But Mark looked particularly relaxed as he was talking with his longtime friend and neighbor in Scottsdale, Arizona, their Harley collection. So they were just nice and easy, and it's paying off here today. Boy, look at it. They split the leader again, and Blundell is in this fight. Again, Bräck is a guy that's got a problem trying to get up at the front and lead these laps. Blundell's teammate, Mauricio Guzman, is out of the run, and right now he's with Rick DeBrule as Kenny Bräck. Oh, looks like Blundell's got an engine going.
Mark, you're blowing. You get out of it.
He's just going to run it right up next to the wall. And that's the only thing a driver can do. He couldn't cut back down on the track since he's running in his own oil. The best thing you can do.
That is great. I mean, that pass you put on him was awesome.
Now he's got the draft coming down the back straightaway, but he holds off on the entry of turn 3. I'm kind of amazed. I think he actually feathered out of the throttle there, but now Castroneves looking to the high side, keeping clean air on that car. Montoya goes with him. Castroneves trying to decide whether he's going low or high. You don't want to move your hands quickly at these speeds. The cars run a very slow steering rack here, 7-to-1 in comparison to what they do on road or street courses, so that if the driver makes a quick movement, the car doesn't react fast. But
Castroneves off of turn 2.
Outside.
Drag race on the backside. Castroneves takes it going into 3. Bräck's going to come back at him. Bräck works it low, side by side into 4.
It's the voices in my head, Paul. They tell me to go to the front. I have no choice.
All he needs is to be at the front of the line. He's done that now. And again, Castroneves, but Bräck seems aware of that move now. Tends to go into 1 a little bit higher.
We can see Christian Fittipaldi all the way down the inside of Montoya on the way down into 1. Pulls back, coming down on the back straightaway. You got to remember now, with some of these guys stopping on this last go-around, particularly the Patrick guys, I think they can make it in 2 more stops to the end.
Christian Fittipaldi is in this fight now, down alongside of Montoya, grabs 3rd place. Another factor, too, to keep in your mind is attrition. Attrition has been fairly high. We have only 14 cars actually in the race now with the retirement of Blundell, and if 2 more go and DeFerrin stays in, this baby is his.
Exactly right. We've seen each engine manufacturer problem have an engine problem. Mercedes is down to 1 last runner, and that's Michel Jourdain Jr. Everyone seemed to be susceptible. It's very hard on these engines, running well over 15,000 RPM. The driver's full throttle most of the time. As I was saying, for the Pat Patrick guys, they aren't full throttle. They're coming off the throttle. They're up in top gear, breathing the engines. They've got to get 2.55 miles per gallon to do it in 2 stops. That's a big number, but not impossible.
Christian Fittipaldi takes the lead going into 1. So Fittipaldi is there now. Bräck and Castroneves battle. Well, if those 2 cars would go, that would end Bräck's day. It would not end Fernandez's opportunity. He'd still have a reach. Rick DeBrule.
Parker was just speculating about the Fernandez pit strategy. He is right. They are down to 2 pit stops. That's all they need for the rest of the race, which is exactly where they want to be. The situation with Bräck, he needs to stay at the front. He couldn't afford to come in because he needs those laps. So the question is, how many do they have left? And right now, remember, the telemetry situation on their car is not good. They're not getting that information back, so they don't really know right now.
Fernandez back in 9th. Back at the front. Fittipaldi leads it. This is the fight for 2nd. We're going to look at speeds at the line.
Now, Rick brings up the telemetry problem again. Remember, Team Rahal had that same problem with Max Papis, denying Max his first victory at Michigan. It didn't come until the beginning of the race, or the beginning of the season this year at that first race at Homestead. There could be a huge fuel mileage difference between Bräck and Papis, with Bräck running at the front, Papis a little farther back.
Well, that's a terrific point. Absolutely, because
all clear, you're on your own.
They're so dependent on that telemetry now, and they run it so close. That created a totally devastated Max Papis. The very last corner, he had to give way to Tony Kanaan as he slowed down. Jan Bikas.
Paul, I keep thinking about the fact you just brought up with 14 cars running and 12 positions paying points. I agree with you. Now I think the Penske strategy has to be, let's just hang in there. I mean, 1 or 2, 3 cars fall out. It's locked in. Who would have thought that this championship would come down to who falls out of the race and the championship contender is still alive? Gary?
And Gilles DeFerrin has just asked for his spotter to help him, telling him when he's clear going into the turns. Says he wasn't being told. So here's one of those rare instances when a driver out there in the middle of this confrontation at nearly 230 miles per hour is asking for more help on the radio, not less.
And you know, Gary, some drivers don't want anyone to talk to them unless it's absolutely necessary, just critical information. But I think now, as Johannes suggested, we talked about earlier, we've seen a whole different strategy, a whole different race tactic from Team Penske and Gilles de Ferran compared to the race yesterday, where they went right to the front and just, they started there, but just wouldn't give it up. Today, Gilles de Ferran much more comfortable to hang back, and Jan, as you suggested, I think now they just want to make sure they make absolutely no mistakes and cross their fingers that they don't get tangled up in somebody else's problems.
Oh, is this great? Christian Fittipaldi has to give way to Kenny Bräck, loses the momentum. Castroneves gets around him as well. Bräck is doing what he needs in laps led. He's now led 37. Second closest is Montoya with 24. There's the top four. Montoya now working on Fittipaldi.
You know, the other thing we haven't talked about much is the fact that not only are we talking about the championship, but this championship battle has been so close that for drivers like Paul Tracy that are now out of the race, coming in, they had a shot at the title, but if things don't go well as far as points, they could fall from possibly finishing second or third in the championship all the way back to ninth. That's only a difference of about $390,000 in year-end funds.
Let me assure you, too, we are driving the statistics crew and the spotters here for ESPN a little nuts. Russ Thompson, he's trying to figure out constantly what's going on in the top 10. It changes every lap, and it means literally thousands of dollars for everybody.
And keep in mind, Paul, every guy we've talked to, the money's been secondary. They just want to win this championship. But for the guys that are now out of the championship hunt, there's a big difference on your resume saying, yeah, I finished second or third in the year 2000 in the car championship versus I finished ninth. Yeah. So there's a lot of reputation on the line here.
Oh, I finished second. I was the first guy to lose.
That's better than ninth.
Jeff Dickerson and Fran Leonard also here in the booth trying to keep track of this whole thing. I almost wish we had a camera to see some of the activity going on behind us. But the real run is on the track as Castroneves. Now back to the front. Kenny Bräck, then Montoya, then Fittipaldi, and de Ferran. You see him there? De Ferran is inching up into this battle. Back behind this battle, you get a glimpse from time to time of Alex Tagliani, who you saw is turning incredibly fast laps as he comes to the end of his rookie season. And his teammate Carpentier is back there as well, though he is 2 laps behind. Remember, he got involved in that situation that took out both Serbia and Michael Andretti when Tony Kanaan's engine let go.
You know, we watch these leaders. We watch Bräck trying to get that extra point. I look back a little further at Moreno and Fernandez in 8th and 9th place, trying to figure out what those telemetry numbers say that are going to the Patrick Racing team. These guys, even though we keep watching the front, if they have to make that additional stop, these 2 Patrick drivers will be right at the front. It could reshuffle the entire order and, of course, have championship implications.
Well, there is tag with de Ferran. And back up to the front. We are enjoying an incredible run at California Speedway in the 500. The battle for the championship and the battle for the $1 million to the winner of this race. Continues to seesaw back and forth at the front of the 500. Bräck led the last time across the line, and he continues to roll up what he needs, which is leading at the line. But he's battling with Helio Castroneves. That's Montoya back there in 3rd, Fittipaldi in 4th, with Papis working on him, and then the 2 Forsythe cars, Alex Tagliani and Patrick Carpentier.
We're seeing this lap after lap. Castroneves leading down the back straightaway, Bräck going down the inside. Castroneves' car working perfectly at the high side, but this is what matters, right? There. And that time,
Bräck
did it once again by inches.
Maybe 4. We want to do something now that we don't get to do very often, if at all. You know who they are. You're looking at them just as we are. Let's all sit back and just enjoy this great run. Carpentier pull low and off the course. He's going for a routine stop.
He may have some gearbox problems, we hear, Paul.
Oh, yeah, they're at the back of the car now. Carpentier does roll and rejoins the fight.
Hear that call about fuel pressure?
Sure did.
Generally means that you're running out of fuel. I don't know whose radio that was.
That was Christian Fittipaldi's radio. He's staying out there.
We'll make a run up and find out what the deal is with the crew.
Castroneves again works high with Bräck behind him.
You usually get one chance at that as soon as the fuel pressure alarm flickers. If you're not in that lap, keep in mind they're using a gallon for every 2 miles around here. You're out, because these cars now have been absolutely fine-tuned by the end of the season to pick up every drop of fuel. But if it was Christian Fittipaldi that we did here, he's staying out.
No movement in the Newman Haas pits, as if they are ready to refuel Christian Fittipaldi as he drops back into third. And for the first time that I've noticed it, Kenny Bräck actually outruns the high line on Castroneves.
According to the team, they say that it wasn't fuel pressure. He's asking what kind of mileage does he need to get. Sure sounded like fuel pressure, didn't it?
Sure did to me.
I think that was Portuguese for fuel pressure anyway.
Portuguese, the native language of Brazil, which Parker also speaks fluently in Gilby, of course.
We just intercepted another radio conversation, Jan. And in fact, now they are talking about mileage. Their calculation was exactly what I had, 2.55 miles per gallon. That's a big number, but not impossible if you stick back in the draft.
Carpentier's back into the pits. What a great run for Alex Barron, though. See him up here running in the front of this field. He's dropped back to 7th now, but he's in there, he's fighting, he's putting on a show, and he needs to do that because he's one of those guys that certainly is a candidate for a seat next year on a full-time ride. Enjoying this as much as we are. The battle for the championship, a great battle for the lead at the 500. We'll be back. Helio Castroneves and Kenny Bräck have just peeled off of the high-speed run, and they are heading for the pits. Rick DeBrule.
Kenny Bräck, the first man to come in, he was complaining of a little bit of a push. Now, you remember, they're not running with complete telemetry. As a result, they have to do some calculations, and he's no longer running on the same sequence as Max Papis. So there's a little calculating going on. Small change in the front wing, and he's back out. Gary?
Waiting to come off the jack, shielding, not quite complete. Revs way up. Castroneves. Now he rolls in 12.5 seconds. Remember, he stalled yesterday on the first pit stop, and it ended up costing him many, many positions. No worries today.
They leave the pits the way they came in, with Castroneves leading Bräck. They're back on the coming up to speed. And Kenny Bräck slows. Kenny Bräck slows down. Kenny Bräck slows on the backstretch. It's a long way to the pits. The crew is there.
It's running. It's just like yesterday when the turbo blew. It's running, but it's not. It's running, but it's not running. All right.
And then there were two.
Kenny has done everything that was required of him. He'll roll to a stop so slowly after such.
Give you one turn away. Don't forget to pump the brake. Don't forget to pump the brake.
It's such a high-speed season for Kenny. Rick?
Boy, how frustrating this crew. Everything just kind of, all the arms went up in the air at the same time together. You see they're going to go to work on the backside, but the reality is, coming in at this point pretty much puts his championship hopes out of any possibility. They're going to go ahead, they're working on, they're hoping to look at the turbo, work on it, but the chances are right now everything is gone for Kenny Bräck. Jan?
Kenny Bräck out of the race, out of the championship, Gary.
He's had some time to go back and change and think about what this day. Kenny, it looked like you did everything you could possibly do. How tough to accept this kind of a fate when you were so strong?
Well, it's just the way it is, you know. When you're behind going into the last race, then you really have a tough thing in front of you, you know. But the Shell team did whatever we could, you know. We're leading the laps, we're leading the race and everything, so it was good anyway. But it's disappointing.
Can you have fun when you're racing wheel to wheel at these kinds of speeds? Was there any point when it was enjoyable, or are you just so focused on trying to win the championship you never think about that?
Yeah, the latter. You're just focusing on what you're doing, try to do the best you can, you know, and can't say enough of the guys, and the whole team did a great job today. But we unfortunately we couldn't reach the finish line.
You made it very entertaining for us. We congratulate you on a great season.
Thank you.
At the annual banquet, he will go away with the Jim Truman Rookie of the Year honors. Michelle. There's a lot of concern about this first corner. Kenny Bräck brings them down. Cristiano D'Amato on the outside. Green flag flies, and we're underway with the 2001 kart season. Well, no worries at the front of the field. Already they're through the first turn. Look at the Penske cars up and pushing D'Amato. Welcome back to Monterrey, Mexico. Kenny Bräck has completed 6 of the 80 laps scheduled here. He's followed by Cristiano D'Amato and Helio Castroneves. There has been no change since we left you. Here's something that perhaps Bräck ought to think a little bit about. Only one time in the last 10 years has the driver who led the first lap of the season gone on to win the championship. Alex Zanardi, 1997. Now, Bräck and the team have gone through some changes this year, but it's working for them.
Well, they sure have. They went from the Renard chassis to the Lola chassis. There's a big change there because they're very different on the road courses. On the ovals, the drivers say that the Lolas are very much stuck, especially at the back of the car. But these teams that have gone to the Lola chassis, like Team Rahal, have had big success during winter testing. Fantastic to watch. Kenny Bräck, probably the biggest change, though, for this team is the fact that they've got a couple of new engineers. They've really developed their engineering staff, and it's proved to have huge gains come this race weekend.
They're going to do pit side. One thing they're going to do is bring Kenny Bräck in, Jan Beekes.
Yes, but also D'Amato watching the back of the car. Todd Phillips, the air jack man. This is what Gary was talking about. We have new positions. And speaking of Gary, let's get up to him.
Yeah, Kenny Bräck is getting service. Now Castroneves and DeFerrin roll by toward their pit stops. Michael Andretti's going to duck in right in front of Bräck. This could be close. Look out! Oh, by inches! They separate, and Bräck gets away cleanly. Tracy comes in. D'Amato gets out. Here's Franchitti as well.
Actually have to start straddling that, and that track is breaking up worse and worse. It looked worse then than it did when we saw it a little bit earlier. That's going to be a big problem as this race goes on.
Scott Dixon is the second car in the Pac West stable. Teammate to Mauricio Guzman replaces Mark Blundell in that car. We're going to take you up overhead. Let you take a look at the front of this field and all those interesting compressions and extensions that happen in the corner. So that's the look down from the Honda Helicam at Kenny Bräck. Bräck got an early birthday present. Birthday's in about 10 days, but the present was the pole position here. Kenny hopes to convert it further than that into a race win.
And last year, Paul, the two drivers that every single lap of every single session you could see really hustling the car were Juan Montoya and Kenny Bräck. Now, earlier I said about that problem, that's occurring right there, right at the apex of the corner. There, you can see it along the right side wheels. And what's happening is that they're having to move offline to the right in order to straddle that problem, and that will become a bigger problem as this race goes on.
Continuing that overhead view, turn 1, the sweeper to the left at turn 2. Little squirt of power for a straightaway here. And then to the left, a very, very tight turn.
And that car just in front, that plain blue car, that's the Zaxby Foresight car driven by Bryan Herta. Bryan said, you know what, I was a little angry that no one really gave us a shot of looking at the championship over the winter, but it's been good because we are the sleepers in this series. Remember, Bryan only competed in a handful of races last year, just dominated at Laguna, showed up with very little time, qualified fourth, ran fourth, finished fifth and ninth in another couple of appearances, has been very fast all weekend long. Suffered from the fact that he had to qualify in the first round of qualifiers since he didn't have a lot of championship points from last year. That hurt him overall, but now he's sitting second. This guy is so quick. This team is very fired up. The third car in Jerry's stable. He's one of Jerry's kids now. And Bryan is one of the Americans we've got to watch. One of the few Americans. He's going to be very, very quick all year long.
Yeah, and Vikas, you've been watching the strategy of guys like Dixon and Herta, the guys who didn't stop.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out if, in fact, you could make it on the one-stop strategy, Paul, and it does seem as though it's going to come down to the time race issue. If you look at the elapsed time of the race right now, it just clicked over to 57 minutes, and there's a 2-hour time race. So therefore, if these guys don't stop, if they can make it 1 hour and then stop, and the second half of the race runs exactly like the first half did, then you could do it in one stop.
Ooh, that's going to make it interesting. Dixon, Herta, they both have a chance if you look at it that way. This is a terrible fracture at the base of the skull that can very quickly be fatal. Only a couple of the drivers are comfortable using it on road courses because, as you saw when he pulled it off, it does kind of limit your ability to turn your head left and right. So Bräck, then D'Amata, DeFerrin, Castroneves. Just the way it was in the first lap. Michael Crum with a good run. Started 23rd, now 11th.
Problem on the back straight, guys.
What you got?
I got our leader slowing down, coming off, heading my direction. Seems like he's picked it back up. But Bräck looks like he's having some sort of problem with his car. He's gone to second place.
Looking at the car, you see D'Amata got around him. And now here comes DeFerrin and Castroneves. Though, Parker, it looks like he may be back up to speed. Let's see.
Well, one of the things you have to consider is that there's a lot of PR people that are very careful about issuing winter test results. But there were a lot of gearbox problems during the course of off-season testing. These guys will be shifting over 3,000 times a lap during the course of this race. And with these sequential gearboxes, they can't skip gears. They've got to go all the way up and all the way down. I'm wondering if coming out of the Turn 9 complex, heading down towards where Scott's stationed, if you had a problem engaging a gear, if it found a false neutral, you finally found the gear, it is now back up to speed. Could be any one of a number of things. Had some problems in qualifying, and now looking at 8th place.
Kenny Bräck making a move up the inside for the lead.
Oh, and Kenny Bräck gets in trouble.
And we've seen that a number of times this weekend. You make a big move down the inside, you're offline, there's no grip, you lock up the brakes, you slide off. The driver you're passing has to exercise a lot of experience and caution and patience. Watch what happens here. Cristiano D'Amata knows that Kenny's taking the inside of the corner. He'll pop off to the inside here as they come down. But now Cristiano says, go ahead and take it. You're way too fast. Cuts it very close. Cristiano stays online. Kenny goes, oh, man. And now the problem is he's back on the track. He's got a lot of dirt, a lot of grass on those tires. He's lost a huge amount of room to Cristiano D'Amata. But knowing Kenny Bräck, this has just fired him up. I would expect in a lap or two he'll be right back on the back.
And guys,
that
speaking of a lap or two, you may have heard the radio conversation there that said Chris L3. That's Cristiano D'Amata. L3 means in 3 laps he'll be on pit road.
I can't get over what a savvy little move that was by Cristiano D'Amata, knowing full well that there's no way that Bräck is going to make that corner. Just stay right on his line, give him all the room he can, let him get in front, and then realize that he isn't going to get by.
You look at skill and precision. Cristiano D'Amata cut right back across the stern of Kenny Bräck with barely an inch or two to spare. It was absolutely precise, perfect driving, maintained his composure, and maintained the lead.
Michael,
it's a much straighter line, makes up quite a bit of distance on Cristiano D'Amata.
Bräck's going to close in as much as he can, but over in the pits, they've already laid out the equipment, expecting a stop by Kenny Bräck this time around. There's his crew, the tires. What will be the final stop of the race for Bräck?
And something switches in your mind because you're conserving. But as I said, you get to this point, there's nothing left to conserve. You might as well just burn the tires up and drive as hard as you can. You want to give your guys in the pits every opportunity to beat this guy that you can't get the job done on the track, but he's trying it.
Yeah, he's going to push him just as hard as he can. Oh, close again. Cristiano D'Amato holds him off. Bräck stays in second.
I am very surprised at that move, considering the pit stops are imminent.
Well, Bräck is putting D'Amato under heavy pressure.
Through here, Breck's car looks a lot quicker as it exits onto the back straight through the 9, 10, 11 complex. Looks like it's just a matter of time before he can make the move.
Yeah, but already he has peeled off the course, ready for his stop. Gary Gerald is right there.
Scott Remke has stepped out in front of the scorer's stand. Bobby Rahal, the team owner, has stepped back into the stand. The crew awaits, signs waving, arms waving, umbrella twirling on the pit wall. Here comes Bräck now for the final service, or what should be, of the day. Last time he had a near miss with Michael Andretti. No indication of Andretti coming in on this lap as one of the Team Cool Green cars goes by. Everything looks routine for Bräck. Revs come way up. They disengage. He rolls just a tick over 12 seconds on my clock.
Lap of the race. Kenny Bräck back in action now. Gil de Ferran assumed the lead of the race ahead of Michael Andretti. Then Michael peeled off and headed into the pits. And de Ferran, of course, should shortly be in as well. But the real question is going to be some of the other guys. Look at this. Michael Andretti slows just a bit.
Now remember, he just came out of the pits, Paul, and I think he's still, with a very slick track on these cold tires, really didn't have a choice.
Yeah, he wisely isn't going to hot foot those tires.
But I don't think he had a choice in that matter. He could have blocked Kenny all he wanted to, but Kenny, remember, has got an extra lap on those tires, as does Paul Tracy. Now I'm looking for is Cristiano D'Amato. Where did he come out in the mix of this?
Large part by the very changing conditions on this race course. In fact, as we look down from high above the track, you'll see some unusual lines by our leader, Cristiano D'Amato, and Kenny Bräck is off. This is about the third time he's had quick little off-course excursions and then gotten right back on. I'm just talking about the unusual lines for Cristiano. Part of that is because of some problems with marbles on the course, and drivers trying to avoid all of that. Quick replay of the Bräck situation. Just right across the corner. Down in turn one.
Gets in just a little too fast, gets offline. Does an excellent job of keeping the car under control and rejoining safely.
But as he does, Michael Andretti is able to get past him. On Shoreline Drive, the front stretch. Green flag awaits. Green flag comes out. Drag race as Castroneves goes alongside Kenny Bräck. Bräck seems to push ahead, Scott.
We have side by side. Bräck doesn't have Helios back up inside. Side by side, real tight down through here. But they make it through here. So far, so good. Nice and clean.
Elio Castroneves grabs the lead away from Kenny Bräck. Bräck had a nose ahead of him going into one. Here comes the rest of the field on through. Elio Castroneves, followed by Kenny Bräck. And then Cristiano D'Amato and Tony Kanaan.
Out there, not the way you want to start your Long Beach Grand Prix.
Yeah, but the question, Jan, is there any idea who that car might be? Might it have a similar problem?
Well, they thought it was a front wing, and it would be car number 55. So if it was just wing to tire, that car might be okay. The tire is vulnerable.
Nothing has changed since we've left you. They have 8 laps complete, working on the 9th lap now. Elio Castroneves, the pole sitter, has led right from the start. Second qualifier, Kenny Bräck has been right there. The battle that seems to be developing is Gil de Ferran as he tries to contest the 4th place Tony Kanaan in the 55 car. There's Elio Castroneves. Alex Tagliani had his problems early on. And then
obviously everything internally on the engine looks okay.
Oh, look at this fight for second. Scott Pruitt.
Hard battle for second. We saw a lot of action. Cristiano right up on top, making a move, trying to make up the inside, side by side.
Now they move over to the tight part of the course. Very little opportunity to pass here. Next real opportunity is that they come on the right-hander off of Seaside. But Cristiano's still going to take a look.
Remember, at our last race at Monterrey, these two shared the front row. Cristiano went on to win. Bräck with a great race. And as I was going to say earlier, Paul, what amazes me is the parity in this series. These guys are so diverse, having these many different disciplines, but here we've got a Honda Renard Penske leading it. Second place, we've got Kenny Bräck and a Lola Ford. We've got Cristiano D'Amata and a Lola Toyota. Phenomenal that they all can run this hard and this close.
Whoa! Kenny Bräck almost gets it too far wide. Will Cristiano be able to take advantage of that as they come off the corner? It may not show up until the far end of the straightaway. As Cristiano tries to work Bräck, Bräck is able to pull away. They head towards Scott Pruitt.
He seems like he's stretched out a little bit more. A lot of action going on, not just with the first top 3, but top 4, top 5. Everybody trying to make the move down here in turn 1. It's getting wild.
Jourdain Jr. tried to pop out and get around Tony Kanaan. He couldn't do it. Take it back and take a look at Kenny Bräck.
Coming into turn 10, you can see the dark black sealer. It's very slick. Quick opposite lock, a downshift. He throws the steering back to the right and still gets the car gathered up for a perfect exit, which kept Cristiano D'Amata from attacking at the end of the back straightaway.
That was a nifty piece of driving by Kenny Bräck. Jan Beekes.
It was, and I asked Scott Remke, the team manager, is he experiencing any handling difficulties? He said no. They think that the rear tires are going off a little bit, so he's going to have to maybe do a bit of that kind of Swedish driving there, but they are hoping certainly that he's going to be able to maintain that spot.
Oh, it is sweet-ish. That was horrible.
Much tighter that time coming through the 10-11 comp.
Black number 6, that's Cristiano D'Amata. See Jill DeFerrin with the number 1 Penske car getting into the fight as well now. And then Jourdain and Kanaan just behind that have been working on one another pretty hard. Jourdain's backed off for the moment.
And 2 laps ago, Kenny Bräck was right up behind Elio Castroneves in that Shell Team Rahal car, but now he's backed up just a little bit. Cristiano D'Amata holding station. Gilles DeFerrin's the one that's coming forward, so I'm wondering if Kenny started to push. We've been told by all the teams about 15 laps into it, the rear tires start to fall off, and they've got to nurse those tires, especially coming onto the pit straightaway, where they're going from 6,000 up to 16,000 RPM. It's very easy to spin those rear tires with 900 horsepower.
Kenny Bräck heads for turn 1 right behind the leader. Scott?
One of the things that they made a change from last year was the Reynard to the Lola chassis. They are having a problem getting the traction that they want out of the cars. That has been a common complaint in testing, and it looks like it could play out here today as well.
We're going to go on board with his teammate, Max Papis. Now Max is sitting back.
Cristiano D'Amata is in the last pit. He's in getting service. Here's a car, Takagi, rolling by, waiting down off the jacks is D'Amata. Here comes Castroneves, and right behind him goes Cristiano D'Amata. Kenny Bräck had a stall.
Now they've got Kenny Bräck refired and on the way. And Kenny Bräck finally gets rolling. So these stops come under full course caution. I'm so frustrating so quickly. Roberto Moreno's trying to get out, but Kenny Bräck is back in. Jan Beekes.
Yes, when he left after stalling the car, they feel they might have some sort of driveline problem. It sounded to me like it was a clutch. It sounded like it was slipping. They're spinning the rear wheels trying to see if it's a half shaft CV, something along in those lines. But Kenny Bräck, boy, after such a strong run in the first segment, he's going to be trying to make up a lot of ground now.
So in the first quarter mile of the run, we have our first yellow, but in that same distance, Kenny Bräck grabbed the lead away from pole sitter Junqueira.
Brian's going to have to go just as hard as he can, as Kenny Bräck is only a few hundred yards behind him now with the green flag anticipated to be waved.
We were looking at Christian Fittipaldi because there was a report that there was some smoke at the back of his car. Green flag comes out. This time Kenny Bräck got a good jump on the green and accelerates away. Now the leader of the race, Kenny Bräck, you see him there on the right, closes on the back of the field. Now's when it gets a little dicey.
And on that last lap, as they passed our position, one of the car's engines is starting to go off. Could be number 33 of team players, trying to identify, but someone's obviously got a broken header or some other sort of engine problem.
Looking down from the Honda Helicam at the leader, trying to work his way through traffic now. We'll keep an ear out for Tagliani and what may be a problem with his engine. Only one thing really has happened, and it happened to Patrick Carpentier. That engine sound that we thought was going off song turns out to be Carpentier, and it turned out to be an engine, and it went big time. Jan?
Yes, we're with Patrick at the moment. He has climbed from the car after lots of water to put out some flames. We heard a car go off song. Was that you?
Sorry about that?
We heard a car's engine go off song. That was yours?
Yeah, at the beginning of the race, I had absolutely no power, and they kept getting worse. I asked them to check the boost because I thought it would be the pop-up valve blowing off, but it was not. The engine went down, and then in the back, going on the back straight, I smelled something. I looked in the mirror, saw the smoke, so I jumped in the pits not to stop the race.
How's the wrist holding up? How's your wrist holding up?
It was okay this weekend. Let me tell you that the wrist has been better than the car.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
Remember,
for 2 laps, he was right up to speed. So not as much downforce, but the tire temps are there. It gives the drivers a little better feeling, a little bit more security. Today, it's breezy, it's cool, as you said. The drivers, even after sustained long runs, are still trying to feel out what these cars are like on this ever-changing track condition. Much more difficult today, I would say, than it was earlier in the weekend.
Kenny Bräck continues to have to deal with traffic. Zanardi just ahead of him. And Zanardi apparently didn't see him, just cut right across the front of him.
Oh, he may have seen him, Paul. That was a fairly aggressive move. He doesn't want to go a lap down and just shut him down in the kink. Kenny obviously much quicker at this point. You can see Zanardi trying to take the inside line to shut Kenny off there. It's almost as though Kenny's got to back off a little bit, as he has. Use his superior speed, time it so that he can overtake him in exactly the right place. Watch Kenny. He's going to get this set up. He's going to take another run at him and try to time it so he can come off this corner and try to outbrake him going down into turn number 3. He's looking, but he's not close enough now. He's got to, it takes a few laps to try to figure out the timing. Obviously, Zanardi not giving anything away. He does not want to go a lap down here.
Morris Nunn on the radio just let Zanardi know that that is the leader who's now behind him. I wonder what that means to Alex.
Well, if you ask him, he'd probably have a 20 or 30-minute answer for you. Here's the key to hold this. Servia and Junqueira are closing. In fact, they gained a whole second on Bräck while he's trying to fight with Zanardi.
And as a driver, the problem you have is it's very easy to take on the rhythm of the driver in front of you. So that even though Kenny caught him very quickly, now he's fallen into the same pace, the same rhythm as Zanardi. And what he's got to do is remember who's the race leader here, who's the guy that's fastest, and just charge as hard as he can, unless he thinks that a pit stop will come soon enough where he won't have to deal with Zanardi on the track, but try to take care of him in the pit lane.
So Kenny Bräck has his problems trying to get around Alex Zanardi. At the same time, his competitors are closing in on him. That's Benassi immediately behind Kenny Bräck. It's 2 cars back until you see Servia and Junqueira. We'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Letterman is at the helm and, of course, cheering this man on, Kenny Bräck.
Bräck tries once again, and once again can't get it done. All he needs is to get around Zanardi. Competition still closes. Again, there are a couple of cars that separate. If you look up, that's Benassi. Bräck's going to try it to the inside.
Because what's happening is that interval just a couple laps ago.
There he goes. And finally, he got him.
And that's the desperation from Kenny Bräck, because just a few laps ago, the interval back to Servia was 3.3 seconds. It had come down to only 2 seconds. Kenny knew that he couldn't be patient any longer. He had to make that pass because he saw that interval closing to second place. And now he's hoping that Servia has the same number of laps trying to get around Zanardi that he did, so now he can get away and try to build a cushion before this first round of pit stops.
Yeah, now traffic to worry about. And that car 2 ahead, that's Alex Zanardi. up to work on Bryan Herta right now. No problem with Herta.
You can see Herta checking his mirrors. You know he's a couple laps down. Lets Kenny by the inside. Very professionally done there. But this should be interesting. I think two-time champion Alex Zanardi doesn't let anyone through, no matter where he's positioned on the track or how many laps he may be down. And if you're chasing Kenny Bräck, if you're Oriol Servia, Cristiano D'Amata, Adrian Fernandez, you know that the leaders now bunched up in traffic are going to drive as hard as you possibly can to try to take advantage of the situation. Zanardi once again.
I gave him room.
A little bit. That was sort of a car width minus an inch, I think.
So Kenny Bräck gets around Zanardi this time. Lap 104. Kenny Bräck will have led exactly half of the total laps run this season. He currently is the leader. Fords are in the top two spots. On the warm-up lane, Kenny Bräck headed down into the pits along with several others as that strategy began to play out. Jan Beekes was right there.
Yes, I was. When Kenny Bräck came in, it was a 7.8 second stop. Scott, do you have a minute to Scott Remke, general manager? Why stop now?
I'm sorry, what's...
Why stop now? What's the strategy?
Stopped off, see if there's some yellows, go to the end.
How much yellow do you need to make it to the end now?
They're calculating all that right now. We were pretty close to our window.
All right. A big surprise up and down pit road. Leader ducking onto pit road with no radio communication. They surprised everybody, and they hope now they got enough fuel to make it to the end, guys.
Well, they gave up substantial track position from the lead back to 10th, giving the lead over to Tony Kanaan, but the strategy might be pretty cool.
I think the strategy's perfect. We've heard reports that some of the drivers are getting 2.7 miles per gallon. That means they can go exactly 100 laps, and when they came in, they were at lap 125. You add the laps together, they're exactly in the right spot. I think Team Rahal has done a brilliant job of strategy. Can the guys use that additional horsepower because they topped off later to actually make a pass stick here at Nazareth? That's going to be the big question. We actually have 3 different races now happening within this race with 3 distinct strategies.
As you watch on board from Scott Dixon, all of those strategies come down and begin to show themselves about the last 10 laps of the race.
Well, I think in this case what we're going to see is that the guys that are led by Kenny Bräck, Shankara, Servia, D'Amata, and that group have to start pushing now. They're down in 9th place, and getting through this upper group is going to be quite the chore.
Well, and as the strategy continues to play, here is Dario Franchitti on the pit road. His team laid out for him just a moment ago, and we assume this is a fuel topping. Franchitti came out of 2nd place for this.
They've got to go now, Paul, because these laps will wind down very quickly, and as difficult as it can be to pass here at Nazareth, he's got to take advantage of the fuel and horsepower and get those passes done as quickly as possible.
Christian Fittipaldi just ahead of him. Don't count out Jourdain. He's very definitely been in this fight the last several races. Bunch. Here comes Vassar, Fittipaldi, and Kenny Bräck. Entire front of the field beginning to compress now, but again, different cars, different strategies. All of them coming to figure out in about 61 laps as we enter the last 10 laps of the race.
We've got 16 cars on the lead lap, any one of which, including the rookies in this field, that are so impressive and so strong that can win this race given the right opportunities and strategy.
Back at Nazareth Speedway, there are the current standings. You'll notice that Bräck is now 5th. While we were away, he just suddenly lit the wick and came charging as hard as he could. Here's how it happened. First, it was this move on Christian Fittipaldi.
Exit speed and horsepower. He goes around Christian Fittipaldi on the outside of the king. A very, very prodigious move.
Jimmy Vassar was next.
Once again, remember, these strategies are now playing out. He just powers right by Vassar.
And now, at the front of the field, Nakano sticks his nose right up underneath Tony Kanaan's wing. And Kenny Bräck has made it now around Paul Tracy.
This is the strategy playing out, as we said. There's more fuel available, more horsepower. Kenny Bräck, the dominant driver with Team Rahal since the beginning of the season, says, this is my race, I want it, and I'm coming forward now.
And now it's rookie Scott Dixon, currently third, that Bräck has in his sights. I do want to show you how Bräck got by Paul Tracy. Well, let me tell you.
Paul Tracy said you can have it, but if you want it, you're going to work for it, Kenny. And Kenny did.
Great little catch, too. Back live, Bräck closing on Dixon.
But what's interesting here, Paul, is it looks like Scott Dixon is quicker through the kink. That is the bend just past start-finish. With this reduced aero load, it's difficult for the drivers to do it flat. Everything has to be just right. It'll be interesting to see with this onboard if we can hear the engine and see, in fact, if he is going through the kink flat, because he is gaining ground at Kenny at that point on the racetrack.
Anderson, one of the owners, he still keeps it out. I was going to say, if he stops out there on the track, that'll bring out a yellow, and then all the strategies go again. Bräck looks inside of Dixon.
Now they have radio communication. The driver has the fuel display. They also have pit boards hung out over the outer wall of the pits. And finally,
Sinji got the message.
I can only guess that the fuel alarm started blinking and it finally got his attention.
Well, figuring out where to put commercials in a race like this is a tough job, and the truck's been doing the best they can. Scott Dixon now has the lead. Kenny Bräck into second. And why? We were right thinking about Tony Kanaan. Despite the fact his crew suggested they were going to keep him out for a while, his engine decided it wanted a little more methanol if it was going to do that. As he slowed, Scott Dixon took over the lead. And then as he headed for the pits, Kenny Bräck thought he'd go to the inside. Well, wrong place to go. He had to sweep back to the outside and stay in second place ahead of Paul Tracy. But now he's climbing all over the back of Dixon. And Dixon should be pretty close on fuel, too.
He sure should. The logic here is that if Nakano's got a Honda and Kanaan's got a Honda and they both come in at the same time and Nakano comes back in for at the end of his fuel run, that obviously Kanaan's got to be coming in sometime soon. Well, Scott Dixon came in as the same as that group. He must be making fuel out there. One thing I've noticed, though, with Kenny Bräck is his car looks extremely loose. That's why I think his hard charge in the beginning must have put a premium of wear on those rear tires, and that's why we're not seeing him attack aggressively with Scott Dixon. But Scott Dixon has got to come into the pit lane sometime soon.
So 197 laps complete. We're working 198. There are 27 to go. And the front of the field is the rookie, Scott Dixon, who started 23rd, with Kenny Bräck chasing him. Jill
indicate that he is running full rich, so he's got plenty of fuel to go, and that's amazing when you consider that that stop came, I think you said, at lap 112 or 116. This may be the longest run we've ever seen here at Nazareth in the 15 years the Champ cars have been running here.
Max Wilson tried to swing out of the way and almost put Dixon in trouble. He recovered nicely, then got around Manassian. Now Bräck has cleared Manassian as well, and Tracy comes up to clear him.
And just below our position are all the spotters for the teams, and we're doing a little bit of let's make a deal here. As the leaders are coming through the slower traffic, there are some conversations just below us of, hey, can you give us a break? Can you move out of the way? We're coming, because it's really going to help our cause. You don't know if maybe some favors called in now will play out in the championship as the year goes on.
Away from the field, green flag in the hands of the starter. We're ready to go back to green flag racing. A rookie has to bring him back. He's got to figure all of this out now if he wants to win. And he does a pretty nice job of it as Dixon accelerates away from second place Kenny Bräck. That section under the yellow helped Dixon, if, and we're absolutely sure it is, if fuel was a factor.
We can still see Kenny working the wheel. Keep in mind, during that yellow, he's maximized the weight jacker, the anti-roll bars in the car, everything he can to get the looseness out of this car. You can still see the back of the car is quite nervous.
Boy, think about Dixon. You got one of the best oval racers in the business right behind you. Dixon seems to be able to put that sort of thing out of his mind, though. Gary Gerald?
Well, that's exactly the point I wanted to make. You know, watching him come up and run in the Indy Lights the last couple of years, and Jan and I have been close to that series as we cover all of their events. Scott Dixon was almost unflappable, and sometimes you wanted to say, show us some emotion. But this kid isn't a kid behind the wheel of a race car. He's remarkably composed, and he takes things so matter-of-factly, it seems, and yet he's intense on the racetrack. An amazing job, and holding off Kenny Bräck under this scenario here with less than 4 to go, in my mind, is just astounding.
First through fourth are right together. Let's just watch. Tight on time here. In all likelihood, we won't have an opportunity to talk with whoever wins this race. RPM will, and have it on RPM tonight. White flag will come out to Scott Dixon, the rookie, trying to score a win on an oval. Let's see if he can do it. Kenny Bräck is right there. Traffic just ahead. He's just got to negotiate this traffic. Kenny Bräck drops back a little bit. Kenny Bräck moves to the inside. Now tries to sweep to the outside. Doesn't look like it's going to happen for Bräck, but it will happen for Scott Dixon. The rookie becomes the 46th driver to win in kart.
Good job, pal. Beautiful.
He scores his win in his third start. The 5th win for Pac West. Let's go.
Bräck still out. Bräck still the leader. And now he's on the pit road. So Bräck has carried it almost 54 laps before he found it necessary to come in.
So you're looking at almost 4 additional laps from Kenny Bräck. That could become a big factor at the end of this race.
Kenny Bräck still looking for his first win in the Kart FedEx Championship Series. Former winner of the Indianapolis 500. Gary?
We watch from a pit away from his teammate Max Papis from the back of the car. Everything appears to be routine. They had a misfire this morning in the warm-up that had them greatly concerned. They addressed the problem. He pulls away just as Jimmy Vasser rolls by on pit road. Everything looks routine for Kenny Bräck.
Youngest winner in kart history. And now we'll see how this all shakes out as they pick up a draft. Going around the outside, it looks like Jimmy Vasser there.
Dixon, Castroneves, Bräck, Kanaan, Paul Tracy. Those are the top 5. John Stone at the Twin Ring Motegi as the Kart FedEx Championship Series continues action. Helio Castroneves is in the lead. Paul Tracy now into 2nd place. Kenny Bräck back to 3rd. Tracy makes his move getting around Vasser. And Vasser is back a lap down, running in 13th place.
That was a big move when he went down. Jimmy didn't leave him much room, but now watch Tracy. A very similar move going underneath Kenny Bräck. Kenny leaves him just enough room. Tracy takes advantage of the opportunity and makes a very nice, clean pass. He's got a mechanical problem with the car exceeding any sort of handling problem.
Yeah, totally off of the pace now. You saw that near miss as Jimmy Vasser came around and had to go high while Castroneves went low. This, of course, brings Kenny Bräck into 2nd place. That's Max Papis just ahead of them. And Tony Kanaan sits back there in 3rd. Jan Beekes.
The answer to Paul Tracy's situation is just as Parker had surmised. It is a gearbox-related problem. He is called to the pits and said he cannot find any gears. John Anderson here making the motion with his wrist. We don't have any gears in the gearbox. Paul Tracy, boy, he was hoping for a big one today.
You know, there are racetracks that I would understand that on. The smoothness of the Twin Ring Motegi would not really be one of them.
But as I said, the problem here is that you're only downshifting a few hundred RPM going into turn 3. You don't have the big rev change that you do on a...
Back at the Twin Ring Motegi. The battle continues as Castroneves in front. Kenny Bräck is working on him just as hard as he can. Bräck now closes up behind as they come across the line. That's Max Papis just ahead. And Bräck comes down to the inside. Bräck has Helio Castroneves and takes the lead. So it's now Bräck, Castroneves, and Tony Kanaan. Boy, that was a nice, quick pass.
Kenny Bräck got a great run coming off the fourth corner, picked up the draft perfectly. Castroneves did a little defensive driving down towards the middle of the track, and Bräck just took him going down the inside of turn one.
Laps early, Jan.
Yes, and for Tony Kanaan, I agree with you totally. He's been running very quickly, but this is much earlier than I
Fight
would
for
want to
the
see
lead as, excuse me, Jan, as Bräck gives the lead away to Dario Franchitti. Franchitti has the lead. Bräck tries to come back on him. Bräck to the inside. Bräck has Franchitti. They go side by side in the corner. Bräck back to the front.
Wow, there was some serious testosterone involved there. You could see him drive right down to the inside of the track. And Dario's coming in now, trying to hold Kenny Bräck off, and Kenny had none of it and just took it, and Dario left him a car width and a quarter of an inch.
Who has now gone 104 laps and finally turns for the pit road.
And that's exactly what he needed to do. He's found the perfect balance of speed and fuel economy. All he has to do is make sure that he hits his marks exactly right, does not break the pit speed limit, and look how hard he's charging in.
On the sprint now to move from Penske over to Rahal Racing. Gary Gerald is waiting for Kenny Bräck.
Along with the crew, wouldn't it be something if this young man who had that great streak of starting in the front row at the first events this year, broken, starting a little further back today, if he could get his first win. We anticipate one little change on the front wing. Fresh Firestone's on, Elf Fuel going in, listen to him on the limiter. Oh, they've got a problem on the right rear. Now it comes down and he gets away. It's a 15-second stop.
Well, Bräck seems to go so well right up until he has to get pit service. It's bit him again. Ran the stop about 3 seconds long.
3 extra seconds, but Kenny Bräck right now back in third, but is catching up to Castroneves at about a tenth of a second a lap.
On the track, it appears that Bräck has, for the most part, made that up, and I'm not so sure, no matter what they had done in the pits, if he would have been able to come out ahead of Castroneves, but it would have been close. First, second, third, right together. Mile and a half around, 81.25 feet wide, the track at Twin Ring Motegi. Just two tiny bumps. One at one end of the track, one at the other. You saw on the first lap them catch one of the bumps, and that sent people to flying.
With the winter they've had once again over in Japan, the bumps are a little worse this year. The higher you go coming off this corner, turn two, the worse the bump is, and then there's a big bump on the entry of turn three. You see them coming down the straight. Now watch as they come through turns one. They get a little high in two. You'll see the back of the car move right. Here is a bump as they come off the corner. It's what launched Bruno Jonquière on that opening lap. And then just as they turn in and head down off the banking in turn three towards the apron, there's a bump that, depending on how the car is set up, can really upset the back of the car.
Back at Twin Ring Motegi in Japan, Helio Castroneves and Kenny Bräck are battling. Castroneves there, second place. Tony Kanaan is the race leader. Bräck pushed up, tried to get under him, and lost a little bit of momentum and has fallen back. 133rd lap of this 201 lap run. Kenny Bräck appears to be right on the fuel strategy to make his next and last stop about the 150th lap, which should then carry him easily to the end of the race. It seems that the Fords are capable of going a little bit further on each individual stint. For Honda, that may be an entirely different question.
Well, and I think that's great strategy that's going to play out here in the end. We know that given all the fuel, Honda's making the most power of anyone, but the Ford's able to get better mileage for a given lap time. So the question is, the Hondas will have to pit a little early. We're expecting about lap 150, 151.
Back at Twin Ring Motegi, it's Kenny Bräck that is the lead, but Tony Kanaan is right there doing everything he can to overhaul the leader of the race.
Tony Kanaan has caught Kenny Bräck at an amazing rate, came storming up behind him. Looked like he had a great move going, and Kenny just shut the door. Tony had to back out of the throttle big time, and now he's making another run.
Castroneves and DeFerrin, the two Penske cars, are third and fourth. Last lap around at 206 miles an hour, Alex Zanardi was the quickest. Fastest lap of the race has been Shinji Nakano at 207.8. The leader's been regularly running about 204.
Now this is interesting. Tony caught Kenny very, very quickly and now has fallen back about 0.6 of a second. It's very interesting. I don't know if Tony had gotten on the button for overtaking, had his one shot at full throttle and came storming up, and once he lifted, the overtake kicks out, and now he's back trying to extend his mileage, just trying to draft up behind Kenny, trying to get better mileage through the use of that draft and put some fuel in the bank to try to make a charge once they catch up to traffic.
Tony Kanaan, of course, benefited from fuel mileage against Max Papis 2 years ago at the Michigan 500, where Papis ran out of fuel right the last second of the race. Now he has to figure out how to hold enough fuel in that car to make it to the 201st lap and get around Kenny Bräck in the process. Here he comes, he closes in. Bräck is a little faster off the corner.
And this is the strategy that we talked about. Keep in mind, Kenny Bräck got his first pole positioning at the opening round at Monterrey. He's been on the front row every race this season except for today, where he qualified 6th. He's led more laps than anyone else. Ford's won every race at this track, and yet he's the only Ford in position to do so, followed by just a gaggle of Hondas. And now look what's happened. Kenny Bräck has got more fuel in the bank. The trailing car, Tony Kanaan's got more horsepower. He just can't use it without consuming a lot more fuel.
Moved around a slower car. And back in contact again, though it cost Tony Kanaan a bit in terms of closure. Both the Penske cars are running substantially slower the last couple of laps, in part due to traffic. But also one would assume that they've backed off a bit. They've been running in the mid-190s the last couple of laps.
And Zanardi this last lap is the fastest car on the track at 204.4 miles an hour, gaining ground on DeFerrin. So we'll have to see now. The Penske cars now bring the speed back up as they work their way through traffic.
Temperatures ideal for racing. Air temperature in the mid-70s. There was a mild threat of rain in the area this morning, but we've had no indication of any moisture moving into the area. Adrian Fernandez now being shown as out of the race. We mentioned that he had to serve a penalty, and shortly thereafter, he brought her back in. We'll try and find out what was the cause of failure for Adrian Fernandez. 15 cars are still in competition of those who started today. Let's get an update from Jan Beekes.
Yes, on Tony Kanaan, it's just as Parker had thought, in that the team had radioed to him and tell him to use the button so that he could get close enough in behind Kenny Bräck, because they will not make it on fuel unless he can get it and take advantage of the draft. So yes, Parker, you're right. If you press the button, get up there, use fuel, go for it, use that power, now hang back there and hope that Kenny Draft can suck you to the finish with enough fuel.
Gary Gerald, we mentioned that Adrian Fernandez is out of the race.
Some type of an electrical problem has put him behind the wall and back in the paddock area. Meanwhile, his teammate, Shinji Nakano, running in the 6th position, attracting a lot of interest, of course, from the Japanese fans at his home track.
At the lead, it's Bräck and Kanaan.
Not make it to the end. They are going to have to come here on the next lap, Tony Kanaan, to get fuel. So that strategy, they tried it, but no way do they have enough fuel in the tank.
So then the question to that strategical question would be, why wouldn't you be on the button all the time, using as much fuel as you needed to try to get around Kenny Bräck and try to extend your lead as much as possible and hope for a yellow?
Well, of course, what you're looking for is the caution. We've only had one. It happened right at the beginning. An unlikely scenario for a mile and a half.
And the moment that Tony pits, we're watching now, Castroneves actually just turned a lap at 207.2 miles an hour. Bräck at 202, Tony at 200. We should see Bräck back off. He's got just over a 5-second lead to Castroneves. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Back at the Firestone Firehawk 500, the twin ring Motegi. Kenny Bräck, still the leader. It is assumed that he goes all the way to the finish, which is now only 10 laps away. And Jill DeFerrin, who is in third place, the officials are going to black flag for that trail of smoke at the back of the car. Castroneves drops well back.
Well, he better time this exactly right, or he's going to find himself even further back than he wants to be.
Oh, it's all timing and momentum at this point. And it's up to Bräck as to when he wants to pick the pace up.
Right
now he picks it up.
See ya! Kenny says, thank you very much.
Oh, goodbye. One more lap to go for Kenny Bräck.
A perfect restart. Kenny had them all covered. And finally, after leading so many times, I think, Paul, this will be his day, and Ford will win once again at Honda's home track. Honda dominating all weekend long, but here comes Kenny Bräck.
Oh, the real glory goes to Kenny Bräck. The young Swede makes the final set of turns and charges for that checkered flag. Congratulations to Kenny Bräck. He wins in his 24th start in the series. Rahal and Letterman. Scott Remke accepts the congratulations for helping engineer that win. Rahal and Letterman's team have...
I don't know if it was an audible sigh of relief, but certainly there's got to be relief there for Kenny Bräck, who gets the earpieces out, the helmet and the balaclava are off, and he begins to savor his first victory in this series. What are you feeling right now?
Relief, at last. We've been so close so many times, and finally we made it here. So I want to say thank you to the Shell team, to Team Rahal, and to Ford and Firestone, everybody that made this win possible. It's a fantastic thing for us, and I hope it's only the first one and many to come.
Kenny, what were you thinking in terms of the restart, and how concerned were you that there might be enough time for those Penske cars to come up and challenge?
Well, I had a couple of cars cushioned behind me, and my car really, I don't know why, we've been struggling all weekend to get a good setup, but in the race it ran like a dream. It was a joy to drive, just like a Ford.
The first time on the first pit stop, there was a little bit of a problem at the right rear that cost you about an extra 3 seconds. You went from first to third. How worried were you?
Yeah, I'm worried. I was worried because, thank you, Scott. Because to win these races, really everything have to be perfect. Luckily, we had really great fuel mileage, and that saved us, you know. But you can't afford that normally, but we did today, and because we worked good together, and we just made it.
Do you feel like a lot of pressure has been lifted off your shoulders?
No, now it's just beginning, and we want to go after the championship, right?
There it is. The man who stalks the championship, a first-time winner with championship auto racing teams.
Green is out. Here we go. Kenny Bräck jumps right into the lead. But look at Helio Castroneves. But remember those gold tires. Castroneves gets in big trouble.
And that looked like Cristiano D'Amato that got clipped going through there. Remember, he was also involved in the accident with Bruno Junqueira on the start of the Motegi Japan race.
And once again, I'm sure when you hear the answers from the drivers, cold tires, very definitely going to be the answer. And it's such a shock because it's no surprise here at all. There's the start. Bräck surges forward.
You can see Kenny had it right down on the white line. It was obvious Castroneves was trying to squeeze him down, trying to make sure that he wasn't up in the gray, but there just wasn't enough room. They touched. Helio almost had it gathered up, but hey, when you've got that much traffic, there's no way to steer clear of everyone.
Along came D'Amato.
Paul, you opened the show with the fact that cold tires would be an issue. I was thinking as they came down to the green flag, they've got to be so careful. You've got to remember, these drivers are thinking, if someone else around them is being careful, then they're going to be aggressive. That's what created the problem.
Behind Franchitti. Michael closes on the leader.
He closed that gap very quickly. Two very aggressive drivers, Kenny Bräck and Michael Andretti. They have a lot of confidence on these cars. And look at the difference in their lines. This is very typical of Michael Andretti down in turn 1 at Milwaukee. He drives right down the inside, diamonds the corner, whereas Kenny Bräck, more of a traditional oval line, almost a road racing line, staying wide to the outside on the entry, apexing late. Now watch as they come down into this first corner, and watch how much ground Michael makes up just on the corner entry into turn 1.
Michael pulls it into turn 1. Indeed, he does close. And 1 lap's complete. And coming up on what you mentioned right at the start, Parker, it's traffic time, which means you got to be careful.
We already see Kenny lost a little momentum coming off the corner. Michael Andretti is going to try to capitalize on this traffic blockage that Kenny has. You have to get the timing just right so that at this point on the corner, you're full throttle coming off, trying to draft up behind you. Hopefully the guy in front of you gets bottlenecked and you can slip by. Michael's so good on the outside, as we've seen. He doesn't mind going up in the gray on that high line.
And we look down on first and second place from the Honda Helicam over the Milwaukee Mile. While we were away, there were no changes in any position. They remain in the order: Bräck, Andretti, DeFerrin, Vassar, and Tony Kanaan as the top 5. And some concern, at least some thinking, Gary Gerald, about Kenny Bräck in that first corner.
There was definitely concern that maybe there was contact. I've gotten actually conflicting reports. One crew member said Kenny reported everything was okay. Also had another report saying that he actually got pinched down. They didn't believe that there was contact. I'm sure you guys probably had a much better look than we did down here in the pits in terms of the replays. But the major instruction to Bräck at this point on the radio has been to be nice and smooth. Remember, you're controlling the pace.
Max Wilson apparently out of competition. Going back then to Kenny Bräck, yeah, there was definitely some sort of contact spoke, if nothing else, tire to tire on Kenny Bräck's right side.
And you have to be concerned. These cars are relatively fragile. We saw Paul Tracy had a problem with his contact with D'Amata. I saw Paul, once he got out of the car, look at the back, so he suspected that something had broken. These cars can actually go many, many laps before the failure manifests itself. You roll into the corner, boom, you're backwards into the wall.
Jimmy Vassar tries a move on DeFerrin for third. Can't get it done. Michael Andretti still taking a hard look at Kenny Bräck with traffic just ahead.
And look how different the line is of these drivers, the top 4 coming off of turn number 4. Kenny stays relatively close to the wall coming off. Michael uses every bit of it. DeFerrin leaves about 4 to 6 feet. Jimmy Vassar, the 4th car back, that bright orange car, uses every inch. So looking for clean air to try to keep these winged cars working as efficiently as possible, but a very different line as they exit the corners.
Michael Andretti now tries to move to the inside on Kenny Bräck, but Bräck closes the door on him. Again, the widely different lines that you see at use here.
And I don't think that was so much a look as just Michael's line, but that's definitely a look there. Just trying to keep his mirrors full, but that's the line Michael drives. Keeps the car in clean air.
Fuel position 8. Let's go to fuel position 8.
Allows a little more straight line braking on the way in, so he doesn't have a lot more load on the outside of the car, so he can go in a little deeper, a little later on the brakes. Keeps the car a little bit more stable by straightening out that entry. Then using up every inch of the road on the way out, extends the radius, allows him to put the throttle on sooner, using every bit of that corner, straightening it out as they come onto the straights.
Well, Kenny Bräck is trying to find a hole so he can begin to work his way through traffic. But while he waits, everybody in the top 5 has begun to stack up behind him. Jan Beekes.
Yes, on Michael Andretti, who's certainly charging towards the front. We could not understand exactly what he said to the pits, but he's having some trouble with the balance of the car. They said, Michael, don't worry about it. We will fix it on the first stop. So considering how fast he's running, he's doing that with a car that he wants a bit of an adjustment with.
Well, Adrian Fernandez is the car sitting just ahead of the leader. And as yet, Kenny Bräck hasn't found a good position. He's obviously very conscious of Michael behind him. Doesn't want to do anything that would give the place away to Michael. Look at that. Look how they're stacked up behind him. Now remember, Franchitti is out of sequence, made a stop early. And so when you see Franchitti there in the order, he's actually in 22nd place.
That's a great example of the aerodynamic inefficiencies of these cars when they cross the wake. You could see Kenny go down the inside of Adrian, and then he slipped back on the outside, but now he's got the pass done.
And so that quickly, the first of the 2 leaders is passed, and now Michael Andretti's got to find his way through. I don't think it'll take as long for Michael.
Now you see how Michael's car slid wide as he crossed the wake behind Adrian. The car loses all of its downforce, particularly at the front. The car will wash or understeer right out to the wall.
Michael Andretti gets past and resumes his battle. Jan Beekes.
Yes, another update on Michael is the radio communications where, Michael, you can use some more fuel if you want to, but we do not want to pit until the halfway point. Now, of course, we had a lot of caution at the beginning of the race, but anytime somebody says halfway point, it makes me think, are they trying to make this thing in one stop?
Halfway point, 113 laps. That certainly would be a one-stop race, but it would seem like a very long way. On the other hand, 20 miles of caution right at the start of the race would extend that original window out to about the 98th lap at least. So if they can carry on that much further, well, maybe it is possible. Michael again closes on Kenny Bräck. Now DeFerrin tries to work his way around Adrian Fernandez. 56 laps are into the record book. In the Miller Lite 225, Kenny Bräck has led all the way.
Then you can change a spark box or something and maybe get him back out.
And while they work on Bryan Herta, Michael Andretti tries to poke his nose past Bräck. And it looks like he's going to try it again here in about a lap. Every time you try that, though, you just lose so much momentum.
And with this traffic that these two drivers have encountered, the race pace has gone from the fastest lap so far being turned by DeFerrin at 157.2, followed by Bräck at 157.1. They're now racing in the 148 to 149 mile an hour range. So Michael Andretti being aggressive, but he also has to be patient and wait for the right time. No one knows that better than how to play that game than Michael Andretti.
So as they thread their way through traffic, these two are really running all alone. DeFerrin sits back almost 2.5 seconds from the leader. Somebody bobbles, of course he's right there, but on a mile, 2.5 seconds can be an enormous distance. There's DeFerrin. It really amounts to back at the Miller Lite 225, and yep, that's Michael out in front, leading for the first time this year. Kind of an unusual set of circumstances put Michael into the lead. We'll take a look at it for you.
Coming down into turn 3, you can see Kenny got high. That's all there was to it. Trying to hang on to the car. He's got a massive handling problem here. Michael takes advantage of the opportunity, stays on the throttle, takes the Michael line down into turn 1.
Different angle, view of the same situation.
Forces a pass on Jourdain coming in, gets a little too hot, washes up wide. Michael tucks back down the inside, is able to pick up the throttle a little sooner, carries that speed down the straightaway, completes the pass.
And it wasn't much longer till Michael was also able to try and move on Michel Jourdain, but it didn't work for him. So it's Kenny Bräck still sitting right on his tail now with 86 laps complete. And Parker, I'd expect we'll see pit stops starting pretty quickly.
Well, if I've done the math right, that's what we'll see. The driver that we want to watch here. There you have it, just a few laps away. Kenny Bräck's getting great mileage, always has all year long. And back in 4th place, Jimmy Vasser driving for Pat Patrick. These guys have reliability. They've got great mileage, great pit stops. Keep in mind that Pat Patrick team has got the best finishing record for their two drivers of any team in the series right now.
Here is the first major stop of the day. It's Kenny Bräck on the pit road. We expect the leader Michael Andretti shortly thereafter. But right now it is Kenny Bräck that heads down for service, and Gary Gerald
hits the marks perfectly. Rico Knoll has the helmet cam on the right front. Everything appears to be routine. Tires are on. Wing change up front. 2 quick turns. Fueling almost complete. Revs Heads up, he's gone just under 12.5 seconds on my clock.
And the assumption is Gary Gerald that this came in, and there's Andretti with Kenny Bräck behind him. 113 laps complete, so just past the halfway. And we expect the green flag to come out as they come around. Pace car is already off. And there's the green flag with Jimmy Vasser back in the field, trying to make a move. He's actually third in the race, but he is well back in the order as they came back to green flag.
And during that yellow, we had some other drivers pit as well. Franchitti, Mauricio Gugelmin, Shinji Nakano came in because it was at the 112 lap point. I think some of these drivers are thinking with enough yellow, that will be their last stop, bringing them a lap back up, putting them in contention.
Added front wing to the car. Michael has called back on the radio and said now the car balance is good, but I have trouble when I run up behind another car. So obviously if your car is pretty well dialed on its own, the best place to be is in the lead, because until he catches traffic, that car is going to be exactly how he wants it. But he says the front washes out badly when he catches up to other people.
And what it feels like, it's like crossing behind a tractor trailer rig on the highway. These cars produce very turbulent, dirty air, and when you get into their wash, you lose all the downforce, as Jan said, particularly at the front of the car, and the car will go up high into the corners. Produces a lot of understeer. The driver has to stay off the throttle, which means you come off the corner very slowly.
We're going to go back and take a look at the battle for 7th place. Get right in. Oh, look at this, Kenny Bräck. Kenny Bräck moves on Andretti and grabs the lead. So Bräck back to the front.
Nice job, you're our hero.
Scott Ripke on the radio with Kenny Bräck.
And keep in mind, Kenny Bräck led 7 different events last year. He's been so close so many times. He's so aggressive. He's got such great car control. Now watch, they come off onto the back straightaway, picks up a good draft. Mike makes a little move. Kenny just outbrakes him going down to the inside of turn 3.
Well, and this, in fact, Parker, leads again to the question I was about to ask you. You assume that when he gets right in behind there, it's pretty turbulent, and they're trying to do something about it, but they never seem to be successful.
It's a very difficult task trying to slow these cars down. They've taken power, reduced the boost off the engines. The manufacturer's got it right back. They've taken downforce off. They've also created a lot of drag, which also creates a lot of turbulence. It's a difficult tightrope to walk.
So the lead changes again, and the Miller Lite 225 on the Milwaukee mile. Kenny Bräck has pushed his Ford up to the front of the field, followed by Michael in a Honda, Vasser in a Toyota. His Motorola car with Michael Andretti at the helm. He is the leader of the run. Nothing has changed since we left you. It's Andretti, Bräck, Dixon, Fittipaldi. Those are the top 4. Now we mentioned Tor Takagi has been set down, and Parker and I and everybody in the booth have been trying to think, has there ever been a time in kart when the chief steward said, that's it, black flag, and it means you're done, you're out of the race?
At the same time figuring out how to stay in the lead, but the last couple laps he did, the radio communication was, keep doing exactly what you're doing.
And there are a couple of different things that drivers can do to save fuel. One is to feather off the throttle early into the braking area. Try to be a little bit more gentle with the throttle coming off the corner, to short shift so you're not using as many RPMs. Some drivers are just better at it than others while maintaining maximum speed. Montoya told me last year at Chicago, he got into such a groove, such a rhythm. He wasn't even using the brakes on an oval similar to this and was getting 2.75 miles per gallon. He said once you get into the groove, you can actually go faster that way than if you're trying to push very hard. And as I said, some of these drivers are...
You gotta really work that fuel.
Are better than others, and when you're leading the race, he's kept the interval between 0.9 to 1.1 seconds over Kenny Bräck. Michael's got to try to figure out how to get the best mileage and maintain this gap over second place Kenny Bräck.
And you heard there too on the radio exactly what Jan Vikas was talking about. Critique almost every lap. For Michael Andretti, Kenny Bräck crosses the line just behind him. 173 laps are now the distance at Milwaukee in the Miller Lite 225. Andretti, Bräck, Dixon, 1, 2, 3.
We're just trying to figure out if they had a problem.
Kenny Bräck just got Andretti.
Kenny Bräck just got around the leader. Kenny Bräck is back in front. So at the 183rd lap, it's Kenny Bräck back in front. And look at Scott Dixon come in behind Andretti. Whoa!
Kenny got a better run coming off the last corner. Michael tried to take him down to the inside. Kenny had just too much momentum. Outbroke him going down into the first corner. Kenny had whittled that lead down to just over a half a second from the 1.1 that Michael had just before we went to break. That's the problem with working this fuel mileage game, as Michael knows that if he doesn't make the fuel mileage number, it doesn't make any difference whether he's leading or not, because he'll have to come into the pits unless they get a late yellow. And now Scott Dixon looking very racy. He's fallen back on the last couple of laps now. He was right up behind Andretti after that pass.
Let's go to Jan Bikas.
Well, an update for Michael is that, believe it or not, this might help him somewhat. Michael Andretti has been struggling somewhat reaching that fuel number that we were talking about with that coaching. And so maybe now, if he can get right up behind Kenny Bräck, which it appears as though he's struggling to do so, that might save him some fuel.
And we had a good conversation with Scott Dixon Thursday night at dinner, and he was saying that Kenny Bräck comes hauling down into the corner faster than anybody else. He was really surprised at Nazareth at how fast Kenny Bräck was able to close on him in the corner, but that he wasn't able to convert that to speed off the corner.
Well, and much to Scott's credit, what he figured out is that Kenny wasn't very fast coming off that particular corner. Wow, he's really dropped back.
Okay, use your weight vector in your bar.
Michael Andretti reporting trouble now. Look at how the speed has fallen off from his fastest lap. The leader right now, Kenny Bräck's running 149.
Your brakes to keep the tire pressures up. Parker, what are we talking about there?
You can explain that to me, Gary. I know it's to keep the brakes warm, but I don't know if it has any effect at all on tire pressure. I have to go ask Scott Remke about that after this is over.
What's going through Kenny Bräck's mind right now? Him kind of cock his head over and take a look at that left rearview mirror. Oh, no.
Well, let's see if he can get a jump like he did at Motegi. His restarts have been flawless.
He's already rolling as they come to the acceleration cones and off at turn 4, looking for the green flag. It's out. Here we go. 8 laps to the finish.
Green.
Scott Dixon clears traffic and is now back in touch with the leaders. On the charge, but a lap down. 9th place.
That interval now just under a second at 0.97. It's 2.77 back from Bräck to Dixon.
Report from the CART Medical Center on Nicholas Manassi, and they're going to put some ice on his right knee, but they believe he's going to be fine and released in a few minutes. It's all with the leaders now.
5 to go. 5.
1.06 seconds the interval now. Kenny pulled out just a few hundredths. He just wants to maintain this interval now.
Kenny Bräck got over the first hurdle with a brilliant restart.
He's done that every single time he's led a race through last year and into this year.
Fuel position 11.
We'd love to tell you what fuel position 11 is, but those are among the top secrets down in each of the team, and with each team it can mean something different.
Right, even from manufacturer to manufacturer with the same team, it can be a different position.
Jan Bikas, Michael Andretti in second. What's the story?
Well, he doesn't have the speed that he wants, and they just told him fuel position 0. And judging by the look on Mario, his father's face shaking back and forth, that's not a good sign. I think in his case, fuel position 0 means he's not going to have the power he needs to go after Kenny Bräck.
The interval now just over a second.
Well, can you imagine the frustration Michael Andretti's feeling? Fortunately for him at least, Scott Dixon is sitting almost a full straightaway back and not able to mount a charge on Andretti.
Paul, you mentioned Mario Andretti. Mario gave Lola its first ever championship car win in 1983 at Elkhart. If Kenny Bräck hangs on here, it would be the 100th victory 18 years later for Lola.
Kenny Bräck has just taken the checkered, or the white flag, 1 lap until the checkered flag, 1 lap until the 100th for Lola. World News tonight, Sunday, is coming up right after the race. We're running very tight on time here in Milwaukee. Kenny Bräck comes off the corner, looks for the checkered flag, and there's 2 in a row for Kenny Bräck. Kenny Bräck. Kenny Bräck is the winner here at the Miller Highlight. 2:25, and he joins guys like Montoya, Franchitti, and Greg Moore, who also won the next race right after their very first career win. Congratulations to Kenny Bräck. In 2 weeks, we'll be in Detroit. Paul Page for Parker Johnstone, Jan Vikas, and Gary Sherrill. Thanks for joining us here today in Milwaukee. This is ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence. There is Kenny Bräck, back behind Roberto Moreno, currently running in 9th and being worked on pretty hard by Oriol Servia.
And he just turned the race's quickest lap 2 laps ago, so even though we've got this gap back to Kenny and Oriol's all over the back of him, he has turned the race's quickest lap so far.
Of course, quickest lap, at least at this point in the run, is more a product of how much clear racetrack you may have ahead. Though it's a surprise that Castroneves wouldn't be turning it.
Well, as you alluded to earlier, I think right now Castroneves is actually trying to pace this race a little bit. The thing that is surprising is that Kenny Bräck hasn't closed up the gap to Roberto Moreno, who's currently about 2.3 seconds ahead of him.
9th position has turned on to the pit road. Gary.
This will be the first of the green flag stops. They're telling the team to ease down, take a deep breath. Now they swing into action. They want it to be as routine as possible. Remember, a second lost in the pits can be huge in the racetrack because the basic margin between these cars has been only a second or less. Bräck now at 12, 13 seconds rolling away. He'll get some position because all the leaders are going to have to be coming in shortly.
The green flag now. Starter has him, front row well aligned. Here we go. Look at that spray. Ahead is that most dangerous first turn. Leaders are through. Rest of the field bottles up, 1 car off, sliding backwards. And Kenny Bräck gets in trouble too.
The points leader all the way back in 22nd spot now, trying to find a place to reverse direction.
And whoever that was that went around backwards might have been one of the cool cars, might have been Shinji Nakano. We'll try to find out for you. Obviously got it going as well. Kenny Bräck came through the cut-through in the festival curves there and resumed his chase. Look at Cristiano. Here's what happened to him.
Coming down at the end of the pit straight, down to 2nd gear, turns in, boom. Taps Kenny Bräck and does a little half spin to the right and kills the engine.
This weekend, and what counterpoint that is, there's Kenny. What counterpoint that is to his teammate Papis, who takes the pole and leads from the pole and is leading now. You wonder if Kenny Bräck's back-to-back victories didn't have some sort of psychological effect on Papis.
Well, it's definitely that time of the season when people start talking about contracts for next year, and it's interesting how the thought of possibly not being unemployed or employed for next year can change your motivation and your whole outlook on life.
The green cars are the ones that are putting on the biggest fight at the moment. Back here is 12th place Kenny Bräck. In front of him is D'Amata. Michael Andretti was in front of D'Amata until he pulled off to answer the black flag penalty.
If you look at the championship implications so far today, we've had Bräck leading the championship off the road, Castroneves in 2nd off the road, Andretti in 3rd off, D'Amata in 4th off, Gilles de Ferran in 5th off, Paul Tracy stayed on, and then Scott Dixon back in 8th place. He's had his spin. So if you look at what's going on here points-wise, it's the championship no one really wants to take a hold of and lead strongly.
D'Amata that leads the field down, the teammates. Wow! And this time, it's Dario Franchitti. And that forces a couple of cars
to go through the shortcut. They'll be fine as long as they just maintain their position relative to the field.
Your wings look okay.
The brakes.
Oh, my goodness.
We're back live. This is Kenny Bräck sliding off. You also saw, as we went away to that replay, that Helio Castroneves was making a move. Jill DeFerrin, we also have a report.
And this knows what we're about to see. Green flag is out. They spread wide for the first turn. Big trail of brakes. Some people wisely trying to pick the widest spot they can, and guess what? At least 4 cars off immediately. Well, they're going to go green this time by. There's Kenny Bräck. Parker, he got a great start. Started back in the field in 17th, and by the end of the first lap, he was scored 8th.
Yeah, it was an awesome start. You can see him picking off cars as he goes way down the inside, protects the apex, avoids this problem out to the left side, gets a good run off here, and then just before the yellow came out, you can see he picks off one, another one. He actually gets a couple more cars coming through the 3-4 complex and then down to turn 5. Brilliant Kenny Bräck opening lap.
So 2 different philosophies, really. Bryan Herta swings way wide, hoping to avoid the situation, but remembering on a tight turn, they tend to slide off to the outside. Bräck just goes right down the inside, and it pays off for him. We are Kenny Bräck as he now works his way steadily through the field, working on Adrian Fernandez. On board, Bräck. He's the man on the move at the moment. At the front of the field again.
Talked about Max Wilson. It's one of the David and Goliath stories. A small team, Arciero Blair, last weekend, breakthrough performance. They started 19th, but because of the rain, Max drove that car up into 3rd. Closing moments, he fell back to 4th. They said, hey, that wasn't a fluke. We've got a great engineer in Brian Ma. We've got great guys on board. And now, he just didn't luck into leading this thing. He is leading this field strongly. Fantastic performance for this very small team.
That show you how rough it is out there. Watch these transitions in pavement.
See Kenny Bräck just having a look on the inside, just trying to fill Fernandez mirrors just to make sure that he knows he's there. This is one of the few tracks, Paul. Monday morning you get up as a driver, you are bruised across the shoulders and the hips. You are just beaten to death, the track being so rough.
And remember, the airport runway sections of this, not this section here, that's one of the taxiways, but the airport runway sections are also grooved, and that just eats away at tires and at the car. Well, Max Wilson, who started back in the 2nd row, is in the lead right now. Alex Tagliani made that great move from 7th up to 2nd place, and it's Ford Toyota at the Marconi Grand Prix of Cleveland. We'll be right back. Paul Page, Parker Johnstone, Gary Gerald, Jan Vikas. We're at the Marconi Grand Prix of Cleveland, the Burt Lakefront Airport. Here comes Adrian Fernandez trying to move on Alex Tagliani. Now, Memo Gidley was able to get around into 2nd place just before that. And so now here is Adrian Fernandez. And Parker, here comes Kenny Bräck. Kenny Bräck comes to the inside. Oh, it's going to be close. He gets around.
Yeah, it's a feeding frenzy now. We overheard on the radio. They told Tag he's got to be careful on fuel. Everyone in front of him, they're saying, hey, use the overtake button, do whatever you need to. But once you get pushed outside offline a little bit, once one guy goes past, the others just have to do the same thing. There's only 3 left-hand corners on this track. A lot of teams set their cars up with a little bit of oval in it. In other words, a little bit of wedge, a little bias to the right. And if you get the car too far in that direction, you might be very quick in most of the corners. It can really hurt you coming off left-handers like turn number 4.
Guys on the move, upper left-hand corner there. Kenny Bräck making the biggest move, but Helio Castroneves working his way forward as well. And there is Bräck working on Adrian Fernandez, fighting for 3rd. Adrian Fernandez trying to keep as much as he can on Wilson. The
Wilson's holding up just fine. I wonder, though, what the game ought to be for Wilson. You're thinking maybe drop back to fourth? I mean, he's really run the tires pretty hard thus far.
Well, he has, and if you look at the first through fourth group, they've got about a 4-second lead on fifth and on down, which starts with Alex Zanardi. And I'm a little surprised that once that pass was made by Gidley, that Fernandez and Bräck didn't pounce on him immediately. They've kind of slotted in now. Gidley has just now turned the 2 quickest race laps overall. Zanardi now the 3rd quickest lap. Max seems to be holding station. You might want to be a little bit more conservative. Of course, you're never just going to move over and give up a position. But I'm surprised Fernandez and Bräck aren't exerting more pressure on Wilson at this point.
Gidley's nearly 3 seconds in front of second place. Then 3 cars run right together, and now this group, Tagliani, Gugelman, Tora Takagi, Bryan Herta, they're all running right together. Well, we have Gidley in the lead. It's not the only time in his Champ Car career. Look at Bryan Herta trying to get Takagi. You can stick your nose out there. Sometimes you can make it. Gidley did, in fact, lead 1 lap at Long Beach last year. That time he was substituting for Patrick Carpentier. Jan Beekes watching the leader Gidley.
Yes, and watch the gap, Paul, because they have just had to call out to Mimo Gidley to change the fuel map. And my assumption is that they will be leaning him out a bit to put their fuel strategy and their pit strategy where they want it. And obviously these cars are very susceptible to what fuel map you're on. And right now I think they're turning him down.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Last time he crossed the line, 3.8 seconds back to second place, Wilson. I would think I'd want to lean out the mapping a little bit, too.
Well, yeah, considering that Gidley now has the 4 top quickest laps of the race, they could probably back him off just a little bit. To make it a 2-stop race, the target you're looking for is you've got to go 33 or 34 laps on either the first stop or the second stop. And so far, without any full course yellows.
Oh. Franchitti, Fittipaldi, a bump. This is a battle at 13th place. You're on board with Junqueira. He's 15th. Here comes Cristiano D'Amata down the inside. Starting to get lively back with those second group qualifiers who qualified in the rain yesterday. Because of that, you had a lot of very serious drivers, a lot of series champions and winners back at the back of the field. Bryan Herta works on Tagliani. He's got him. Now to Farron. Tries to make his move. Whoa, it's going to get crowded.
And you've got to be careful down there, being 100 feet wide. When you pass someone, you want to slide right up next to him side by side. If you get way to the inside of the corner, the visibility to the sides and behind these cars is very bad, and they won't see it, and they'll just come across heading for the apex and ram you. So you don't want to be too far away from the guy you're trying to pass. Keep in mind, this group, the 2 qualifying sessions, one was dry, one was wet. Some of the fastest guys in the field got stuck in the back because they had to go out in the rain. I've been watching Dario Franchitti. He's been moving up almost every lap.
Franchitti, Catherine Evans, Fittipaldi, D'Amata, all of them right together there.
Franchitti being in the top 5 all weekend long. Cristiano D'Amata has been 4th quickest or better all weekend. Gilles de Ferran was 2nd quickest after the combined practice time. So you got this whole group of guys that are very frustrated to have started where they did, but yet the field is so competitive, it's just not a matter of simply driving by. You really have to work for every single position.
You look at the nose of Dario Franchitti's green and white car there. The Scotsman has certainly been racing today.
Yeah, he's wheeled a few people, it looks like. That's the Team Green Nerf bar on the nose there.
And Scott Dixon, the young rookie who won at Nazareth, is just ahead of him. So it's a good string of drivers sitting there in second, and they're telling Kenny Bräck, you're going to pit in just 5 laps.
Back in Cleveland, we have regular scheduled pit stops. Gilles de Ferran has his 4 tires, slight wing change, waiting for fuel. We also saw 12.2 for him. We also saw Zanardi and one of the players' cars. We expect our leader next time around.
Yeah, Alex Tagliani is in. The crew is waiting for Kenny Bräck as well, as Gilles de Ferran stays under the speed limit, heading out of the pits. Here comes the leader, Mimo Gidley.
His pits early on there, just beyond that of Max Wilson.
Reset your fuel.
Jan Beekes.
Looking to see if they make any changes on this car. So far, everything routine. If he's running the fastest laps, I'm not surprised they didn't make any changes. Gary Darrell. Gary?
And we await Kenny Bräck for his first service. Here he is, beautifully on the marks, and the crew springs into action for the Rahal team. Nemo Gedley flashes by. Wing changes up front on both sides. Revs up for Bräck, and he's rolling. 12 seconds flat.
And he comes out right alongside Adrian Fernandez, and they're going to argue a bit about it.
You can tell where the pit,
lost it.
you can tell where the pit speed limit ended. Those guys both came off the button, the rear's lit, because remember, you're full throttle when you got the pit speed limiter on. And now it's a drag race because it's faster coming out of the pits than it is going through the corner.
And Bräck trying to get around Adrian Fernandez as he comes back into the battle. Adrian sweeps behind him. They go side by side along the Lakeshore Straight. Look at Bräck continue to work on Fernandez. And remember, these are cold tires. They just came out of the pits, Bräck did.
And full tanks, he's going to make a run coming down inside 5.
Bräck is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, Max Wilson stayed out, so he assumed the lead. Mauricio Guzman stayed out as well. So did Bryan Herta, Tora Takagi.
Ended it now to 16 seconds over Bräck, Fernandez, and Zanardi.
Max Wilson, early leader, down in 18th now, Jan Beekes.
Yes, and remember, we had a bit of a discussion during the break as to why was he not able to make it into his pit box. So I went down and spoke with the team and said, were you able to tell Max Wilson on the radio that the car of Bruno Junqueira was positioned there and he'd have to swing around it? He said, yes, we called him in because we thought he could make it. When he came onto pit road and saw the CART official waving him by, he made a judgment call and said, I can't make it into my pit. Obviously, that's cost him dearly.
Well, and that's exactly what you were suggesting, Parker.
Well, and the problem is, the way you enter the pits here, you don't have a long time to see them. You make that quick right-left transition, you're slowing down from 180 to 50 miles per hour. Since he's got one of the first pit boxes, the reveal, or the time you have to analyze the situation, is very, very small. You see someone from CART waving you as you enter. Now, obviously had enough fuel to get back around, but I don't think he had enough time to fully comprehend what was happening or make the judgment as to whether he could fit into that box or not.
Yeah, but then again, the race course is what they give you. It's Mike's car, not mine. They actually compete within the team. Ganassi takes one car, Mike Hull takes the other car. Here's the pit summary. And Franchitti, one of the big winners, but the two biggest are the Patrick Racing cars, improving 9 during that stop. Unbelievable. Gary?
Well, and just to add to that, Paul, is the fact that they were able, by getting a splash early on with that first yellow, to go a little bit further than most of the field. And so they're now targeting lap 68 for their second stop, which would mean they'd have to go 32 laps to the checkered flag. Supposedly, that would be easily within the window. So once again, the old veterans, Pat Patrick, Jim McGee and company, making some critical moves to get their drivers way forward in the field through their pit stops.
You saw a brief glimpse of a very busy Alex Zanardi.
Yeah, he had a good run on Fernandez coming out of turn 1. Tried to go inside into turn 3. Didn't make it. Now, Kenny Bräck, when he tried that exact same maneuver, instead of trying to push the maneuver through 3, actually laid back, turned in later to get a better run off of turn 4, and then just outbroke Adrian into turn 5. Franchitti now the quickest lap of the race at 126.8 miles an hour. And look at him close here. He's got a great run on Fernandez, but this is what's so critical, is getting through the chicane, the second part of it, as cleanly as possible so you can get a good run going down to turn 1. That's what Zanardi's trying to do on Bräck. Franchitti's trying to set up Fernandez the same way. They're just not close enough.
But with 25 seconds out in front and 56 laps already complete, Nemo Gedley is looking so very strong. Those parentheses are their starting positions. It's Toyota, Ford, Honda at the front.
He had a big lead.
And it validates what we said about 13 seconds for the fuel.
Gedley came in with a 24-second lead, so certainly not a problem there. But the strategy's got to be here. We know Pat Patrick, some of the other teams are going to do this on 2 stops. These other guys like DeFerrin with Walker and then with Penske last year, you turn the fuel up, you just go for it, you do a splash and go at the end.
Kenny Bräck picks up the lead, followed by Fernandez and Franchitti. Jan Beekes.
We wondered about Zanardi. He had to pit. I assume because of that contact, he had a flat tire.
So both of the cars involved there pitting very, very closely together. As Zanardi came in, you got a view out of the rearward-facing camera of them working on Max Wilson's car, trying to get the nose and wing repaired to get him back out. And finally, Wilson is rolled out. Kenny Bräck comes in. His teammate, Max Papis, comes in behind him, Gary Gerald.
And Max Papis's pit is in front of Bräck on pit road, so I don't know if that could lead to any kind of a problem or not. Here comes Bräck now, and here comes Max. Max goes on by. He doesn't pit. He just visited pit road, tipped his cap, and kept on going.
I want to make sure Ken got in okay.
Everything looks real good for Bräck. There they go.
Most of the strategy now is to conserve and try to get to the end without a stop. Gidley, Chip Ganassi Racing, they're taking a page from Team Penske and Derek Walker. They've got him on full burners right now. He's pulling out about a second a lap lead over Dario Franchitti. I guess the question is, Paul, how long does it take to get on pit road at 50 miles an hour, do the splash and go, and then go the rest of the distance on pit lane at 50 miles an hour? That full interval is what Gidley's going to need, plus a little cushion if he hopes to come back out in the lead. But he's pulling out about a second a lap now over Dario Franchitti.
And that's an enormous interval. It's a very long pit road, both in and out here. And it is part of the reason that here is Gidley, the leader.
Oh, man! Wow, that was close with Alex Zanardi. And had a little bit of trouble getting the nozzle in. But boy, this could be a break if they go full course caution. All right, now we get to find out about this gap.
So watching for Franchitti. There he is, making the turns, and now coming onto the front straight. He's easily going to grab the lead.
Gidley just now off the pit speed limiter, and remember, it's faster out of the pits than it is through turn 1. Gidley will be rounding the last corner out of the pits.
There's
there he
Gidley.
is. But it wasn't enough of a gap.
Let's go get him now.
He's got Bräck easily, and he's got plenty of fuel.
He cannot stay on your fuel trim. Let's get him.
Some encouraging words for Gidley that he can haul, put his most rich mapping position, his highest power, and go after Dario Franchitti with 10 laps to go.
When you're lean back, it can be as much as 100-plus horsepower difference between full lean and full rich. Right now, Gidley's got all 900 horsepower. Dario's something well back of that. Kenny Bräck also having to run very conservatively, but we've watched Kenny Bräck many times run very fast on little fuel. But look, Gidley taking off into the distance for Dario Franchitti in his first race winning kart.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, though. I want Kenny Bräck breathing down the back of my neck. Franchitti, back to Gidley and Bräck. There is the interval, first through third, all on the front straight. We'll be back with the checkered flag after this.
And now Dario's in position this time.
The field looks for the flag. Green flag is out. They're underway in the Molson Indy. Bräck looks to the inside. DeFerrin takes across the front. Castroneves is outside alongside Bräck. Bräck slots into third place. Fastest part of the track here. Now a hard right-hander, heavy on the brakes. Burn on the long straight. Kenny Bräck goes inside of Helio Castroneves. Castroneves gives him some room, but not enough. They touch coming off the corner. Still, they continue on. There was a part that went there, though.
Yeah, it was a piece of the front wing end plate, it looked like. You notice Dario Franchitti slipped through on the maneuver. And now Tony Kanaan trying to take advantage of the loss of momentum from Castroneves.
Franchitti tucked in behind Kenny Bräck. There comes Castroneves, then Tony Kanaan just behind him. That's Tagliani behind Kanaan. Of course, both Patrick Carpentier and Tagliani being Canadian, their sponsor Canadian as well. This is an incredibly important event for them.
There's that fight for second place. What makes this kind of interesting is back at the back of the field, Tracy and Serbia were in the situation earlier. And now the chief steward, Chris Neifel, it's being reported, has warned the team to warn Paul Tracy, you've already had 2 strikes against you, and another incident on the course you could find at, or not penalties assigned, but the change in the pop-off valve. Kenny Bräck, he's battling with Franchitti, and Franchitti grabs second. So Franchitti now to second to chase DeFerrin. Franchitti said last night that he thought his car was about 0.2 faster than he was able to show in qualifying. Maybe he speaks properly there. Anyhow, the valve.
Let's talk about racing rather than the politics. Let's look at the pass first. He sets Kenny up coming down the long back straightaway. At the last minute, pops out. Very clean pass. You can see he leaves Kenny plenty of room on the outside. Nice and tidy. Well executed. Dario obviously loving this place. He's been on the pole twice in 97 and 98. First pole coming with Hogan Racing in 97. Suits his driving style very, very well.
Standings remain the same with DeFerrin leading. Franchitti with his move around Bräck just a few laps ago put him into second place. Castroneves stuttered for a second there, and Bräck got around him. Castroneves sits back in third place, or in fourth place now, followed by Tagliani, Canan, Fernandez, Carpentier, Bryan Herta, and Christian Fittipaldi. Crossing over the 24th lap for the leader. DeFerrin leading from the start and leading the first laps he's led all year, and the first laps that he has led here in Toronto. Going to keep a close eye on Dario Franchitti now, Parker, because from the course there have been some reports that he may be smoking.
That's not good for a Honda engine. We've seen the
tire management before the race. They knew the compound was soft. They knew the temperatures were probably going to be high and the driving tough.
Well, years ago when you had Goodyear and Firestone fighting it out and the tires were very, very soft to get that one ultimate lap, tire conservation was a big part of driving. You had to be very, very careful with every throttle application. Firestone has been building very consistent tires for the last several years without any competitors in the series. But here, as everyone's still looking for...
If you're going to do it, you try to do it on these restarts. Helio Castroneves tried. Canan moved to the inside, but for no apparent reason. He just likes that line a little better.
Roberto Moreno, second in your pictures, actually a lap down in 20th position. Then they're in order with Tagliani, Bräck, Castroneves.
A little dart and weave out of Kenny Bräck there.
And owning the team.
Castroneves is working hard on Kenny Bräck. He stays in line coming through here, but he keeps darting right and left. Kenny is certainly aware that he's there.
Kenny Bräck surrounded by Renards in front and just behind him, and here comes Castroneves.
Castroneves, very clean move. Kenny Bräck helps him out. Sportsmanlike conduct out of both. They know that turn is tough. And Helio Castroneves moves to third.
An oil leak. Well, it turned out it was more than that. And I think, Parker, you had even mentioned that sometimes you see some smoke early in the race. It spells doom for the engine, and that, in fact, was the case.
Well, Franchitti had hoped for a much better day. He's actually been in great spirits all weekend. Last evening, laughing about the starting position, laughing about conversations with he and his teammate Paul Tracy. I asked him, what you and Paul, since you're starting one behind the other, what kind of conversations do you have for the start? He says, that one's real easy. Paul just says, I'm going to the front.
And Dario said what? He was ducking? Or here Dario Franchitti brings himself up into third in the championship after his victory last race in Cleveland. Once again, that top 10 in the championship that has changed with every race looks like it'll change again at the end of today.
Look at Adrian Fernandez here. Works on Kenny Bräck, comes to the inside of him.
And he gets around him. Boy, that one was close, though.
And that's not just a look inside. That's I'm coming through, and if you decide to turn, we will have a big accident. I mean, for Kenny Bräck, you really have no choice if you don't block the entry. If you take a normal racing line, when someone dive bombs you like that, the only choice you have is to let them through or be part of the accident.
A while ago, that are really now only 12 laps out from their stop. Dixon's only 6 out, and Kenny Bräck's in trouble.
Points, championship points leader. Once again.
Smoke inside the car and he stopped, okay? 10-4.
Long and difficult day for Kenny Bräck.
Once again, we'll see a scrambling of the top 10 in the championship points order. It's the championship nobody wants to dominate. No one wants to lead, but look at this man, Michael Andretti, now up to 3rd place.
And with Bräck's pulling out, it's Andretti in 3rd. Ahead of him is Fernandez. Castroneves is the leader.
Those rows are evenly separated.
Ready to come back to the green flag, and here we go. The 500 is underway at Michigan. Takagi looks low. Oh, Papis looks high. Papis noses ahead. They come 3 wide off of 2. Bräck slides into the lead now. Coming off of 4. Tony Kanaan comes up right behind Takagi for 3rd, moves to the outside, and Papis takes it at the line. Now Bräck comes back to come around Max Papis. At the same time, Kanaan and Takagi battle.
We knew there'd be passing from the front to the back. On that opening lap, Dario Franchitti passed 4 cars moving up from last place.
Here comes Max Papis. And Papis solidly has the lead. He'll take it to the line.
Just like that. Nice job. Just like that.
And Kenny Bräck goes back to the lead. Remember, in the way things are scored, though, it only counts the lead at the line. We're going to keep track of all the other passes for you as well, though.
We're looking inside. Clear.
Far right of the screen, that's Kanaan working on Takagi. Lead separates. And Papis leads at the line again. And here comes Kenny Bräck again. The back, see him come through there. He's already up to 14th place, so that car is working well for him.
This is one of the few racetracks anywhere where these drivers can run in the low groove, the middle groove, the high groove. Guys like Andretti that have so much experience here aren't afraid to try the high side up in the grade. Some of the newer guys, they feel a lot more confident, a little bit more secure down on the bottom. This track is all about confidence and experience.
Now Kanaan is around Kenny Bräck.
Got Tony P3 going for
Oh, look at this, going 3 wide now. Paul Tracy comes up high to work on Bräck. Michael closes in. That's Memo Gidley that's in there tight as well. Gidley looking low on Michael. Tracy on Bräck. So Tracy is passed. Gidley is passed. Kanaan's going to try for 2nd place. There's Michael. Now we'll just ride on board 3rd place, Kenny Bräck. See him starting to come into the turbulence there. See the shaking in the wheel. Jan Beekes.
Much more time on pit road.
Didn't just deflate the tire. certainly deflated Christian Fittipaldi's approach to the race.
I don't know if that tire is 6 years old, but it gives you an idea of how thin those carcasses are. The thinner they are, the less heat they build up. And they control the stability of the sidewall of the tire by air pressure. And we'll be hearing more about changes in air pressure as this race goes on and they fine-tune these cars to the track conditions.
Well, in reality, what controls a lot of the theory of the tire construction for a race car is how far can the car go on a 35-gallon tank of fuel. So if you only have to go 70, 75 miles, then that's what you build it for.
Exactly right. The grippier it is, the lower the lap times, but of course the quicker the wear. So Firestone then calculates its tire life by how much fuel and how far these cars can go on a tank of fuel.
Well, we watch Michelle work up the speed. Remember, 50 miles an hour on pit road. Scott Dixon trails him as they pass us. We're at the Kenny Bräck pit. Helio Castroneves goes rolling by, and here comes the yellow and white colors of Kenny Bräck, the season championship points leader.
Reset fuel.
Scott Remke with the usual reminders on the radio. Revs up right at the last moment, and they completed fueling. 11.2 on my stopwatch.
Into this race is 5th in the Drivers' Championship. Papis now up paddling at the front, going to battle with his teammate. Oh, man! And the yellow has come out for the first time. It is a yellow for debris. Gidley crosses the line in front again. Jourdain Jr. is going to try Kenny Bräck. And he's passed.
That's what makes Michigan so great, is the construction of this circuit allows the low, middle, high line, allowing the drivers around you plenty of room, plenty of air, plenty of side-by-side racing. Look how high Gidley could go in relation to Max.
The Michigan 500 presented by Toyota. We've had 7 different leaders, 29 lead changes, but those are counted at the line. We're approaching 80 now on the number of changes away from the line. Paul Page with Parker Johnstone, Gary Gerald, Jan Beekes, Scott Pruitt all with us. 78 different lead changes away from the line. We've been following Michael Andretti, looking for a 3rd win. He's 13th, but he's still very much in the fight. Kenny Bräck looking pretty strong. Whoa, that's little Tony Kanaan. Hi, Tony, how you doing? Those are the stories that we're following today. And so when it gets clouded up with oil and rubber off the track, you just pull it away. Clear view once again.
Not unusual to have 3 to 5 of those strips on a race of this distance. The trick, though, is to make sure you get the right combination, right, left, right, or whatever you set it up to, because what you don't want to do is grab one of the ones on the bottom and tear them all off on a single.
You can't always trust them. They're just a second pair of eyes for to help you. I'm telling you, guys, I've been in trouble before where the spotter tells you to go and there's not enough room, so the driver has got to be on top of it as well.
I absolutely agree with you. I lost my left side mirror once on an oval, and the spotter said clear. No! Just as I turned, and it was too late at that point. So, Scott, you're absolutely right. You got to take care of yourself as well as the spotter.
I like it when they say clear. Oops, sorry.
I hate when that happens.
That was wrong. Dario Franchitti sitting there in 4th. Started last.
Well, a big improvement for these drivers' visibility happened 5-6 years ago when they came out with convex mirrors as opposed to the flat mirrors. Allowed the drivers a much greater range of visibility up to about the beam position of the driver's head and back, but still with the rear wings, with the Hanford devices, and the rear tires, a lot of your rearward vision is blocked, and they do have enormous blind spots out to the sides.
Well, the stops have begun on that second group of cars. Alex Zanardi is into the pits. Appears to be routine for Alex. We keep an eye on the front of the field.
I guess they should have warning labels on those mirrors that say caution, cars behind you may be going a heck of a lot faster than you or something like that.
About to put you a lap down.
Yeah, could be. Franchitti in 4th place. Working with his teammate there, as we saw. Paul Tracy now 3 laps down. And you can hear why this is so stressful on the engines. They are nearly full throttle the entire time. 16,000 plus RPMs. The other problem you've got here, Paul, is all this superheated air from the cars that you're following is then vented into your side. Whoa! Whoa! Lift off the throttle there. Yike!
Coming inside.
Just over the 250th lap.
Clear.
Halfway point. 250th mile, halfway point.
But that air is heated. Can cause the engine temps, the oil temps to rise higher than you normally would. That's why some of these guys are fighting to get to the front, but always looking for clean air, not only to get out of the turbulence, but to run in cooler air, and that's a relative term when it's 93 degrees outside.
Junquera came into the pits. So that second group, Carpentier is in right now. 2 different strategies at play here. It's Toyota, Ford at the Michigan 500, presented by Toyota.
Road, but not take the chance of spinning. Of course, the big problem is if you leak brake fluid onto the rear tire, if it is a big leak, could create an enormous problem, because we know how slick brake fluid can be.
Lead changes again. Bräck around Gidley.
Clear.
Phenomenal. We mentioned Alex Zanardi and the decision that he now must make as we watch 4 battle at the front. Papis comes up into second. Gidley, Franchitti, and of course Tracy, Franchitti's teammate, 2 laps behind. Split, we're going around again.
Now, inside, outside.
Oh, yeah.
Outside, one inside, you're clear.
Inside, outside, side.
Another one looking outside, another one looking outside, outside. Outside, clear.
Boy, that's busy.
Gotta run.
Spotters are going to be hoarse at the end of this day.
Remember, guys, the radio problem for Mimo Gidley, we don't know if he can hear his spotter, do we? And think about that in the traffic jam that he's running in as they take him again into turn 1.
We know that he has a radio problem. It's not been made clear whether it's transmit or receive or both, but certainly there is a problem, as once again they go side by side for the lead in the Michigan 500, presented by Toyota. We'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Bräck had an interesting moment as well while we were away. He got up very, very close to the wall. Look at this.
Oh, baby.
Missed it.
We got some breaking news down here. Mimo Gidley's getting a pit speed violation. We heard his revs go up like he had trouble shifting gears, or maybe his finger came off the pit speed button, but this is going to throw away the lead for Mimo Gidley. Brutal.
And what you saw with Kenny Bräck there, the shaking of the car was trying to get all the junk he picked up when he went high off the tires.
You see him scrub tires at the beginning of the race. Well, that's how you do it at 220 miles an hour. I don't know if I'd be that aggressive with a steering wheel.
It's worth it to keep trying. I guess it is. You can count on running some more laps under caution before the day is over. But for Tony Kanaan, it's a drop from a battle with the lead to 19th and 2 laps behind the lead.
Four abreast, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Now 3. And every time I watch this onboard, Paul, my heart starts to accelerate. I just miss driving here because this is one of the most phenomenal places to be in a champ car. Wide open, full throttle, the ultimate video game. Well, until something goes wrong, and then it hurts a lot more.
It takes on the aspects of reality real quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that Foot Memorial Hospital isn't a great place, but I just hate spending my weekends there if I don't have to.
You ride with Kenny Bräck. Lola chassis, Scott.
Well, the thing you have to remember is the Lola seems to have a little bit of an advantage. They have a different underwing than the Reynard. The consensus is they're more efficient. I had a chance to talk to Jimmy Vassar a few minutes ago. He was saying the Lolas are fast. They seem to...
Fourth. And Kenny Bräck finds himself in the middle of traffic as well. Oh.
This is when you don't want to step out of line. I mean, these guys are running wheel to wheel, side by side, 3 wide. Everybody has to keep their wits, keep their head about them. Any little
way up in the crane.
Right there.
That's where we saw it before. He just got pushed up really high in 3-4. And that's...
Michel Jourdain Jr. is coming in to challenge Kenny Bräck. Jourdain Jr. low. Now Bräck's having to fight that car. Again going high, cost him.
Looking inside.
Here comes Michael Andretti low. Franchitti closes on the back of Bräck. Is that momentum, Parker? It just takes that long for him to clean the tires and get back up to speed?
It does.
Wow.
And once you are off the throttle and that high, it takes a while to get back into the groove. What Scott was talking about, which we saw, is one of the players' cars cutting from the high all the way down to the low groove. You can't move quickly. 2 things. Not only does it endanger everyone else, but if you cross the wake of someone and lose all the downforce on that car and suddenly regain it on the bottom side, remember Christian Fittipaldi last year going down the back straightaway? That's what happened to him. The car made an abrupt left-hand turn. He was very, very lucky to escape with only minor damage to the car and himself.
And there's the other.
It's been insane to carry on, especially from where we were going to end up. So sorry for Pioneer and Walkham, but car was running good at the end, and I'm confident for the future, but today wasn't a very good day.
And thankfully he didn't have to use those brakes in a panic. Gary?
Michael Andretti has pulled in, but he hasn't gotten out of the car. The bodywork is off the back, and they are checking. Kim Green, Eddie Jones on the radio with Michael. Any indication of the problem, Kim?
I think we may have lost something in the engine somewhere, and we're running good. We had a bit of a unfortunate situation early on where we made a little mistake in the pits and had to go to the back of the line, but we had a good car.
So you're saying this day is over?
I think this day's over at this point. Yeah, I think we'll have a quick look, but we're not finding anything at the present moment. I think we must had some sort of a problem internally, I think.
All right, thank you.
Well, in the meantime, his teammate Franchitti is just hammering on Kenny Bräck. He just blows past him, but they've been going back and forth in an ongoing battle for second place.
Well, we saw a couple of squeeze jobs there right up against the wall. I was standing up in my seat trying to get as thin as possible. That's what makes Michigan so great. You can do this lap after lap, low, middle, high. See Tracy down on the inside coming into the pits, it looks like.
Remember, Tracy is well off of the pace. He's 11th, 2 laps behind the lead. Dario Franchitti going for the lead. Can he hold on to it now?
Wow, look at him tuck right up behind. Tagliani there.
Gets a bit of a toe.
He's got to be careful on this corner. Tag goes low. Dario looks for cleaner air a little higher.
They're all going to line up high.
See Dario, Max, and Bräck using up every inch of road coming off the 4th corner. Back up to the top for turn 1. Now it's all dependent on where Tag drives as to where they drive. Tag goes low, Dario stays up high looking for clean air. Max slots in.
With gearboxes because of that.
Gidley is back rolling.
And of course the upshifts are easy because you don't lift off the throttle. The computer automatically figures out the ignition and fuel brake needed in order to match revs. But on the downshifts, as Scott said, the problem is it takes a very subtle light blip of the throttle downshift through the top gears you have in the box. And then the timing is very different on the lower gears where you need a big blip. You can see him fan out in the corners looking for that clean air. You can see the back of Max's car moving around in the turbulence, and as soon as they get back on the straights, they fall immediately back in line to take advantage of the draft.
No Franchitti around Tagliani. Amazing every time you go on board the almost casual way at better than 225 miles.
Even with the problems they've had in the pits, having to manually jack the car, he's still there. He's now 5 seconds behind. But Bryan Herta has managed to pick up this draft He and his engineer, Lee Dykstra, one of the things they wanted to prove to everyone is not only is Bryan a great road course driver, but he's also very good on the ovals. They've just had horrible luck this season. And now look at Carpentier up there.
And Papis comes back around. Jourdain Jr. Herta battles with Carpentier.
Carpentier, the first to announce he is signed with Players Racing for next year. This begins the...
Who was that up high? That was Franchitti.
This now begins the official...
20 to go. Just think where you want to be.
This begins the official silly season, so these guys are not only driving for a 500-mile win, but a lot of them are beginning their negotiations for next year, trying to get the best deal, the best ride, or a ride at all. So some of these guys a little more desperate than you might normally see.
And that's why we call it silly season. Jourdain Jr. and Papis go side by side.
What a great run for Michel Jourdain Jr. He's been in the thick of things all day long, especially the latter half of this race. And he's showing some real speed and some real power here.
Oh, Kenny, and there goes Herta. Herta goes by on the inside and takes the lead. He came out of nowhere, came out of that battle with Carpentier, and just flew into the lead.
Herta very quietly working in this lead pack all day long. Another very mature, very experienced, very smart race car driver has been saving himself and his car, and now he's having a bit of a test to see what it might look like at the very end. And that's what they're doing, is just having a go to see how strong they are when they get down in the last few laps. They want to know what kind of car they've got underneath them. And now look at Kenny on the high side of Carpentier.
Carpentier and Kenny Bräck go side by side. With the exception of that red target car, everything else there is for position. And Herta again. Whoa, no! The teammates touch. Bräck hard into the wall. Papis's car destroyed too. Yellow flag is out.
Team Rahal so dominant most of the year, certainly here and all through the weekend. We saw Bryan Herta come up high. They crossed the wake. There was no place for them to go. Max's car washed up high. Herta didn't keep the car down low. Coming off the corner, he used the road on the way up. I was surprised when I saw it happen. It's impossible to hang on the car when you lose the downforce from the under tray of the car. And unfortunately, it took out these two teammates who have run so strongly. Let's look at it again. Now watch Bryan Herta, the lead car. He's down low as they come off the corner. Bryan Herta now, the lead car. You can see him cross up high. Max washes up high. He can't hold the middle line. Kenny holding position in clean air on the high side. Nothing he could do. Results in contact. Takes out both of the Rahal Letterman cars. Hugely disappointed. These guys have been so strong. Now watch Herta move up. Max starts to wash up high. He can't keep the car down. Makes contact with Kenny Bräck. Brilliant driving there. Dario Franchitti missing him. Everyone else getting through cleanly. Parts everywhere. A wheel bouncing down the track.
And thank goodness that Kenny Bräck's car did stay pinned to the wall for a while. Oh, that was close for Papis, though.
Oh, and a big hit on that unprotected wall on the inside. D'Amata almost once again involved. Just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he snuck through that time. You can see the half shaft spinning out, the wheel bouncing down the track, debris everywhere. Now watch here, Herta slides up high. Max then goes up high into Kenny. They touch. Carpentier makes it through. Franchitti just makes it through. Jourdain goes, oh man. Junqueira makes it through. Now watch Cristiano D'Amata as he comes through. He just goes out of the picture there. That sound.
232 perfect laps out of those two guys. They're both fine, but my goodness, just that split second, that tiny mistake. Kenny Bräck and his teammate Max Papis are both being reported all right. They're obviously walking.
This is Junqueira.
Oh, man.
Zanardi. There's Kenny Bräck. His points lead just slowly disappearing. He now holds only a 3-point lead over Dario Franchitti. Franchitti is currently running in 8th place.
After last weekend, we saw 6 of the top 10 places in the championship points order change once again. This championship one, which no one wants to lead and run away with, every weekend changing constantly. Kenny Bräck, remember, he did so well here last year till he had to stall in the pits while leading.
And an incredible thing happened last week. You may have heard Joe DeFerrin, when he climbed out of the car, refer to his feet being burned. And we found out after the race that there was so much heat buildup in the cockpit that many of the drivers actually suffered blistering burns, legs and feet. And Alex Zanardi, who you see right there, currently running in the 6th place. Zanardi said that he reached down for his water bottle, which he actually keeps under the seat, but he reached for the straw to find a little drink of water about 40 laps into it. He said it was like putting my lips on a cappuccino machine. It was so hot.
The team's
Michel Jourdain Jr. has actually been wearing, you'd almost call it a brace, but it's just to protect his heel on his foot, and has been very uncomfortable. Kenny Bräck now closing on Gidley. Mimo Gidley, the red and yellow car.
You'll see a slight difference in line between these two drivers. Bräck comes in almost on a diagonal to the inside. It straightens out his braking area and his downshifting opportunities. And that's how you pass here at Chicago.
So Kenny Bräck moves up another position, takes 5th place away from Gidley as he tries to make his way to the front. His next target will be Adrian Fernandez.
And look how quickly he pulled out a gap on Gidley. Very, very different than a week ago. The drivers were flat out in the draft speeds over 240 miles an hour. Here, 190 mile an hour top speed. Hard braking into both of these corners, up to 8 downshifts and upshifts a lap. So kind of a combination of a road course and an oval, but for someone like Kenny Bräck, watch how he squares this off on the way in. Straight line brakes, the car's more stable, better braking, better downshifting opportunity.
Tony Kanaan, Jimmy Vasser, Elio.
And Parker, what was interesting when you saw Castro Neves juke there a little bit, I think he was being sure that he straddled the rag. He did not want to get that rag in his cooler. Imagine that, making a move for the lead and at the same time being sure you don't pick something up on the racetrack.
Some heads up racing by Elio Castro Neves. Looking a little further back now, Gidley and Bräck continue to work with one another, but everything is happening right at the front of the field right now.
Wing adjusters.
Now, you would think that Elio Castro Neves has some of the fastest laps of this race. Surprisingly enough, the fast laps have been going to Tony Kanaan and to this guy, Kenny Bräck.
Those laps happened a lot earlier as Kenny comes into the pits. Tires a much bigger percentage of the overall equation than the loss of weight through the fuel burn. Whoa, right down to 50 miles an hour, we hope.
Michel Jourdain Jr. had the same little kick.
Adjust your brake bias, adjust your weight jacker. Pits are going to be open.
Very busy.
Minus 1.5 turns front wing. 10-4.
Like Gary, we're quite a few pits away. We heard Scott Remke resetting the fuel for Kenny Bräck. They'll also take wing out of the car. See Bryan Herta, Cristiano D'Amata all screaming past.
Clear. Fuel position 10, make it count. Let's go, Kenny. You got a big pack coming right in there. You got
The end of the car has been taken over to medical. Doesn't seem to be a serious problem. Apparently, his shoulder on the left side popped out somehow in one of the movements, so he was in some discomfort, but he was smiling and talking to the crew as they took him into medical for some treatment. David Jancourt working on the rear of Nakano's car.
Well, boy, he'll be back on the line quickly. There is a report now from course observers that Max Papis might be displaying a little smoke. He is just ahead of Kenny Bräck there on the course. Third place, Kenny Bräck. Jan?
You've talked about how Kenny Bräck picked up a lot of spots on the pit stop. Now he's called on the radio. Even though they took out some front wing, it's just the car is getting loose again. So Kenny Bräck still doesn't have the balance that he's looking for, but he'll have another stop to get it fully corrected.
Castro Neves, Bräck, Dario Franchitti. Yeah, this is going to scramble those points again.
5 seconds back from this car is third place Franchitti. So Bräck and Castroneves have a little breathing room. Castroneves, but look who's in front of him. Just in the last lap as they came back for green, Kenny Bräck and Alex Zanardi both were able to get around Castroneves, who did not stop in that round of stop. And now Kenny Bräck has the lead. We'll show you the restart.
Watch Max Papis coming off the fourth corner. He's got a great run on Castroneves. Castroneves trying to be defensive. Max says, I don't care where you're driving, I'm passing you. He gets his lap back with that move. And then watch Kenny Bräck.
It doesn't get any closer than that. Kenny Bräck with a little wiggle coming off a 2. Takes the lead, and then Zanardi makes his move. And Zanardi picks up second place. So the entire complexions of things change here, and Kenny Bräck is exactly where he wants to be as the points leader of the series. He'd love to notch this as a victory.
Gives him the opportunity to control the pace of the race a little better. Now that they've had the opportunity for that one pit stop quite a long ago now for these lead cars. Remember, they didn't come in on that last round of pit stops. They're lighter on fuel. They've got more tire wear. And it's going to take all the way down to 9th place with Dario Franchitti. That's the first of the cars in the second group that have now made 2 pit stops.
Gary Gerald.
Paul, just prior to the initial attempt to restart, when you saw them wave yellow, Helio Castroneves and the Penske team were told that he had brought them in too hot, and they were apparently accordioning up behind him. That's a bad use of the word, but I think you know what I mean. But then, is it possible, I'm wondering, that maybe he just got snookered because he brought him in slower the second time, and the opportunistic Bräck jumped on it?
Well, we're going to have to wait until the end to find out the answer to that. But yeah, when they bunch up like that, that's an interesting possibility. Here's Kenny Bräck.
During the restart, that's his teammate Max Papis on the left side going down inside Castroneves. Now Castroneves had to get out of the throttle. Kenny just dives down the inside, splits the white line as a big moment on throttle coming out. Checks his mirrors, makes sure the drink hose is in his helmet properly, and says, that was fun.
Oh, what a good catch that was. Rahal team in the front. Second car in that, of course, Max Papis. What's going on, Jan?
Well, it was a great bit of teamwork. Remember that the teamwork played against them at the last race in Michigan. They may have had the 2 fastest cars on the racetrack. They took each other out with only a few laps to go. Today, we wondered, would there be any animosity between the 2 drivers? Well, I think what we saw from Max Papis there, that was a great team move. The whole Rahal team was just jumping up in the air cheering. They love to see that happen.
Yeah, he pulled brake. Patrick Carpentier came into the pits, in and out, dropped into 20th position. Here's your list of the last pit stops and when they stopped. We've seen a car go as far as 86 laps. That was Scott Dixon before he had to refuel. The distance here is 225 laps. You do the math.
And it's going to involve aerial refueling, I think, if you're going to try to do this without stopping again.
Well, what they're looking for is that one yellow flag. That lap behind the race, down in 20th place right now. But let's think about that. Let's compare those 2 stops. Look how long it took for Papis to fuel and how long it took for Gilles de Ferran to refuel. Did they short fuel that car for de Ferran?
One left turn of front wing. 10-4.
I think Gary's got it right. I think they short-filled.
8 more laps.
They short-filled de Ferran. I think Papis took on all the fuel. A little bit of pit strategy, trying to gain track position, depending on one more stop before the end of this race.
They're hearing Scott Repke talking to his driver, Kenny Bräck, as you ride with Kenny Bräck, the leader of the race. Bräck, Zanardi, Castroneves. Then as you see it, Caron, Fernandez, Franchitti. So as Kenny Bräck puts another lap in the record book, once again we get to go on board.
L2.
Meaning 2 laps to pit. So we're on the way to Kenny Bräck to keep an eye on him.
the information on the wheel now.
Considering how much they cost, you can hear over the audio going into turn 3 a telemetry burst.
How much would that be?
Ooh, $35,000 to $50,000 depending on the unit. Very busy time now for the driver. He is absolutely on the ragged edge here. You've got to judge your braking.
Brake bias, adjust your weight jacker. Pits are wide open.
From 140 down to 50. Brake bias, weight jacker, any roll bars, resetting fuel, and now going from asphalt onto the concrete, hitting the marks perfectly. This could be the race deciding pit stop for Kenny Bräck.
And going to Jan Bikas.
And when you're talking about resetting brake bias and resetting the fuel, that's because when you add the weight of the fuel,
-1 turn of front wing.
the car does brake differently. We will watch to see that 1 turn of front wing. Wow, a lot of brake dust here.
Go, go, go. Fuel position 10. Fuel position 10.
11.8.
Now I want you to go fast.
As he struggled to get it back to full speed.
Bräck now 4.7 seconds ahead of Patrick Carpentier in second place.
10 laps to go.
Jimmy Vasser, the second car on your screen there, is a lap down.
Kenny Bräck won his first race this year, then immediately won his second.
+5.
Now looking at a possible third, but you can hear Scott Remke as they carefully manage the fuel. He's changed fuel positions now twice since they've come back to the green.
+5.
Still managing fuel as he comes to the white flag. Kenny Bräck, 1 lap to go, looking for his third career win. Bräck on the backstretch. Battle for second place remains about the same. Carpentier, DeFerrin, and Dixon. Kenny Bräck on the front stretch. And Kenny Bräck has taken it.
Great job.
And it's Carpentier, DeFerrin, and Dixon. Second, third, and fourth. Jan Bikas.
We're spicy down here. Second in Nazareth, a win in Milwaukee, a win here. What makes you so strong on mile ovals?
It's a car. It's a shell Ford. It runs like a dream. It's like stealing candy from children with this car around 1 mile ovals.
Now, tell me about when you got your first lead and you went down inside Castro Neves and you got 2 wheels almost down in the grass. How close were you to losing it?
I wasn't really close. I've been practicing a little bit of that since that was allowed, so it came to good use in a race.
So that was strategy? That you were saving that for an opportunity?
Yeah, I practiced that this morning.
Now, you protected the championship points lead. How big to get this lift in terms of momentum, because you've been kind of struggling and the guys have been sneaking up on you.
Yeah, it's up and down for most teams. The series is so competitive. There's so many great drivers and great teams. It's just an honor to be driving for Team Rahal, to be able to get more victories than the others, and hopefully that'll carry us to the championship in the end. We'll see, but we got to win. You know, you got to win to get the championship.
That's the third one this year. Great job, Kenny Bräck.
Thank you.
So Kenny Bräck has taken the win at Chicago Motor Speedway. The Forsyth Racing team had a good day. So does Penske. Castro Neves coming home in second. And Frank Keaty, Michael Andretti, and Jill DeFerrin there.
Power and smoke. Pretty much that's going to be the engine.
Here's Kenny Bräck with Roberto Moreno working on him. Bräck remains in 13th. Moreno just got around Herta and is now working hard on Bräck. Moreno, one of those that does not have a deal for next year. Neither does his teammate Jimmy Vasser, to the best of our knowledge. And so another aspect of the silly season is that maybe you drive a little bit harder, try to keep the ride or get a new one. We mentioned Oriole reporting that they're keeping an extra eye on Shinji Nakano. He may be having a problem, the nature of it not reported yet. Of course, once again, that we're back to a large natural terrain road course like the big street circuit. You can't do this without the help of volunteers, and most of them come from the Sports Car Club of America and here Lake Erie Communications as well. They do a great job, and their total pay for the weekend, well, they might be able to join in on the kegger at the end of Sunday. We look down now from the Honda Helicam. Italy Fernandez. There's that long start straight. Got a little bend there is what they're called, turn 3, right at the start line. Italy makes his move.
Mimo very good on the brakes. He's just been phenomenal. These guys are taking him as deep as they can, and Mimo's able to go just that much deeper and still hold the line.
And so now he lines up, getting ready to work on Kenny Bräck. Michael Andretti, you saw him out earlier.
Yes, Paul, and we assumed, Michael, that was engine when we saw the smoke from the back of the car.
Yeah, right at the green flag, something was wrong, and everybody was just blowing by me like I was sitting still, so there was, obviously it was injured right at the start of the race.
How frustrating for you? Things were starting to turn around. Now you've got a run of mechanical difficulties. Is that tough to get fired up?
It's terrible, you know. I mean, we were in a position last year when we won in Toronto and everything, and we were right in the lead in points, and then we ran into a bad luck skid, and here we are again. You know, just very frustrating. You know, totally out of our control the last 3 races, and we've given away so many valuable points. So it's frustrating.
All right, we wish you well in Elkhart Lake. Thanks.
Thanks.
That's Michael's 5th DNF of the year. All of them have been mechanical. Gidley is the show of the day. Now working Kenny Bräck.
Well, you could see Mimo was all over the back of Kenny going through the keyhole, but Kenny was able to come off the corner very, very well. Mimo drafted up behind him. Kenny then protected the inside line down into turn 4. And Mimo just didn't quite have enough draft and braking ability to make up a couple of car lengths, but you can see he's just hounding him. Once he gets clear of Kenny, Mimo will take off. He's got to set this pass up way over in turn 2, though, so that he can get it done going down into turn number 4. So this pass actually gets set up at the exit of turn 1. He's got to be right behind Kenny here in order to make sure that he's right on his gearbox coming out of turn 2, so that he can draft him down the straightaway and outbrake him going down into turn 4. So this is where the pass starts now. And he's got him this time. Watch what, oh boy, Kenny is so good coming off of that corner. He pulled out almost 3 car lengths that time. Well, so much for that idea. It's the one place that Kenny's superior to Mimo, and that's exactly the place that Mimo needs to be right behind him in order to make the pass stick.
Of course,
now just waiting for the fuel. That was a 12.2, so half second quicker.
It's Kenny Bräck, of course, and guess what? It's not just Bräck. It's also Max Papis, the Rahal team. And there's some pretty serious damage to the left front on Max Papis's car. So the teammates that got together at Michigan.
No.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking a spear job. And both cars are out with that impact.
And here's the additional bad news. Bobby Rahal is at the track this weekend. Yeah, the car, you can't really tell about the right rear, can you, Parker?
No, but he's definitely out of contention for any points today. You can see Max Papis coming over the top of turn number 5 here, cuts across the back of Kenny, looks for a pass down the inside, late on the brakes. Kenny at this point doesn't know Max is there. You can't see anyone in your rearview mirror, and you're not looking for him as busy as this section of track is. You have to stick the driver. That is, you have to get side by side, leaving him no opportunity to turn in for the corner. If you leave a driver that much room, he's going to come back to the inside, and if you've got that much momentum and can't avoid him, it leads to an accident, and that's exactly what happened.
And so there is the end of the day for Max Papis. Everyone has stopped, save one car. That's Oriol Servia. He is still running on his first tank of fuel.
Bobby, on the CART teleconference, the topic came up about the contact in Michigan. You said you guys had private discussions, and you said the bottom line was you can't hit each other. What do you do now?
Obviously nobody was listening, were they?
But is it a situation, as the team owner, obviously it's frustrating. Where do you go from here?
Well, I think we have to, certainly, I think everybody will have their reason, but it looked to me like there was no room for a pass there, and particularly when those are the in-laps for both of them to come into their pit stops. But it's this kind of silly, ridiculous mistakes that keep you from winning championships, and I don't blame Kenny at all in this case.
Is there any action that you're thinking about taking now?
I don't know, Jan, it's too early to tell. It just happened, didn't it?
All right, thank you, Bobby.
And the green flag comes out. Boy, it makes it worse that it was on their in lap.
That's how that unfolded from your vantage point.
Say again, I didn't hear.
Tell us how the incident unfolded from your vantage point.
Oh, Kenny. We were coming. Sorry again. Wait a second. We were coming in the lap after, and I was coming in the lap after. Kenny made a mistake on the previous turn. He ran wide and he pulled on the left, and I thought he was going to let me go. So I came in, and all of a sudden, we touched each other.
Does it make it tougher when it's your teammate because you thought he was going to let you through?
I was sure because he made a mistake the previous lap and he put himself on the left side. So I thought that was time for me to go because I knew he was coming in the pit. And I'm very sorry for everybody at Team Rahal. This is it's another unwanted situation, and I don't really know what to say.
You had long discussions after the Michigan contact. Obviously, more discussions necessary.
I don't think there is a lot of discussion to be done here. We have a good relation with me and Kenny, and I feel very sorry for what happened. But as I said, for me, that's an accident. I saw him moving. I went on the inside, and all of a sudden he closed the door, and here we contact.
Thank you, Max.
Thanks.
Kenny Bräck back out, but 3 laps down. He's got 11 positions to make up to get back in the points. But the incident with Kenny Bräck and Max Papis at Michigan, very different than here today. Max Papis in turbulence, lifting out of the throttle.
And with a very disappointed Kenny Bräck. Kenny, I know you desperately wanted to score some points here this weekend. Tell us about the incident with you and your teammate, Max Papis.
I don't know what happened. I didn't see him at all. I had a knock on the rear wheel or whatever and spun around. That was it. I never even saw him.
Your team boss, Bobby Rahal, is here this weekend, just came over and put his arm around you. What did he have to say?
No, he said he was sorry about everything, but I mean, it's not his fault. We've struggled here this weekend with the Shell 4, but we've done what we could, and we just came out very short. And we hung in there, maybe hoping for something to happen, but it didn't, so that's the way it goes sometimes.
Well, guys, we'll have a shot next week in Elkhart Lake. Thanks, Kenny.
Car pretty good. So single file, interest of safety.
And you can see the track drying a little bit there, Paul, going into 14.
And off of the carousel quite a bit as well. Of course, there's been sunshine back there for a little while.
Now watch Tag. Remember, he got that great start from the second row last year.
Well, this year, he only has to do it from the second position. It'll be Bräck, Tagliani, Dixon. Front 3 as they come to the line and begin lap 5. Or complete lap 5. Complete 5, the start of 6. Here we go.
See Cristiano D'Amato looking up the inside. DeFerrin going around Dixon, picking up a spot there.
Everybody comes through one clean. They come downhill. D'Amato working down on the inside. Elio Castroneves tries to get inside. He gets inside of Dixon. Michael Andretti closes up along the right rear of Michael Andretti's car. Now they start the run down through the woods, heading for Station 5. Kenny Bräck, of course, pulls out as the lead. Tagliani stayed into second place. Scott Pruitt, they're coming to you.
Everything looks good down here. In fact, the track is drying quite a bit. Everybody's
off in 5. Look at this. Here's Tagliani moving on the leader, and Tagliani takes the lead.
Yeah, but he's going to get him at the exit. Tag had too much speed. Look at DeFerrin taking advantage of that situation. Can't quite pull it off. Tag driving him out to the outside of the carousel there. Tag made a good move down the inside. Too much speed, washed wide. Kenny just tucked in behind him, got a better exit.
All right, now that area, they're heading for the kink. When they come off of it, they'll hit that area where the water is still running across the track. Top 3 running right together. Wow, through it clean.
Yeah, but you've got to be holding your breath as you go there, because for just a moment, and the wheels literally are not in contact with the track for maybe a few tenths of a second. That's a pretty hair-raising ride. You don't go across that dead straight.
Tagliani climbs the hill behind Kenny Bräck. Bräck goes over to the right along with Tagliani. They're looking for water to try and cool the rain tires that they carry right now.
Michael Andretti said that, we just heard this over the radio, there's no way the track's ready to go to Rains, but he's a
Christian Fittipaldi. Everybody's okay. They continue on. And they head for Scott Pruitt. Whoa, Tagliani almost gets caught.
Side by side down here. Jourdain, Tagliani, Christian Fittipaldi all make their way through here. Everybody's getting through here. No harm, no foul.
Christian Fittipaldi makes a nice move. There's Carpentier as he goes wide. Christian comes inside, and boy, Christian is flying. He was around Bräck and now around Carpentier. So Christian Fittipaldi, who scored his first win here, trying to do it once again.
They'll be able to do about 10 more laps. And this is one track you cannot afford to cut the fuel calculations close because it's so long around back to the pits.
Kenny Bräck, who started up on the pole, now back in 14th. The question is, who comes in and win? And the best guess is all of the front runners will.
Well, now Michael has picked up 0.2 of a second. Zanardi has dropped another 2 seconds back. He's 12 seconds back from Junqueira. Bräck another second behind him. So now what we're looking at is Fernandez is the guy to watch, because I think Adrian Fernandez has got more than enough fuel. Boy, Tom Anderson and that group have pulled off a major coup if they've outfoxed the other two mainstream strategies here, and they win this thing.
Well, and they may have done it with both of their cars, too. Both Adrian
Big
and
move coming down in turn 5, side by side. Bräck and Zanardi can't quite pull it off, but they're close, trying to get him back up the hill. Looks like he's going to pull it off.
And this is a tough place to do it, over the blind crest. And he's got him now.
Bräck surges ahead of Zanardi, takes third place. They come to the left-hander that takes him to the carousel.
Going into turn 5, Zanardi started to shut the door. Whoa, but Bräck gets way wide, too much entry speed. And Zanardi says, whoa. Oh, and there goes Fernandez as well, and Nakano.
It was real good right until he overcooked it going into the corner.
But it was interesting because Zanardi left the door open some, started to close it, realized that Kenny had some of his car there. He didn't know how much, left just enough room. That gave Kenny the advantage going up into the top of turn 6, gave him full racing room for side-by-side there, which then gave Bräck the advantage going down through the right-hander down into turn 8. Bräck overcooks it. Zanardi continues on his way. Bräck loses a few positions.
Well, while we met...
The back of the car, tap on your shoulder. That's a 5.5 second stop. Now, here comes Kenny Bräck.
Of course, the gamble not paying off for Team Rahal. They hope to avoid this splash and go. We know the 5-second mark is, in fact, what they're shooting for.
Bruno Junqueira came out ahead of Fernandez.
Well, you told me 50 seconds, Paul.
I didn't know they were going to do it that fast. Nobody told me that.
The only thing I did notice is Bruno was right on top of the 50-mile-an-hour speed limit when he came in. He was hard on the brakes, and I don't know if he got slowed down in time as he crossed the pit speed limit.
They're hoping for getting 2 or 3 rows off. Very, very pretty as they come off the corner now. Here's the green flag. And team players goes into the corner. Boy, maneuvering everywhere. And Junqueira gets it sideways. He's the only one involved, but he's over by the left-hand side of the course. No, he's not the only one. Catherine Nevis is in trouble, too.
Our points leader off as well. You can see flat spotted that left front tire backing up from the barrier there. You can see it clearly on the top.
Local yellow flags covering both situations.
There was contact between one of the team green cars and Junqueira. You see DeFerrin looking down the inside of Carpentier there. Carpentier told me before the start of this race, all he was looking for was to slot in behind his teammate. So there are a lot of fast guys behind me that'll be pushing very hard. Wood won't fight this out until the last pit stop, but there's your points leader.
Tagliani, Carpentier, and then DeFerrin. They've gone to a full course caution. Pace car will come out. Field will line up again. Here is the situation down in turn 1.
You can see there the contact.
Junqueira just came sweeping way across, and it looks like he may have tapped Tracy in doing so.
Yep. Now we'll see what happened to Cash Nevis. Watch the car there on the right. Junqueira goes by the left. Green flag. Junqueira moves over to the right. Cash Nevis down the inside. Contact with Kenny Bräck there as Tracy and Junqueira get together. Junqueira stalls the engine. He stopped, as well as Castroneves.
You're looking at it a different way. There is Castroneves getting pushed aside by Kenny Bräck, and he stopped over, barely touching the barrier, kept the power going, but nevertheless, with the combination of incidents, full course caution.
Watch right there. The two championship contenders going down the high side. Tracy getting together there. You can see him there, pushing off the outside, still fighting for position, wheel to wheel, heading down into turn number 2. Rahal for next year. That's not confirmed. It's certainly a strong rumor. We've seen lots of drivers, team owners going in between the various motorhomes all weekend long.
Parker, we can add that just before this field was flagged off today, we asked one of the key players in that whole Vassar scenario about Jimmy's future, and he, with a smile and a wink, he said, "Don't name any names, but why don't you go talk to Mr. Rahal?"
Kane behind the Fountain Complex come back around to start finish. It's a very different sort of street course with long sweeping corners.
And Roberto Moreno has gotten around to Farron again. So Roberto Moreno picks up 4th place. It's now Moreno, DeFerrin, Bräck.
Patrick Racing has a history of putting together good cars here. We'll watch the pass. This is going down the back straightaway. DeFerrin in too hot. Moreno does the classic thing. He just turns a little later, a little better exit speed, drives down underneath him going into the next corner, out breaks him into turn 7. So if you see the guy in front's getting a little defensive, trying to block the inside, you can see he's taking a little too much speed into the corner. You stay out wide, get your turning and braking done a little sooner so you can be on the throttle sooner, try to out-accelerate him to the next corner.
Well, with Moreno now in 4th, he begins to pull away, and Kenny Bräck starts looking to the inside of DeFerrin.
If you're a trailing driver, well, he can, but look at Takagi. He's holding that position steadily coming down that back straightaway.
DeFerrin is back to working on Roberto Moreno. Ongoing battle for 3rd place here. Kenny Bräck comes out wide, looks at DeFerrin. DeFerrin tries the inside of Moreno. It doesn't work for him. Leaders come off the corner. DeFerrin and Kenny Bräck touch. They go side by side.
Kenny Bräck's made wheel-to-wheel contact with Castroneves. Now his teammate DeFerrin.
Again, the coverage coming to us through the courtesy of Molstar here today. The host broadcasters here in Vancouver, as they are in Toronto.
DeFerrin not taking advantage of in that contact, was able to maintain his position over Kenny Bräck. But this is the time to note, the guys know they have to push very hard. If they don't get a pass done here, they'll have to wait until a number of laps through the fuel run. The tires wear a little bit to see if the balance of the car in front of them starts to go off so they can take advantage, or they wait until that final round of pit stops.
Treading pretty lightly on that margin between what may be a timed race, the time race distance 2 hours 10 minutes. Here it is again with DeFerrin and Kenny Bräck. Yeah, there's some contact there. New paint on the side of DeFerrin's car.
Kenny a little slow coming off the corner. DeFerrin getting a better exit, trying to take advantage of the situation to slip inside him, and he does.
We're at the 5th last race on probation. Nevertheless, he's up trying to get the lap back from Alex Tagliani. If he can get around him, another full course caution, that works pretty well for him, so it's an important thing to do.
And the problem you face as Alex Tagliani is, do you let the guy by? Because right now they've pulled out 3 seconds ahead of Carpentier, who's currently in 2nd. Or do you take the chance of getting speared from behind by Takagi if he gets a little too aggressive? And I'd say, hey, just stay out in front, try to get any kind of margin you can over Takagi. Hopefully in a few laps his tires will start to go off and you won't have to worry about him any longer.
Watching Kenny Bräck, who has been battling with DeFerrin. In fact, he's been battling with a lot of folks today, Gary Gerald.
Yes, indeed. And after that little incident there, surprisingly, Bräck was doing a great job to keep it out of the tires. Bräck told the team that his car is pushing a lot, but from this side of the wall, the simple answer back was just keep pushing. And it appears that he's doing just that as he's now closed back to within 3 or 4 car lengths of Gilles DeFerrin.
And there he is, Kenny Bräck working on DeFerrin. DeFerrin looks over, checks the mirrors, sees Bräck. Bräck comes to the inside. This is a pretty good move, but DeFerrin is able to sweep across. Bräck will lose a little bit of momentum coming off of the corner.
When you pull out that wide, the driver in front can't see you at all. You'll disappear completely from the mirrors. And that leaves the driver in front wondering exactly where he is. You're not quite as aggressive usually to turn in because you don't want to make contact. So Kenny Bräck trying to use everything that he's got in his bag of tricks, trying to shake the Farron, but that's one guy that's very hard to rattle.
And the gang's now catching. Patrick Carpentier, Moreno, de Farron, Bräck are closing in on the rear wing of second place Patrick Carpentier, his teammate. Alex Tagliani is still
the green, very green. Wants to have some words, I think, with some card officials.
Oh, and it's a battle going into turn one. Mauricio Guzman is the leader. Kenny Bräck gets in trouble, goes way wide on the corner, misses the wall, comes back in. Fernandez gets in trouble. We mentioned that these tires on opening laps are a problem. Where Fernandez is, well, maybe they'll just let him stay there. And there goes de Farron to the front. Gil de Farron comes from third place on the restart, around Moreno and around Mauricio Guzman. And now de Farron has the lead. Kenny Bräck goes side by side with Tony Kanaan. They come past the support pit straight away.
Moreno by Guzman.
And Cristiano D'Amata in trouble. Two cars now in trouble on the circuit. On top of that move, green flag is out. Moreno's locked onto the back end of de Farron. Kenny Bräck tries that inside nose, and he hits Carpentier.
He just drilled Patrick going down into the first corner. Patrick had to take the escape route. If he would have turned, he would have been right into the tires. Kenny Bräck now being involved in a number of contacts. Right rear tire is flat.
Whoa, and that was Vassar running off the course, right behind Christian Fittipaldi. We're going to try and show you what happened back there. There goes de Farron, then Moreno.
Watch right here. Kenny Bräck right into the back of Carpentier. Flattens his right rear tire. He gets wide. People sliding through on the inside. He gets back in line. So that's the first contact going into the first corner. Later on, we saw Vassar off there as well. Here's another shot of it. Carpentier, if he would have turned, would have been right into the tires.
You saw Christian Fittipaldi with a very close move going into the corner as well.
De Farron, a little check of the mirror. Man, he just drills him under braking. That was a big hit.
And that was Canada's last hope when Carpentier. And look for a green flag. De Farron drops in behind Bräck. 3 wide through the first turn. Now onto the second straight. Bräck begins to pull away. Today. Magnificent facility here. They've really done a lot of work on it. Now Bräck moves around Max Wilson and begins to overhaul the rest of the field. Let's go again to Gary Gerould.
Paul, one of the things that's changed dramatically is the fact that it's now the warmest it's been at any time since these cars have been on the track. But the ambient temperature is only 67 degrees. We say only, that's cool by normal racing standards. The track temperature, amazingly, the Firestone engineers tell us, is now 75 degrees.
Back at Euro Speedway in Germany, Paul Page, Parker Johnstone, Gary Gerould is not here, or is here. Nothing has changed since we left you. Not here, though, is Jan Vikas and a number of the kart officials and some team support members, and the reason is quite simple. At the time of the start of this race have been no flights available from the United States to come here and be able to be part of this. And Jan,
he's going to try to use one of these slower cars as a pick. Mauricio Guzman just in front of Kenny Bräck. He's waiting to try to get Kenny Bräck boxed in here so he can rely on the draft, even though it's a little bit reduced, try to outbrake him at the end of one of these straightaways, as Kenny has to slow down or loses his momentum coming into the corner, and there he goes.
Here comes Dario on the move to the inside. Kenny gets a little high coming off the corner. Dario comes to the inside. Drag race down one of the long straightaways here. They are all long, but Kenny is able to pull away. Still slower traffic just ahead.
One thing to notice there is Dario made his move to the inside. Kenny left a lane open on the bottom, so he didn't shut the air off on Dario's car. That was a very, very professional maneuver. Most guys would have just chopped him right off, taken the air off the car. Dario would have had to have lifted, would have slid high on the corner exit, would have lost a lot of time there.
Now joining that fight is Michael Andretti. Kenny Bräck darts to the inside, then comes back out.
They're all trying to get around Mauricio Guzman, and there'll be a lot of this now. Mileage, look at the speeds on the 22nd lap just completed, with Bräck has 195 miles an hour, and Andretti and DeFerrin, they are charging up. They had some open space and were drafting as well. Bräck trying to get to the inside of Guzman. Now anybody looks for openings.
What's going to happen is Bräck is looking in his mirrors. His spotters are telling him he's under enormous pressure from the cars behind. Look at Dario, look at Michael. He's really got to get this pass done. He tried it once on Mauricio. Mauricio closed the door. And what happens, your momentum tends to slow down, and you start to assume the same pacing of the cars in front of you. And I've never seen, Paul, such a diverse time sheet where at the top we had Tony Kanaan doing a 34.2 lap or 210.3 miles an hour, and just a few places back the speeds dropped 5, 6, 7, 8 miles an hour. So a huge speed differential amongst these cars, something we haven't seen in a very long time in Champ Car racing.
First, second, and third right together, Bräck, Franchitti, Andretti. Bräck seems to want to run in the tire tracks of Kenny Bräck, so whatever he does, he's going to dart with him and try to get in there. Michael seems to be wanting to move to a different line so that if something goes wrong up there, he'll have the move.
And now Bräck, Franchitti, and Andretti have all slowed down to Mauricio's pace about 37.8 seconds. To put that in context, the cars behind him now, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, etc., all running in the mid to low 36s, so they will all catch them and very, very quickly, so they've got to make these passes.
Michael comes to the inside of Franchitti, and Michael Andretti takes second place, going now for the leader.
Michael just timed that move better. Dario got boxed in a little bit behind Mauricio. Michael was able to come off the corner. He doesn't play that big of a factor except for the draft. Here, it looks like there's only one line down low through the corners. That's the only place anyone's run so far, so they haven't established a higher groove.
Let's go back down to the pits again. Gary Gerald.
Paul, in regards to that single line and single groove, I talked to many of the drivers just before the ceremonies and the command to get into the cars and said, is there room? Can you run the outside groove? And all to a man, the ones we talked to said, no, I don't think so. There's just not enough rubber down. We didn't have enough time on the track. So that's a concern, but I think it'll be something interesting to watch through the course of the event, especially because it's the warmest day thus far. If they can get rubber down, if we'll be able to see guys occasionally challenge on the outside through one of these three magnificent sweeping corners.
It's not a matter of track width. This is one of the widest tracks they run on. It's simply trying to get the rubber down on the high side of the groove to allow the drivers to feel comfortable to go up there and attempt to pass.
Franchitti is back up working on Michael Andretti as they come down the front straight once again. While this is going on, we're also keeping an eye on the Players Foresight team of Patrick Carpentier and Alex. His problem is that it was an electrical problem that took him out of the race. Kenny Bräck still stays out.
Now he's coming in.
You know, the question you got to ask is, obviously he's going to make it to the pits now, but how good, with just 2 hours and 20 minutes of practice, is your mileage data here? That was a pretty big risk.
I think that's a lot of what they worked on, but he was able to go 4, 5 laps farther than the guys in the top group. So that's a very impressive run from Kenny Bräck. We'll see how happy he is with the car as he comes in.
So waiting for Kenny Bräck is Gary Gerald.
Most of the team managers we talked to said there wouldn't be a problem getting 2.3 miles per gallon on this racetrack. Kenny Bräck obviously doing better than that, it would appear. They finish off the servicing. The revs are up. He's moving under 11 seconds. Everything routine. Oh, a little wiggle there as he went off the concrete onto the asphalt.
Welcome back to Euro Speedway, the German 500, Lausitz, Germany. About 30 miles outside of the incredibly picturesque town of Dresden. Community undergoing some tremendous regrowth and rebuilding. They're getting many of their beautiful buildings refurbished now. Just a joy to walk down the streets of Dresden. Beautiful countryside here too. Out at the Euro Speedway, enormous views off to the west. And Kenny Bräck has the best view of everybody. The view of looking out the front of that car over the nose and knowing that he is in the lead and handled up the field pretty well early on. Let's go to Gary Gerald. Update report on Cristiano, Gary.
for Cristiano D'Amata back out. They just changed the coils on the race car. It was an electronics-related problem, apparently not gearbox-related. He's underpowered and is back out. We'll see how it performs. So he's still soldiering on. Meanwhile, the problem for Bryan Herta ended up being a situation where he lost battery and voltage. That's what knocked Herta out of the race.
So that explains the electrical on Herta. They'll be disappointed. At the same time, early contenders Andretti and Franchitti suffering some problems, not able to get out in the field. Not so much from the stop itself, because all the stops were clean and good. The problem was more how you got in and out of the traffic.
Well, and we saw Franchitti at the beginning of the race just very, very strong right at the front. But as these tires wear, as the fuel load decreases, and these cars' chassis start to change handling characteristics, it can only be in a lap or two where a driver says, man, I've got a great car. And all of a sudden, you've used every adjustment, sway bars, weight jackers, everything that you can do, and all of a sudden the car is very difficult to drive. So I think they may have brought Dario in early.
Tagliani and Dario Franchitti, those are the top 5. Add in Kanaan, you've got the top 6, and there they are. Bryan Herta was talking about the hospitality a few moments ago of the German people here, and it truly has been amazing. Whoa! Bräck's in trouble, and he catches it, loses it again.
Watch it. There you go. You're okay. Get back on the track. Let's go. There you go. Go.
Well, it gets a yellow, though.
Pack up and blend. You're going to be okay.
It gets a yellow.
That was some pretty fantastic driving, doing 185, 190 miles an hour. Big sideways, a little bit of a tank slapper there coming off it, but making the transition from grass over the curb back onto the asphalt. You need some very quick hands and great anticipation in order to catch a 1,500-pound car at 190 miles an hour. That was a good bit of driving there.
Oh, Kenny Bräck this year is oval man in the series. He's unbelievable. Here it is again, coming down the pit straight,
coming down
turn 1.
Coming down to the first corner, you can see they just contact wheels. He thinks he's got the inside open, almost has secondary contact, just about gets it collected over the curb. The back end steps out, gets it lined up with the out lane there. You can see going down the inside. You know, the problem is you're raised on road courses. A lot of the European drivers, if they haven't spent a lot of time on ovals, they get to a corner and say, I've got the line, I'm going for the apex. Kenny has spent a lot of time on ovals compared to, say, Juno Bronchera. And what ends up happening is your mindset is you can go side by side through these corners, but the guys have got to give you a little bit of room. Junqueira comes down to the inside. Kenny's not anticipating it. He figures, hey, I'm going by a back marker. Doesn't get the pass stuck. So, I mean, he's got the right front hung out with the left rear. Junqueira gets bumped, but does just a great job of saving it.
And Townsendville. It's interesting because all of us, I think, said, let's just get racing. Because I don't think anybody is sleeping here. Everyone is watching television constantly to find out what the latest news is. It takes sometimes a great deal of time to call home and reach someone, especially if they're in the Northeast United States. And so there was some belief that everyone would become a little more relaxed and some tension would go away once this race got going. I'm certainly feeling that for the moment, but the exhaustion is still very much here for everyone. Nothing, of course, compared to what's going on in the United States, though. We can only guess. Kanaan closes on Bräck. Goes to the inside. Whoa, that was very decisive. Can he let him go? I don't think so.
Well, Tony came off the last corner just with a huge head of steam. Look at him look at the mirror. Look down to the left side, trying to figure out where Kenny is. He just got a great exit coming off the third corner, drafted up behind Kenny, and just stuck the pass on the way in. I mean, no one passes Kenny Bräck easily, and Tony made it look easy. And now they're much better. And now here comes Zanardi.
Zanardi inside of Carpentier. Zanardi to second. Morris, none cars run first and second. Carpentier in just 2 laps, drops to position. Now Bräck working on Carpentier, and Kenny Bräck is by.
Boy, that can show you how fast the chassis can change. Carpentier was doing a great job at the point. The car obviously getting very loose and looser in just a few laps, and now he's just hanging on. He's got a long wait till this next round of stops, and it looks like people are just training by him. almost.
There's a question, as a matter of
Especially since they're not getting as big a draft. This is going to be very interesting. Now these laps that Kenny Bräck is extending could play out very, very much at the end of this race.
Well, this time, Kenny Bräck was able to roll up a little further on the field as he's going to go around Zanardi on Zanardi's out lap. And what will be Kenny Bräck's in lap here in perhaps one more. He went 3 laps further than everyone else first time around.
These guys can't get this mileage. Are they just putting the pedal to the metal absolutely full rich and assuming they have to do a splash and go in the end, or depend on a yellow in order to make it?
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at these mileage numbers, and this is going to be a very interesting game. We already saw in the first couple of rounds of stops under green, the first one under green, that Kenny Bräck, especially Oriol Servia, he was the master being able to go a couple laps farther than anybody else.
Kanaan, Zanardi, and the rest all came out in 16, 17, 18. So that tells you how many cars also have not yet stopped. Gary Gerald?
Well, just a quick update on Kanaan. And Parker, you were talking about getting a chuckle, and isn't it great to occasionally get something to make you laugh? Tony Kanaan's instructions on the radio as he exited the pits: be a money maker. I'll buy that.
Thanks, Gary. That's 2 laps for the day. That's 2 for the week, I think.
But you know, since they brought it up that way, all $500,000 of the purse is going to relief aid in the United States. And Joe Heitzler, the chairman and CEO, chairman, president, CEO of CART, this morning was saying he is certainly considering even giving a good portion of the sanction fee, which is several $1 million, to the relief work in the United States as well. Kenny Bräck back in front, 112 laps right now, followed by Tagliani and Carpentier, and Ford's dominate.
They've got to go to work. We're going to head for the Rahal land and see what the story is for Kenny Bräck.
Yeah, I would suspect you're going to have to run, Gary, because he's going to be in there fairly quickly. Bräck picks up the lead. Oh, and Zanardi, with a terrible crash. Yellow is out. Zanardi coming out in turn 1, loses control of the car. The rest of the field, look at him slow down. There's debris all over that racetrack.
They'll go down over the curbs if necessary. There's so much carbon fiber on that track everywhere. It'll cut the tires. What we saw is he got T-boned just unbelievably in the front of the tub. It was an enormous hit.
The field completely slowed now. And it will slow with Kenny Bräck as the leader of the race. And just 11 laps left to go. CART safety team is there. We'll sort it out and let you know what happens when we come back. Kenny Bräck, as we suggested, took the win of the race with his teammate Max Papis finishing in second and pulling up alongside. As soon as the race was complete, Gary Gerald had a chance to talk with Europe's first winner.
Kenny Bräck, it's difficult to celebrate a victory when you've had such an unfortunate accident that has ended this race, but tell me about your emotions and how this day went, at least up until that hit and brought out the yellow flag that effectively ended the race.
Well, I mean, we were up there all the race. We didn't have the fastest car. I think both Zanardi and Kanaan was a little better. We were better on fuel mileage, but it's good for me and for the team to get the victory here, but it's in light of recent happenings both in the United States and here, it's put a big dampening on everything, and I hope Zanardi and the play guy is okay, and I really hope everything else will be okay too. So,
Kenny, you had a very close call yourself early in the race. You made one of the most marvelous saves we've ever seen at high speed. How close did it come to getting away totally?
Yeah, that was very close. I don't know. I guess Gidley didn't see me. I was nearly up alongside, and I took for granted that he saw me, and obviously he didn't, and turned down, and we touched, and I went over to his side. But everything is okay, so that's no problem.
Get you right back in the championship hunt. I want to talk
pit entrance. The fourth and final turn is just ahead.
See sticker tires both on Kenny Bräck and Michael Andretti's car as they start this race.
looking for the flag for the first time as they come on the front straightaway, and here we go. A couple of puffs of smoke back in the field. We've seen that before, off especially the Toyota engines. No issue there. Off at turn 1, going for 2. And DeFerrin gets a nose ahead of Kenny Bräck and now begins to pull away. And then Andretti and then Leo Castroneves. Ariel Franchitti goes into the corner 5th. Just before the green came out, Max Wilson did a quick spin and won, but kept it under control and kept going. Now here comes Kenny Bräck up to move on DeFerrin. Looking a little further back to see Michael. Michael struggled a little bit, and only at the last minute of the one practice session that they had, not counting the installation check, was able to finally get the setup, and it looks like it's working very well.
I've been looking farther back in the...
Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Paul, on Kenny Bräck's part for the crew after the installation laps, there was major concern. They lost some power, and they found an electrical gremlin of some kind that they were chasing. We just checked in with the team to make sure that everything is working properly. They say they believe they've got it cured. They like the way the car's handling right now as he chases Gilles DeFerrin in second place.
So keeping an eye on Bräck and DeFerrin up at the front. Castroneves still trying to close on Andretti. Franchitti still 5th with the rookie Scott Dixon sitting down in 6th place.
With all,
1.5, no pressure.
Scott Remke talking to Kenny Bräck. And I found it very interesting, even with all the commotion and disruption of schedule over the last few days. Kenny Bräck, remember, all these teams did engine changes between the abbreviated practice session this morning and the start of this race. Kenny Bräck on the grid, asleep, moments before they rolled them out onto the track.
I've been amazed with Kenny Bräck's fans.
Fuel position 7.
Swedish fans.
Through lap traffic. Mimo Gidley, the first one to go down. Kenny Bräck right behind as now they set their sights on Max Wilson.
Of course, the traffic last week made all the difference. That's expected here today, too. Because with the tremendously high velocities, well over 200 miles an hour, coming up on the slower cars and trying to pick your way through, anticipating that couple of straightaways ahead, that's the trick.
The traffic itself is the key to passing today because the track does not allow very much passing since these drivers are flat through turns 2, 3, and 4 with just a brief lift into the first corner. If everyone's at the same throttle position, it makes it very difficult to figure out a way by. So they'll use these slower cars just as a basketball player would. Another player on the opposing team as a picker is on the same team in order to try to maintain their momentum, get the driver behind them to lift off. And you can see what a gap now Gilles DeFerrin has pulled over Kenny Bräck, as Kenny Bräck was not unable to get around Max Wilson.
Traffic, DeFerrin's loose, Bräck trying to save fuel.
Yeah, but still they're going at each other as Bräck looked a little bit to the inside DeFerrin last time around.
And a little earlier when Bräck made that move past Jourdain, he slid the car. You can see him go opposite lock all the way out to the wall. I think Bräck obviously has a superior car because he can close this gap up right away as soon as the traffic's removed.
You saw the speeds. We posted them there for DeFerrin. Fall off considerably in the past few laps. Now he's about 2/3 of the way in terms of fuel load, 2/3 gone. The car is lightening very quickly now, and with the early originally they were talking about lap 55, maybe. I assume that they'll go maybe another 7 beyond that.
+3.
I think that's a pretty good guess, and this track will change every lap. So a driver's worst nightmare on an oval, the car going loose, the back of the car trying to pass you every time you turn the steering wheel. And at this track, you're turned more than you're going straight. It's almost like driving in a big circle. So Gilles DeFerrin adjusting the anti-roll bars, adjusting his weight jacker, doing everything possible to try to get some load onto the front, off the rear. And here comes Kenny Bräck, knowing that he's got to get this mileage. He might just pace himself behind DeFerrin here and wait for this next round of stops or traffic to line up just right so they can take advantage of Gilles DeFerrin with deteriorating handling and make the pass.
Yeah, it's got to drive you crazy, though. You're trying to figure out
how to get the fuel mileage, listening to all the settings that Scott Remke has given Kenny Bräck, knowing that, well, you could just stay there, but he's not going to do it. Apparently, he clearly understood the problem that DeFerrin was having, could see it from the cockpit, and went right for it. That wasn't a traffic move at all.
No, that was pretty easy. Just got a better run coming off the corner. If the car's loose, you have to drive it a little higher up in the groove because you can't put as much load with the steering wheel. You can't hold the car down to the inside. Kenny Bräck could. He could get on the throttle sooner. Just got a better exit, use that momentum to take him going down the inside of the next corner.
Rahal watches his car now in the lead. Just ahead of Kenny Bräck on the racetrack is Alex Tagliani, who also was involved in that accident last week. Was very sore for a day or two and just wanted to get out of the hospital and get exercising again so he could work the stiffness out.
You'll see the cars running closer together in the corners than you do on other ovals during the course of the year. The aerodynamic package different. For last weekend at Lausitz Ring and also here at Rockingham, they're running a road course rear wing, just the main plane, not the secondary element, with a small gurney flap on it. Super Speedway front wings. Creates more downforce, less turbulence. But you'll still notice that Kenny Bräck in traffic will try to place the car right down on the white line, trying to find some clean air to take advantage of the driver in front, get a good exit, draft up behind him, and then try to make the move. Break your whole day.
Scott Dixon was in the fight, now has fallen back to 13th. Anticipating the green flag. Kenny Bräck picks up the throttle. Closest time together on the track, if you're going to make a move, now would be the time. Frankini's going to try it on Michael. High and wide off of one. Side by side going into two. Michael gets ahead of him. Franchini loses a moment.
Never will break.
Back to the front of the field. Bräck now pulling out 1.7 seconds. Over second place to Ferrin.
Kenny likes driving a neutral car. You can see in that shot, the car very neutrally balanced coming off the corner, almost loose. Kenny, very reminiscent of Juan Montoya, doesn't mind driving the car that way.
Fuel position 5.
Scott Remke just managing the fuel for Kenny Bräck from the pit lane.
Figuring out how to get past the slower cars as you approach them at the front of the field. Paul Page, Parker Johnstone, Gary Gerald, live from Rockingham Motor Speedway. The first time that the Champ cars have been in England, and the last time they were here under the USAC banner in 1978. Once at Silverstone, once at Brands Hatch. Races won by AJ Foyt and Rick Mears. Jan Beekes was scheduled to be with us on this romp through Europe, but of course, when the airport shut down a week ago, that terrible tragedy at both the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, Jan and much of our crew and a good portion of the kart team couldn't make it out. So Jan, we do wish you were here with us.
Of course, a lot of these guys, I think, Paul, they're going to have to really stretch in order to try to make it in one more stop.
When you think back to the first stop, but you gained that tremendous advantage. Some of the technique now is a short fill. We didn't actually see that stop, but I wouldn't think that
well, they could
gain anything.
Going that many laps, 48 laps, puts them in a reasonable fuel window at 2.05. But if they were just hoping for another yellow during that run, and just left out the last little bit to gain a second or two in the pit lane, that's not a bad strategy. But we know the guys at Team Rahal, as we saw last week with Kenny Bräck and Max Papis. You can hear Scott Remke telling Bräck, use the button as you need it. So they're not worried about fuel economy right now. That's the candy button. It goes to full rich, full advance on the timing. It uses the most amount of fuel. It can change the horsepower by 150 to 200 horsepower, depending on how much they have it leaned out. So obviously, this team just keeping their foot down, full power, looking for two more stops.
Well, Bräck was able to get through traffic, but DeFerrin came through easily as well. Bräck, Ford still in front. Pit probably only about 60 yards down and delineated by some blue and white cones.
We're seeing some sticker tires here on a couple of these guys. Castroneves, D'Amata, these tires were not scrubbed. They just didn't have the time.
Green, green, green.
DeFerrin tries to defend his position going into one. Holds Bräck off.
Well, watch Kenny, though. He's on the racing line. Look how well his car's working. You'll see it wash up high in the wake of DeFerrin there. Look how much time he had to lose backing out of the throttle as he crossed the wake. Give Kenny another couple corners, he'll be right back up behind DeFerrin.
DeFerrin, Bräck, Castroneves, D'Amata, Andretti, and Tony Kanaan. That's your top 6.
Fuel position 10.
I do want to try to explain that the laps and what actually is a very late starting race, because they had no opportunity on the first 2 days here to run at all between rain and the weepers in the track. They had a practice this morning of 2 hours, then they changed engines immediately, had a quick installation check, and then went racing. But in doing that, it brought the start to quite late in the day. It was originally scheduled 2 hours earlier than they actually started. The one advantage, Bräck will pick it up next time around. Scott Dixon out of the car, Gary?
Yeah, Scott, tell us what happened, and did something hit you or your car?
Yeah, well, those 2 idiots behind me, Moreno and Servia, were trying to fight over position. And I don't know, they obviously didn't see everybody else slowing down and just ran right into the rear of me, and I think I bent, something on the left rear.
All right, thank you. Sorry, it's a short day. Boy, he'd been moving up in the points too, guys.
Yeah, he moved into 5th in the points coming in here. Just behind Elio Castroneves. He's been somewhat of an amazing rookie this year, but pretty strong language from the New Zealander.
21 years old, but definitely knows what's right and what's wrong in a race car. Very mature, very fast. As we watch this battle at the front, I was just thinking, Paul, here you are, the defending series champion, Gilles DeFerrin, having not won a race this year. Of course, I think of DeFerrin on ovals, and I can't help but think about Nazareth and that historic Penske win last year. But yet, here he is, having taken the lead of the championship as we went to Germany. Relinquished it to get back to Kenny Bräck after the results last weekend, but yet looking for that win. Think about past champions that have gone a season without winning a race and won a championship. That's not the way you want to win it. You want to win it by dominating.
So DeFerrin now leading the most laps of the race with 59. We'll be back with more. What they're doing?
Quick word with team manager Scott Remke. He said, we're fine, we're just holding. And he said, we're waiting for the opportunity in traffic. We'll get him in traffic, I think were his exact words.
That's the thing that I was thinking about a little earlier. Is maybe Kenny's just trying to keep the tires underneath him, waiting for what we saw earlier, but now we do have traffic. Remember how quick Kenny was coming through traffic before? Earlier in the year, some of the short oval races like Nazareth, he was the only guy that could work his way through the field no matter what the conditions were. So I'm surprised he's not a little farther up because we've only got 17 laps to go.
Another rookie in his second race for Pat Patrick. Townsend Bell. Closing on traffic just ahead. The intervals for Kenny Bräck behind the leader DeFerrin.
And these two pushing very, very hard. The only 2 cars in the 25-second bracket now pulling out 5 seconds over Castroneves and the rest.
8 to go. Keep him honest in traffic. Use your head.
So Kenny pushing Gilles maintaining the interval of just over a half a second. So no matter how hard Kenny pushes, Gilles responds.
They're coming up on Roberto Moreno, who is trying to catch his teammate Townsend Bell.
DeFerrin and Bräck now a second and a half to almost 2 seconds faster than anybody else in the field.
Bräck running some of the fastest laps of his race right now. You just heard the fuel order go out, so I assume that is for full rich and go with 7 to go.
team's telling the other drivers on the radio the leaders are coming up behind them.
+1.
You can see, we saw earlier, Bryan Herta, Roberto Moreno, all these drivers now moving over.
Both of them cleanly passed Moreno, but now they're coming up on a guy in his second race. So they've got to be a lot more careful here.
Well, second champ car race, Townsend Bell, though, with a lot of experience, dominated the Indy Lights Championship to date this year. And it depends how focused Townsend Bell is forwards as opposed to what's happening behind him. But I'm sure Ed Nethman, his engineer at Patrick Racing, Jim McGee, are telling him that the leaders are coming up behind. We'll see if they make this easy or not, because he is racing for position right at this moment with Max Papis and Oriol Servia.
And not accustomed to having a car come up and lap him.
Well, he told me the other day very nonchalantly there wasn't a lot of difference between an Indy Lights car and a TF car. And I said, 40, 50 miles an hour, twice the horsepower. Not too big of a difference.
That attitude may change. DeFerrin comes to the inside of Bell. Whoa, very close in. He gets past him. Bräck gets caught behind Bell. Now he looks for room.
And he gives him lots of racing room.
Well, for Kenny Bräck, something's going to happen very quickly here.
Well, it may happen in the shape of Max Papis and Oriol Servia just in front of him. Is now, Max Papis fighting for position for Servia is not going to make this easy for DeFerrin.
DeFerrin getting caught there. Here comes Kenny Bräck. DeFerrin comes down the inside. Bräck moves to the outside. Bräck takes the lead with 2 to go.
You're clear. Now let's go.
And that's the race right there. The timing had to be perfect. It was. Kenny Bräck, the dominant force on ovals this year. Team Rahal looking to repeat, shutting out Gilles DeFerrin, the series champion, from his first win. But DeFerrin now coming back with one lap to go.
Hold him off.
DeFerrin closes and looks. No real traffic to help. DeFerrin's right there, doing everything he can. DeFerrin goes high.
He's looking outside.
And DeFerrin takes him. DeFerrin takes him on the final corner, final lap. And Gilles DeFerrin wins his first race of the year.
What a brilliant move. He had a tremendous amount of speed on Kenny Bräck, drove it down to the inside, right to the grass.
Good move.
That was spectacular.
Oh, man, I'll tell you. Bräck and his guys are probably saying, whoa, what happened there?
Yeah, to do that to Kenny Bräck, that was unbelievable. The 2 fastest race laps happening right at the very end with Kenny Bräck and Gilles DeFerrin.
I'll move to the elevation of the victory podium for that second spot. How tough is this to swallow? Because it looked like for a moment you had win number 5 in your pocket.
Yeah, it was close. It's very disappointing, but DeFerrin was strong and there was nothing we could do about him. I tried everything, but it slipped out. He slipped away with it.
How tough was it to be patient and try to find the right moment in traffic when you could pounce and grab the lead?
Yeah, it was all a timing game because it was extremely hard to pass and, just timing everything. And, he made a little mistake there and I got by. And in the end, he just was a little stronger than me. But Shell 4 ran good, but we didn't quite have what it took this time.
When he got the lead back, it looked like there may have only been an inch or so between your cars. How close was it to contact?
Yeah, it was close. I was down on the apron going into the corner to avoid contact. So it was close, but last corner, that's going to be tight, so it's no problem.
Still in the championship points lead after an incredible day where you've driven a track for a very first time. Now you've raced here. Was this a tough day for you, Kenny?
Yeah, it was all right. It's, it's good. We're very happy. Team Rahal did a fantastic job, and we go home with the points we collected, and we go to the next one. And second is better than third.
See you on the streets of Houston.
Thank you.
Green flag is out. Here we go. Kenny Bräck moves way wide. Junqueira battles for the lead. DeFerrin takes it for the moment. Through the first couple of corners. Dagliani moves on Kenny Bräck.
Tagliani very strong. He got by Franchitti, the first left-hander at the end of the straight. Now Kenny Bräck. Remember, he was the pole sitter alongside his teammate at the last race at Vancouver.
4,000 would mean in a pit stop, but what about during a full course caution?
Well, you can pretty much, what that would do, Paul, is that might affect your fuel economy, what they call the yellow map. In other words, they actually have an adjustment on the dash that you would turn when you're behind the pace car to save all kinds of fuel. And normally you would run really low revs and chug a lug to try and save fuel. Bruno Junqueira will have to be careful of that.
Oh, wow, you should have seen the pass while you were talking, Jan. I think Kenny Bräck may have a problem because Franchitti just really overhauled him. Elio Castroneves is coming up there. We're hearing them radio to Bräck, a new fuel mapping, but the question is it a fuel mapping problem or not a problem, he's just slowing it down or what? Look at that, Mark.
He just got into the corner a little too fast, was hard on the brakes. The back end stepped out a little bit. If he would have turned down to the apex, the car would have come around on him. So he just drove a wider line. Franchitti very heads-up driving. Didn't have any problem with target fixation. Didn't follow Kenny around the high side. Simply went where he needed to. Made a very clean pass. Took advantage of a mistake.
And now Kenny Bräck has exactly what he doesn't want, which is Elio Castroneves climbing down the back end of his car. And part of the reason he doesn't want him there is because, once again, that battle in the championship, in which there is no question Elio Castroneves is definitely a part of it.
I was a little surprised that Tag made such easy work of Bräck and Castroneves at the start of the race. It's interesting as we talk about fuel strategy. Remember, Gilles de Ferran, famous for his strategies at Portland, both with Walker and Penske Racing. You go full rich and you just go. You don't know what these drivers are up to. If maybe the teams have split their strategy. Certainly Kenny Bräck, he's got no choice but to charge, I think. Castroneves now remaining stationed behind him. I would think as soon as he saw that mistake, he would try to attack. As we watch now, Dario pulling out just a bit of an advantage over Bräck and the rest.
Well, and as we show you the current rundown, I think you also have to wonder what alliances may be formed with other teams to cause the same sort of draw. ESPN.com. Elio Castroneves continuing to work Kenny Bräck. No changes since we left you. Gilles de Ferran still the leader. Only the intervals behind Kenny Bräck have gotten shorter and shorter. So as we watch this battle, I want to report to you an announcement by CART during the week. On Thursday, they announced a new engine formula for the year 2003 and beyond, and it's a dramatic change. It will be a maximum, their words, a maximum 3.5-liter normally aspirated engine. The rest of the definitions of the engine are to come on very quickly in the next few weeks. And it really got the paddock to talking.
It really did, but at the end of the day, Paul, if it lessens the confusion for potential fans and spectators, everyone understands CART needs its own identity, but they also understand how important the Indy 500 is as a global motorsports event. And if this is the first step towards the reunification of open-wheel racing in North America, then it's a good move.
And of course, the original concept on at least a 3.5-liter engine, you talk about it as the world engine because it's available from almost anybody, and there are plenty of parts available to it. But Gary Gerald, what kind of reaction did you hear from the engine manufacturer?
Well, there wasn't any doubt, Paul, on the day that the message was made known throughout the paddock. In particular, the Honda people and the Cosworth people were absolutely furious. In fact, a lot of speculation about whether or not they will remain in the series. Of course, what they're waiting to find out is whether or not what these specifications or enhancements, as the CART officials have called it, that will be announced in a 30 to 60-day period somewhere down the road. So we don't know specifically just what this engine will entail, other than it will be normally aspirated and it will be up to 3.5 liters. But the engine manufacturers were not happy, and I think that there is the distinct possibility that they may lose a couple of the engine manufacturers, and it could be sooner rather than later. And it's unfortunate that this has been something that's been talked about for so long. In fact, Robert Clark at Honda told us we started talking about engine specs down the road with CART at Long Beach in 1994. Well, that's 7.5 seasons back. And now they've made some big news with this announcement. But I think there are a lot of ramifications that are still going to be felt as this ripple effect spreads out over the coming days and weeks.
And the rather obvious, the disgruntled manufacturers are Ford and Honda. Toyota, of course, had already announced that they were going to set not on a maximum 3.5, but on a 3.5-liter rule. So that has yet to play out. What Castroneves is right there on Kenny Bräck. And
we'll keep on this battle for the moment, but let's go to Jan Beekes, because Jan, there's another conversation on tires beginning to develop.
There is, and that is because Firestone currently does not have a contract to go forward with CART. They have desired to have such a contract, but through missed calls and through some of the things that have been taking place, some of the dramatic incidents in CART, they have not got to it. So it has been somewhat frustrating for Firestone, but I should add, Firestone was quick to point out to me today they desire to have a contract. They do want to supply tires to CART. They just haven't got it nailed down. But between the engines and the tires, there was a lot of crazy rumors flying up and down pit road all weekend.
Well, let's not forget, too, the European travel, the fact that the teams were stuck in Europe for some time, and I think around the world, full attention is not necessarily being devoted. Just witness the events of this day. Elio Castroneves continues to work Kenny Bräck as hard as is humanly possible. Bräck continues to hold him off. Dixon, D'Amata have moved in, continue to watch the fight. This is the key battle on the circuit right now. DeFerrin is still the leader. Nothing has changed since we left you. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
A couple of words regarding Kenny Bräck's setup on the car. Obviously, it's not working the way he wants it to. The crew is already talking about possibility of a couple of turns of front wing when that first stop takes place, and they're also thinking about a tire pressure change. Those are the little things that can make the difference in whether you can successfully hold off a challenger and open up a little breathing room. Right now, Bräck does not have that advantage.
Sitting there with Castroneves filling up your rearview mirror and say, look how rough that course is. Look how it just kicks him around. And look at Castroneves. He had to gear his nose right up under the gearbox.
And as low as you sit in these cars, because we're always looking down, if you saw it from the driver's line of sight, Castroneves right now is just looking at the secondary element and Bräck's rear wing. He can't see his gearbox until Bräck gets out a little bit, or the rear tires. He's so close and he sits so low. His judgment of where he is unbelievable, because he can't see where the nose of his car is or where the back of Kenny's car is when they're that close in the middle of those corners.
This is terrific. Bräck Castroneves, the battle is for 5th place, but in its own way, it's the battle for the championship as well. Look at that.
Castroneves, DeFerrin, Team Penske scoring so well on the street and road courses, and of course DeFerrin won the last oval event, and Rockingham, so doing well there. But you look at Kenny Bräck, he's got most of his points on the ovals, even though he's been at the front on some of the street and road courses. He just hasn't finished there.
Oh, he's right there. Now, but coming off the corner, Bräck's able to pull him just a little bit, just enough. Yeah, it's interesting that you guys as drivers, Parker, often the memories that we have looking externally and what the drivers remember as some of the great races are entirely different just because of perspective. I'm sure no matter what happens, these guys are going to remember this.
Of course, and with the shots that we have, you always have to remember the drivers actually, their heads are below the top of the concrete wall, so when we have this nice line of sight, that's
Castroneves, what a pretty move. Darts to the inside and takes 5th away from Kenny Bräck.
He had been setting that up for a number of laps. Kenny was a little bit slower through that right-hand entry to turn number 7. Castroneves was also quicker through 9 and 10, and he finally just got enough underneath him to make that pass stick.
But being fair to Kenny, let's remember that they're already talking with the team. He's got some problem trying to get the front end to stick a little bit. Probably smarter to go ahead and let it happen than it is to risk the car and be totally out of the game.
Well, Kenny did a great job of doing everything he could to hold Castroneves off, but at this point, Castroneves just got underneath him, just put the brakes on as late as absolutely possible and made the pass stick. Nice bit of driving. But from the driver's perspective, they're below these concrete walls. They can't see around them. Oh, you see D'Amata now looking down the inside of Scott Dixon. They can't see more. They can't actually see in front of them until, about 10 to 15 feet, depending on how low you sit in the car. So their line of sight is very, very limited.
Junqueira, though, limping. Castroneves, D'Amata.
And there's a good example with what happens with pickup. Once you get offline, you've got problems with the tires, plus he has a damaged front wing.
So now what does Junqueira do? I'm surprised that he's going to stay out. Maybe he wants to give the team, maybe the team wants him to give him another lap of time.
And he's picked up a nice penalty cone for his efforts. Now watch, they come in under braking. Scott's ready to turn in, and Juncaran just helps himself to a position. The cone is the biggest problem at this point, Paul. Skip gears without going through the entire stack, and because all of these corners are almost identical, you lose second or third gear, your day is done.
Moreno drops from 7th to 17th.
Try fuel slot 3.
That does, though, of course, help Kenny Bräck, who's sitting back now in 11th. But he's going to need more points than that. Bräck needs to get up front. Running in the position he's currently in, he'll fall 14 points behind DeFerrin as they lead. Coming into today, here are the road course points and best finishes. Of course, DeFerrin proves to be the master of them. Michael is most likely not going to be a key factor in this championship anymore. But
last lap was right there. Keep the pressure on.
That Bräck is the worst of those stats, maybe his problem for the remainder of the year. At this moment, this is the way it would be if they all finish where they are now. 14 laps left to go in the run.
Field on the pit straight. Green flag is out. Here we go, heading for the first turn. There's the bend. Now the hairpin just ahead.
Canon on the far outside, trying to make a move around, and it's Michael Andretti.
Michael Andretti comes off the outside of the corner. We also saw a puff of contact smoke in the middle of the field.
No.
Michael reports back the car is not running.
Gilles DeFerrin already with a nice interval back to Castroneves. He will try to set the pace. As we've seen in previous races, particularly in Houston, DeFerrin set a pace that no one else could match. Slowly pulled out a larger and larger interval.
Looking back for Kenny Bräck. Look at him. He's way in the back and not at speed. He's done. That wheel ends the race. We're going to go back and look at the start, and this will show you a little bit about Michael, and we're going to search for what may in the back of the field had happened with Kenny Bräck as well.
There's Kenny Bräck and Michael Andretti. Looks like there was contact on the way in.
But that doesn't explain the left front, does it?
No, it doesn't. It explains Michael off, but I would expect as they got around turn one, there may have been contact as they got around to the apex.
Gary Gerald.
Whether they can fix this car. Remember, when you're in a championship battle, the only thing that matters is trying to bring it home. Can you get to 12th place? Kenny Bräck stays in the car. They're assessing the damage.
I'm assuming, Jan, if you can at all, you're going to repair that because you got to hope for some attrition, and it's only on the first lap.
I would agree.
Well, already they go to work on the suspension member. Is going to pull that left front corner off. All right, here's what happened.
Coming into turn 5, Kenny Bräck on the left of your screen, Mauricio Guzman. Bang. Left front, right front contact, substantial damage to the upper wishbone of Kenny Bräck's car.
Started. Jan?
The work continues for Kenny Bräck, not only on the front of the car, but the rear. They changed the rear wing, which maybe that related to the Michael Andretti incident since they were in close proximity. But as far as the front left suspension goes, still a lot of work left here for Kenny Bräck.
Kenny Bräck out and 25th. Here's Jan Beekes.
Yes, and Kenny, I know they tried hard to fix the car. What happened between you and Mauricio?
Well, we got together going into turn 4, and that was it. Bent the front suspension.
Now tell me, they also changed the rear wing. Was there also contact in the first corner?
No, we went side by side through turn 1 and 2 and 3. I got clear and went down into turn 4 and well, 5 I think it is on the track, and then braked and turned in, and there he came, and boom.
I know it's important for you to get championship points here. Now how do you regroup and try and get that focus back? Do you think now the championship is gone?
No, he's not gone till the last race is over, so we'll just have to wait and see. But it was unfortunate for the Shell car and the Shell crew and everybody here, so.
Sorry you're out early, Kenny.
Thank you.
Actually, that's not entirely true. Kenny Bräck needed to remain, assuming DeFerrin victories, within 13 points in the next 2 races, have scored 13 points in the next 2 races. He will have to do that, absolutely, at Australia now. And considering, we always hate to go this direction, but if it ends as they are right now, then all DeFerrin will have to do is finish 4th or better in one of the final 2 races. So Kenny Bräck's stay could not only be the end of a day, it might mean the end of a championship. Having said that, I got to tell you, I hope not, because 1, I want to see it battle to the end of the year, and 2, I really want to see Kenny do well. He's a great guy.
If you look, Scott Dixon, born in Australia, raised in New Zealand, hoping to lock up the Rookie of the Year title. This weekend at Surfers Paradise, has a lot of his family, a lot of friends that have come to watch him at his first appearance here. You can see his quick hands coming onto that pit straight with the onboard.
And Paul, this is what you're talking about. If Kenny Bräck starts really pushing, and you could tell by the line of Castro Neves, he is certainly aware that Kenny Bräck is there. He's trying to drive defensively, but oh boy, you can't have any contact here. That would, if anything happened to these 2 cars, all of a sudden we've got a champion.
And we talked about Castro Neves and how he likes to stay so clean, but he has been crashing the curbs. As you said, Jan, you can see him trying to protect that inside line under braking. Watch him bounce the curbs here. So much for being nice and tidy, but look at the exit he got on Kenny Bräck coming off that very fast number 3 chicane.
So keeping an eye on those championship contenders just moments ago, Network Neves. Carpentier with the exit of Oriol Servia, who had a gearbox problem. Here comes Castro Neves. Oh, be careful.
Watch Bräck.
Bräck's going to go to the inside. Now he comes around. No, Bräck can't do it. Bräck got on the binders pretty hard, too.
Well, that's because Castro Neves certainly lost a lot of speed, but he happened to lose the speed right in a place where there's only 1 lane.
And in that 5-6 combination, there's no way Kenny Bräck could get a better exit because he tied him up for so long. So Castro Neves maybe flat spotted his tires a little bit there, but didn't give any substantial advantage to Kenny Bräck, just gave Carpentier a little bit of breathing room. Down the inside, he doesn't have this pass made, and there's no way Patrick's going to let him down the inside. Bräck now has a lot of extra speed, but he can't utilize it. Castro Neves has a great exit coming off the corner, maintains that advantage over Bräck.
You know, one thing I'm wondering there is that looked like a pretty good brush with something left front of Helio Castro Neves. Whether or not it was just the pylon or whether or not it was a little more serious and he brushed the wall. We'll probably find out pretty quickly. Right now, he is able to hold Kenny Bräck off, so you assume that everything's okay on the left front. And to just tie up the Oriol Servia, gearbox failure, he's out of the car, he is okay.
Interesting for Kenny Bräck, had he not been so close to Castro Neves, he could have held back and taken advantage of that. So it's crazy. Sometimes you're better off being right on somebody to take advantage. Other times you're not.
And if you were much closer, he may have been right in the middle of the accident. And that's the thing you have to be careful of.
Now watch Castro Neves' left front, right?
I think he's clear there, but you can see Bräck. If that had been a different sort of corner, Bräck would have had a great exit on Castro Neves. There's also the championship implications here. Saw at the start of the race, Roberto Moreno appears to be quicker. Oh, look at Castro Neves and Kenny Bräck.
Uh-oh. Drop back, Kenny. You're going to get a penalty.
You better let him slide through there, and he does.
Yep.
You're allowed to do that as long as you do not improve time or position and you correct it, which he has done.
To avoid the contact, he did the wise thing, then just dropped back behind Castro Neves. But as I was saying, Moreno was quicker on full tanks, fresh tires, but as the run went on, we saw Gilles DeFerrin getting quicker and quicker. It'll be interesting to see how these two run at the front, or if Gilles DeFerrin now will drop back and simply pace behind Roberto Moreno.
Papis and Fittipaldi in a pretty good battle right behind this. That's a battle really for 9th place. And from time to time, you catch Fittipaldi. Look at him. He comes out, tries to get inside of Papis. Papis tried to get inside of his own teammate Kenny Bräck 2 corners ago.
And you have to be very careful at Surfers. The roads are crowned so steeply that especially on cold tires with low pressures and full fuel, they run these cars as low to the ground as possible to maximize ground effects. The total
seam on the car, you'll put this very sticky, very strong tape that will, that's why they put it on helicopter rotors. It protects them, and that helps keep the bodywork on, and you got to peel that off before you can get under the bonnet.
I use it on my laptop, keep the battery in. It doesn't work. There is also a report coming from Surfers Paradise now. Complaints by the Letterman Rahal team, Kenny Bräck in particular, that he feels like Helio Castro Neves is blocking him.
Little team orders going on, you think?
Well, it's not necessary.
Of course not. They're in the fight for second in the championship, if not the championship itself. Castroneves is just not going to move over and let Kenny Bräck by. He's going to make him work for it.
Well, he's definitely driving defensively. And what you do, the first thing you do is you get on the radio and you say the guy's blocking me.
Well, you start doing that when you're about 10 car lengths behind him. Right. You start setting the stage when you're not even close to passing the guy.
Right, hoping that Cart will contact the team and say, we're watching for blocking. That gets him distracted. Then you can go for the big move and just dart your way up the inside.
Well, we saw Castroneves locking up that left front wheel. But the Cart rulebook states you can make one move. It's not considered blocking unless you react to the change of position of the car that's following you. So for Castroneves, if he wants to drive down the inside, that's his right to drive there, but he can't change line in reaction to Kenny Bräck repositioning in his car in an attempt to pass.
So is that 2 moves in a chicane?
Whoa! I don't know, but Castroneves is definitely trying to stand on it, and this is very unlike Castroneves' style. He starts pushing a little bit hard, starts maybe feeling a little pressure from behind. He's going to start scrubbing some speed. Kenny Bräck's getting him out of his rhythm. Now Kenny Bräck just has to figure out how to take advantage of these small mistakes that Castroneves is making.
Now remember, early on there was a radio communication that Castroneves was losing power. That was what he thought was inhibiting him. Now, if you're a little bit low on power, you have to drive defensively because you think you can push it in the corners, but if you don't, you're going to be a dead duck down the straightaway.
Well, I don't know. I watched him go down that last straightaway behind Kenny Bräck, or in front of Kenny Bräck. Kenny Bräck certainly, with forward power, has got plenty of top-line speed. We're not seeing him close that interval going down those straightaways.
Here's where Helio Castroneves just totally lost the back end and caught it. You love it when you're looking out the side of the cockpit to see where your nearest competitor is in front of you.
And it's easy to do there. Big crown on the road, similar to sort of the leaps you do at Mid-Ohio. And if you don't have the car set up properly, as you come over the top on power, the back end will step out.
Now, Parker, we've talked about the fact that maybe he's low on power. Remember, they are telling us that he did not take on a full load of fuel, so his car will be lighter than Kenny Bräck's.
And battle continues to move down on top of 6th place, Michael Andretti. It's Moreno, DeFerrin, D'Amata, Tracy, Tagliani. The country famous for kangaroos, Australia. Kangaroos, koalas, and of course, surfer's paradise. We'll be back.
This one's 60 miles an hour in second gear in qualifying, but you tend to use third gear in the race. If you go up 1 gear, you get better fuel economy. And certainly that was a nice...
Helio Castroneves just ran off course.
Was third in the championship. He and Bräck, the only 2 drivers that could challenge DeFerrin, but I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's saying that's it.
International sign for I killed it.
Spun it, motors down, and that could spell the end of any hope, as faint as it may have been, for a championship for Helio Castroneves. He wants to get going again, but he really needs to be up winning this race. Look at that.
Just locks up the rear brakes on the way in. Can't make the corner, tries to keep it off the tires, does a nice job there.
Now, if they go full course caution, they're in a window. If they go full course caution, expect everybody to come in and try and fill that thing up with fuel.
Yeah, he just carried a huge amount of speed into that corner. There was no way he was going to make it. Was all over the binders. Was very, very fortunate not to hit anything. He made a last-minute decision there, started to back it up, and then he stalled it. Just like D'Amata, crashing every curb, driving extremely hard, but that's all we've seen from this young man. Winner earlier at Nazareth this year, the youngest in kart history at 20 years and 9 months. Shows amazing maturity for someone so young on the track.
Jimmy Vasser's in there too in 8th place, right behind Dixon.
Yeah, I was saying Jimmy Vasser looks like he's also on a charge. Kenny Bräck is just doing everything he can. Of course, we hypothesized as to what would he do when he got up behind DeFerrin, but right now he can't do anything because he can't stay with him.
We saw the same problem with Kenny at Houston, where he had a car that just wasn't working for him. He drove it as hard as he could and just hung on.
Congratulations to Gil DeFerrin. There are the point standings. With 1 race to go in the season, he wraps it up. And to interview Roger Penske, Barry Shimano alongside of him. Nice formation, front 2 rows, then some stragglers. Now row 3 comes in, green flag. The final race of the season is underway. Tagliani leads him into turn 1. Bräck comes up to challenge on the inside, but D'Amata goes around on the outside.
Tag said he didn't think he'd lead by turn 3. Heck, it was even halfway through turn 2 before Cristiano D'Amata got around the high side.
And that's Bryan Herta that goes with D'Amata and goes into 2nd place. Herta goes for the lead. Herta looks like he might lead the first lap.
You've got to be thinking already right at the beginning, though, this isn't the lap that you want to lead. You've got to have a great deal of restraint, a great deal of patience, and now Cristiano Damata making a move.
Cristiano Damata comes back, takes the lead going into turn one. He had the lead here at last lap. Herta, and especially here. Scott, welcome.
Thanks. It's good to be here. Now, the thing you got to remember, these guys are all starting with more downforce than what they plan on running at the end of the race. This is to give them a better car, more conservative car for what they're doing right now, this wheel-to-wheel racing. They're going to have more, a better balance. They're going to have a better feel for the car. As the race unfolds, they're going to start trimming these cars out. They're looking for the opportunity right now to get a feel of what they can do and what they can't do. So we'll see some changing in aero balance throughout this race.
Officially, Herta, Papis, Damata are the only ones scored as leading the race. You can see Damata, as he came around, pulled well out. But again, it continues to seesaw back in the field. And now both Franchitti and Tracy are up in the front, chasing Papis in second.
Stay there so we could use it at the end if we had it.
We're watching Kenny Bräck because there was an observer report that there might be a fire on this car. I don't see it if there is, but of course they're sitting right on top of the course, and we're watching like you, except you probably have a 900-inch screen and we have one that's 13. So NFL news, comprehensive analysis, and live interviews. So start your Monday night with Monday Night Countdown on ESPN. We mentioned Kenny Bräck. You saw him slide by over there on the onboard camera shot in turn one, brush the wall, slides it down. And pretty severe damage to that car. We had no further report of a fire.
Got loose spun.
Bobby Rahal, of course, with his back to us, looking the same shots that you're looking at right now. The team owner, along with Dave Letterman on Kenny Bräck's team. Simple Green safety team is right there. Quite a bit of oil up on the track.
Remember, he had the engine problem on Friday coming out of turn 4. Had heavy contact in his primary car with the outside wall. This falls right into the pit window. Everybody's laying out now for the first round of pit stops. So as soon as they open up the pit lane, we'll see all the teams coming in.
Look at all the other guys. Whoa, I needed a break.
Yeah, catch your breath there.
We're going to look on Scott Dixon's car.
Now look up ahead through the banking. You'll see the puff of smoke. Scott Dixon back in 18th place in the number 18 car as he enters turn 1. Look to the top of the screen. You can see the car get away from the back of the car, get away from Kenny Bräck. So here we are in the entry. You want to look up ahead right there. Keep your eye focused. Look high. You see the smoke? Kenny Bräck up into the wall.
Another
to the left of your screen, you can see right here Kenny Bräck already backwards. If you're going to hit, that's a pretty good way to hit. Back of the car taking most of the impact, just a small slap with the front of the car.
So his hope of 500-mile oval win in the Kart FedEx Championship Series, they are now dashed. Kenny Bräck is out of the car, and it appeared as he climbed out that he was okay. We'll wait for some sort of official report on that, but it appears that Kenny's just fine. Down
$1 million for Paul Tracy. Jan Bigas, you got any candidates?
Well, unfortunately, there's no $1 million for Kenny Bräck also. First of all, Kenny, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks.
What happened out there?
Yeah, I don't know. It got loose and turned around. I don't know what it was. Another car reported that was some fluid or something a couple of laps earlier. I don't know whether that's the case or not. We haven't investigated yet. Shell car ran good all day, but it got really loose, and in the pack, try to back away from it. Then you get overtaken from other cars. So it's like doomed if you do and doomed if you don't. And in the end, I spun around. So I don't know. We'll investigate it now.
Just spoke with Bryan Herta, and he said no one wants to lead this race. Is that what you saw as well when you were up there, people backing off? That's why the pack is so big?
It's getting big like this, but even if people are running a good speeds, you know, the draft makes it makes it a blob, like moving around like this. So we're in the middle of it or in front or the back of it. That's the way it goes, but it's exciting for the fans.
I know you didn't want to end your stint with Team Rahal this way, but excited about the Ganassi opportunity next year?
Yeah, I mean, it's being with Team Rahal has been great fun all year. You know, we have had a fantastic season, and I wish them all the best and look forward to my future as well.
Thanks, Kenny.